them well-born and no doubt pious virgin. One night and she'll be beaten, Kip. Where is the fun in that? Jasmine Lindley would have been a challenge to break because she has fire, passion and experience. No virgin can compete with such a woman. You cannot refuse the king's choice of a wife for you, Pierce, his brother warned him. Whoever she is, she'll be good for getting your heir on, if nothing else. We will have plenty of other women to amuse ourselves with, as we always have. I asked the king for her son, the Marquis of Hartsfield told his brother. I told him if he wanted to make me happy, and I could not have Jasmine, I wanted her son to nurture. You are mad, Kip exclaimed, astounded by his sibling's boldness. Nay, if I have the boy, I have power over Jasmine, even if she won't marry me. Her weakness is her children, Kip. She will have to do what I want to protect her child, even if she is Glenkirk's wife. I shall openly make the bitch my mistress and destroy that marriage she so desires, and, as guardian of the king's only grandchild, albeit born on the wrong side of the blanket, I will have a certain power over James Stewart, too. His bright blue eyes gleamed wickedly in anticipation of his victory. The king will never give you the Duke of Lundy, Kip said flatly. Put it from your mind, Pierce, or you will suffer another embarrassing disappointment, I fear. The Earl of Bartram has asked for the boy, too, the Marquis told his surprised brother. And did the king tell him no? Kip St. Denis refilled his brother's goblet a second time. The king has not made up his mind, the Marquis replied, sipping thoughtfully now at his wine. Perhaps we should help him to make up his mind, Kip, and at the same time checkmate the Leslies of Glenkirk. How? Kip St. Denis was beginning to be interested in what his brother had to say. If it was possible to snatch a victory from his brother's defeat, why not? What if Bartram were murdered, and the suspicion for his demise fell upon James Leslie and his new wife, the Marquis said. You would take a leaf from Somerset's book, then, his brother said thoughtfully. It would have to be very well thought out, Pierce. Aye, of course, was the reply. But do you like my idea? Do you think it possible, Kip? We could remove both possible guardians for the Duke of Lundy in one stroke. That still does not mean that the king would give you the boy, the practical Kip said. Who else is there, brother? Who else? The Marquis exulted. Lady Lindley's grandmother, the old Countess of Lundy, Kip said. She is the matriarch of her family. One of her sons is the Earl of Lynmouth, another Lord Burke of Clearfields. Her son-in-law, the Earl of Brockcairn, is the king's own cousin. The king likes that fierce old woman because she flatters him. He could give the child to her, or any of her children. She would not live to see the boy grown, the Marquis said. She is already past her time, and as for her children, the king already has their love and loyalty. He does not need to do anything for them, but he does need to do something for me to recompense me for my public humiliation and my great disappointment. I wonder if you do not think yourself of more importance to the king than you really are, Pierce, his brother considered. Villiers, your great rival, charms the king with his sweetness and good nature. You, on the other hand, behave like a spoilt child each time you do not get your own way. Up until now, the king has chosen to overlook your infantile behaviour, but how long will his goodness last? He is not so big a fool as many would believe. When Bartram advised against giving you a crown property, what did you do? You sulked and whined until the king was forced into offering you something of greater value, in this case a chance to win the hand of Lady Lindley, in order to silence you. He should not have done it, but he didn't know what else to do to make you content again, so he gave both you and Villiers an opportunity. Your rival had the good sense to turn the king's offer down graciously, declaring his heart engaged somewhere else, then coyly admitting his passion for the very wealthy Lady Catherine Manners. You, Pierce, had no such good sense. Now, having failed to gain the prize offered, you have once again gone into a fit of the sulks. The king will certainly tire of your behaviour, especially in light of Villiers' sunnier disposition, brother. Villiers is a low-born opportunist, the Marquis declared angrily. Perhaps, Kip replied, but he has great charm, and the king, to my eye, is fast falling beneath his spell. Another reason for us to move quickly, Pierre Saint Denis asserted. If I am indeed losing the king's interest, then I had best strike while I have yet the chance of getting what I want. Once I have the Duke of Lundy in my possession, let Villiers have the king's attention all to himself. It will no longer matter to me, Kip. Perhaps I shall cultivate Prince Charles. He is furiously jealous of Villiers, you know, and he is the future, not old King Fool. That's it. I shall help to forge a bond between the young Charles and his royal uncle. When the elder becomes king, both shall thank me for it. Now, there is a better reason for obtaining custody of the boy, Kip said. His mother is not really important, but the lad, he is real power, little brother. We are in agreement, then? Aye. Then let us consider how best to murder the Earl of Bartram, while placing the blame on the Leslies of Glenkirk, Kip. Lady Lindley should be advised that the Earl of Bartram is seeking to take her child from her, Kip suggested. Yes, the Marquis enthused. And either she or Glenkirk, or possibly both of them, should face down Bartram publicly. Then, when he is found dead under suspicious circumstances, the suspicion will naturally fall upon the Leslies of Glenkirk. The king shall be encouraged to remove his grandson from such unwholesome people, and voila, I win. Even if Glenkirk and Jasmine are not charged with the death of Richard Stokes, the suspicion alone should do them in, even as it did in Somerset and his vindictive wife. It will take clever planning. How much time do we have? Kip asked him. When is Glenkirk due back from Scotland? Pierre Saint Denis thought a moment. I don't really know, but he has been gone almost 3 weeks now. Perhaps in another 10 days or more he should return. He was sent on a fool's errand after all. I shall inquire about the court, Kip said. Discreetly, of course. You will say nothing further about the Duke of Lundy, lest suspicion in this crime fall on you, Pierce. You do understand that, don't you? You cannot brag, even to Villiers, that you will obtain custody of the king's grandson. No one knows but the king, I imagine, and no one else must know. Adali had more than doubled the guards watching over Greenwood House and its park-like grounds. Would there ever come a time when his mistress was completely safe, he wondered. Perhaps this Scotland would offer the sanctuary that they sought. He prayed it would be so. The children had arrived from Queen's Malvern, and, but for the absence of James Leslie, Jasmine was happy again. Her 2 eldest children were much like their father in features, although they both had her dark hair. India, however, had Rowan's golden eyes, while Henry's eyes were her own turquoise. It was her second daughter, Fortune, who seemed to be the swan in the duck's nest. Fortune had bright red-gold hair, which Skye claimed had been the colour of her own grandmother's hair. As the child had Skye's blue-green eyes, Jasmine had to assume her colouring came from her Celtic ancestors, and indeed, she was very much like the children who had played in Maguire's Ford, the village on Jasmine's Irish estates, and little like her elder siblings. As for baby Charles Frederick Stuart, he was every bit a Stuart, with his auburn curls and amber eyes, so like his grandfather's, the king's. Almost 3, he visited the court with his brother and sisters dressed in a satin suit of orange tawny with wide collar of delicate Irish lace. He carried a miniature sword with a gold hilt decorated with tiny emeralds and topaz that had been made just for him. Sweeping off his soft-brimmed hat with its 3 white plumes, he bowed to the king and queen, while his proud mamma looked on, well pleased by her smallest child's exquisite manners. Manners, Jasmine knew, she had not instilled in her baby. She silently thanked her grandmother. Behind the tiny Duke of Lundy, who by virtue of his seniority in rank led his siblings, came Henry Lindley, Marquis of Wesley, followed by his sisters, Lady India and Lady Fortune Lindley. The young Marquis was dressed like his little brother, but his suit was turquoise blue satin, his custom-made sword studded with diamonds and aquamarines. His sisters were garbed in gowns of pink silk and lavender silk. As their elder brother bowed, they curtsied deeply, rising slowly and very gracefully to the silent approval of the Queen and the court ladies, considered matrons. "We're pleased to see you once again, my dears," the king said in kindly tones. Then he beckoned to his grandson. "Come here to me, Charlie boy," he said, and when the little boy had clambered within reach of his grandfather, James Stuart lifted him onto his lap and, reaching out, drew his son, Prince Charles, into the child's view. "This is your uncle," he told Jasmine's smallest son. "You're named for him. He is Charles too. One day when I am dead, Charlie boy, this Charles will be your king, and you must be loyal to him. You're a Stuart, laddie, and we Stuarts may fight among ourselves, but we're always loyal to each other in the end."
"Aye, sir," the little boy responded. Then he said to the young prince, "Why you look at me?"
"Because you look so much like your father, Charlie boy. Your father was my big brother, like Henry is your big brother," the prince said. His eyes were filled with tears. Charles Frederick Stuart, the Duke of Lundy, reached up with a small hand and brushed a tear from Prince Charles's cheek. "No cry," he said in his baby voice. "No cry, uncle." The king pulled out a silk handkerchief and blew his own nose, while those nearest the throne who had heard the full exchange sniffled audibly. The queen struggled to hold back her own tears. "Play ball?" The child looked hopefully up again at his uncle. Then, to the amazement of those in the hall, Prince Charles smiled, a rare occurrence indeed, and lifting the child from his father's lap, took him by the hand. "I like to play ball," he said. "Let's go out into the court, my Lord Duke." He looked to the nearest footman. "Fetch us a ball, ma'am," he said, and then, hand in hand, the two Charles Stuarts walked from the hall, chatting as if they had always known each other quite well. "There's a braw little laddie, madame," the king said to Jasmine. "All your bairns are fine laddies and lasses." "I thank your Majesty for your kindness to my children, and in particular for the favour you've shown the Duke of Lundy," Jasmine said genuinely. Then she curtsied to the royal couple and, with her 3 older children, withdrew from the royal presence. "Nicely done, my dearie," George Villiers said, coming up to them shortly thereafter. "You've raised some fine kits for such a wily vixen," he said with a mischievous grin. Jasmine laughed and introduced her children to Villiers. "The gentleman will soon reign as the king's sole favourite," she told them afterward. "It cannot hurt to have his friendship, but he warned he is not as sweetly simple as he would like you to believe." "He has no title," her eldest son noted. "He will eventually," Jasmine said. "The king will reward him lavishly, and young Villiers has his eyes on an heiress of excellent family. He will have to be of equal rank with her father, or even higher, before she is allowed to marry him, but he will be, I have not a doubt." "He is very beautiful," Lady India Lindley said. "Handsome," her mother corrected. "A man is handsome, a woman beautiful, my poppet." India shook her head. "He is past handsome, Mamma. He is beautiful. I am an heiress, and I would marry him without a title if you would but ask me." She looked admiringly after George Villiers. "I do not like his eyes," Lady Fortune Lindley said. "Why not?" Jasmine asked her younger daughter, curious. It was, she thought, a rather interesting observation for a little girl. "They are like your black pearls, Mamma. They reflect the light, but I can see nothing in them," Fortune remarked. "You are such a fool, Fortune," India mocked her. "I think his dark eyes like a velvet night filled with stars." "Gracious," Jasmine noted. "You are a very romantic child, India. I think I'm going to have to keep a sharp eye on you from now on, miss." She found her 2 daughters' observations on George Villiers interesting. While she found him amusing and certainly useful, she tended to agree with her younger daughter. But then Rowan's posthumous daughter had always been sensible from her birth, she considered thoughtfully. India, on the other hand, had a streak of wilful wildness, very much like Jasmine's brother, who was now the Grand Mughal of India. It was to be hoped that she would outgrow such tendencies. Prince Charles asked that his small nephew be allowed to stay in his apartments at court with him for a few days. It would have been ungracious of Jasmine to refuse, and Charlie Boy was most anxious to remain with this newfound uncle of his. Adali personally delivered a trunk of the child's clothing to the royal apartments. The prince, serious in his religious devotions,
began teaching his nephew his prayers and his letters. The little child, who had a quick mind, was an excellent student, much to his royal uncle's great pleasure.
"It's like your father's court, in that the courtiers scramble for the king's attention and favour,"
Adali wisely observed.
"I suppose all royal courts are alike, my lady. Our littlest child fits in quite well, and is very much at ease with his princely uncle."
"Both of his grandfathers are kings," Jasmine observed. "And both of his uncles are, or will be, kings. If my not-so-royal Stuart had been born his father's heir, he would have been a king one day."
"He will have far less grief in his life being a duke," Adali said with a small smile, and his mistress laughed. "How can you be so happy when I have been away?"
James Leslie said, entering the room and surprising them both. "Jemmy!" Jasmine squealed and flung herself into his arms. "You're back! Oh, now we can leave London and go home to Queen's Malvern. Hooray, hooray!" Then she kissed him hard, moulding her body against his. "Did you miss me, my lord?" she murmured softly, nuzzling against the side of his neck. It was damp, and he had the aroma of horses about him, but beneath it she could scent James Leslie, her Jemmy. She felt wonderful in his arms. God, he had missed her. He tipped her face up to his, saying,
"Another kiss, madame. I'm weary with longing for you."
Then his mouth descended on hers, tasting the softness of her lips, her perfume, the night-blooming jasmine enveloping him in its seductive scent. She yielded so sweetly in his arms, and when he finally released her, his head faintly spinning, he grinned happily.
"May I take it then that you have missed me, madame?"
She nodded. "And I've sent the Marquis of Hartsfield packing, Jemmy. Most publicly, too. He will not come near me again, I vow."
"The king?"
His tone was just slightly concerned. "Oh, the king understood perfectly once I explained it to him," Jasmine replied breezily. "And the children are all here. Charlie boy's been at court with Prince Charles, who has taken a great liking to our little laddie, and Henry, India, and Fortune have made very good impressions on everyone. Why, I've had a number of very serious inquiries regarding marriage for them, but now we can go home." The Earl of Glenkirk turned to Adali.
"What should I know?" he asked the household steward. "Or rather, what hasn't she told me?"
"Jemmy!" Jasmine looked somewhat aggrieved. Adali grinned, then chuckled.
"Actually, my lord, it is just as she has said. You were scarcely gone when the Marquis was on our doorstep. He came to take my mistress on an outing. Naturally, I accompanied them. Then my good lady caught a chill out on the river that turned into an ague, and could not see the Marquis for several days."
Glenkirk snickered. What a clever wench Jasmine was. "Then the Queen had a mask," Jasmine took up the tale, "and the Marquis aroused my ire by luring me into an alcove and putting his hands all over me as if he owned me. I was forced to take drastic action, Jemmy." The Earl of Glenkirk winced, imagining the action she had taken to disengage her unwanted suitor.
"Did you geld him forever?"
"Only temporarily," Jasmine replied. "I went immediately to the king and asked him to release me from St. Denis' unwanted attentions."
"She knelt," Adali told the Earl. "She prostrated herself before their majesties, her skirts spread all about her. It was quite dramatic, my lord, and the king was very moved. Even I could see it from my place at the back of the hall." "Jasmine!"
James Leslie didn't know whether to be angry or not. "Well, it wasn't fair," Jasmine declared. "I'm in love with one man and planning to wed him in just another 2 weeks, and I'm saddled with an unwanted suitor, Jemmy, who leers at me constantly and paws at me like a stable boy with a dairymaid. I've had enough of everyone telling me what to do. When I leave London, I'm never coming back again. I hate the court with all its pretensions, and I don't enjoy most of the people who inhabit the court either. I didn't like my father's court, and I like this one little better, Jemmy. I just want to be your wife and a mother to my children. And, of course, I want to involve myself in Grandma's trading company. We must bring tea to England and make it popular as the Spanish have done with chocolate, which I think a nasty drink. And there are the horses being raised at Maguire's Ford to consider. And there is your own Glenkirk Castle to be looked after, too. We have so much to do together, Jemmy, and there can be no time for court and all its attendant silliness. And somewhere along the way, we must have several bairns of our own, she finished.
Aye, he agreed with her. We must indeed have several bairns, madame. I am glad you have remembered that wifely duty amid all your wonderful plans for importing tea and raising horses, he chuckled.
Oh, Jemmy, the bairns come first, I swear it, she promised.
Good, he replied. Now, darling, I want a hot bath and a good dinner, and I want to see the children. Then, madame, it'll be an early night for us, he finished meaningfully. The children first, my lord, Adali said wisely. He knew that once the bath and the dinner came, there would be no time for anything but passion between Jasmine and James Leslie. Bowing, he hurried off to gather up Henry, India, and Fortune, who were delighted to learn that the Earl of Glenkirk had returned from his trip to Scotland. Racing ahead of Adali, they dashed into the library, where their mother and the Earl were awaiting them. "Papa, Papa!" they squealed, flinging themselves at him simultaneously. Laughing, the Earl bent down and gathered them into his embrace. "So, my wee trio of rascals, you are glad to see me, are you?" he said with a broad smile. "Well, I've missed you too."
"We've been to court, Papa," Henry said. "Charlie boy led us in, and the king greeted us personally. He looks so sad, but I like him, and I bowed just like you taught me." "And the girls curtsied beautifully," Jasmine said, making certain that her daughters did not feel left out. "Did you bring us a present from Scotland, Papa?" India asked. "Papa was on the king's business, greedy one," Henry said. "There is no time for presents when a man is on king's business."
"Oh?"
The Earl feigned surprise.
"Then you do not want the gift I have brought you, Henry?"
"You really brought us gifts?" Henry Lindley's face was all boyish excitement. "What did you bring us?"
"A fine dirk for you, Henry, and silver thistle necklaces for my lasses," the Earl said, producing the items from his pocket.
"Nothing for me," Jasmine teased him.
"I will give you your gift in private later,"
James Leslie said, his green-gold eyes meeting her turquoise ones. Then he carefully fastened a thistle necklace first about India's neck and then Fortune's.
"See, lassies, each thistle has a tiny amethyst for a flower head."
"I will keep my necklace always," Fortune said adoringly, as she looked up at the man who was to be her father. He gave her a little hug and kissed her cheek gently. "You chose well," India noted. "I like jewellery, Papa."
"Most ladies do, I have found," he replied, giving her a hug and a kiss too.
His eye then went to Henry Lindley, who was delightedly examining the small silver dagger with the carved bone handle. The boy looked up.
"'Tis a fine weapon, sir," he said slowly. "Will you show me how to use it? And you won't forget my fencing lessons?" "We shall begin them when we reach Queen's Malvern," the Earl said. "And this winter, when we are at Glenkirk, you shall have lessons every day except Sunday, Henry." "Come along now, children," Adali said. "Your papa has ridden far and is tired. He wants a bath, his supper, and his bed. Bid your parents a good evening."
He shepherded them from the library. "How good you are to them," Jasmine said. "It makes me love you all the more, Jemmy Leslie. I shall give you fine sons, for you are a man who obviously loves children."
"I have a painted ball for Charlie boy I found in a street stall in Edinburgh," he responded.
Then, reaching out, he pulled her into his lap as he sat down by the fire.
"I missed you," he told her simply. "And I agree that there is really no need for us to come to London again. Will you truly be happy if you don't, Jasmine? I love you so deeply that the very thought of your unhappiness gives me pain, my wild lassie."
He nuzzled the top of her dark head. "Safe." The word popped unbidden into her head. She was safe at last, Jasmine realised. But then she had been safe with Rowan until his life had been snuffed out by a madman. She had lost 2 husbands to violence, and a young lover to an unnecessary and premature death. Surely this time it would be all right. Had not her own grandmother lost 5 husbands before she married Adam de Morisco? It would be all right. "You stink of horses, and now so do I," she said, sliding from his lap. "Adali certainly must have your bath ready, or at least being prepared."
"I don't have to go back to Lynmouth House, then," he teased.
"I will never be separated from you again, Jemmy Leslie," she told him, and, taking him by the hand, led him upstairs to her own apartments, where a large, old, iron-bound oak tub had been set up before the fire in the day-room. "I shall maid you, sir," she told him, and began pulling his boots off, then his damp knit woolen stockings.
"And I you,"
he replied, seating her and drawing her shoes from her narrow, high-arched feet. Jasmine stood and removed his doublet and his shirt. He removed her bodice and her chemise, pulling her against him for a brief moment to feel the softness of her breasts against his darkly furred chest. Drawing away reluctantly, Jasmine unbuttoned his breeches and slid them over his narrow hips, past his shapely calves to his ankles. He stepped from the garment and kicked it away. Then he undid the tapes of her skirt first, and the several petticoats she wore beneath it, lifting her from them when they puddled about her ankles. Naked now but for her stockings, Jasmine pulled his drawers off, and he kicked them too across the chamber. Kneeling, he slipped her garters down her legs, then rolled her silk stockings off, sliding them from her feet as she lifted each one in turn. He pressed his face against her smooth belly, his breathing very ragged. Then, standing, he took her face between his two hands and said,
"I can't wait, darling Jasmine. I must take the edge off my appetite for you. It has been the longest month of my life."
"Mine also," she told him, reaching out to caress him. He was rock-hard and practically throbbing with his desire. Jasmine drew him down to the floor between the fireplace and the tub. Lying upon her back, she opened herself to him in sweet invitation, reaching out to draw him into her embrace. With a groan, he pushed himself into her, finding to his delight that she was hot and wet and very, very welcoming.
"Ah, God,"
he moaned thickly as his manhood slid deep, and she wrapped her legs about him, encouraging him onward. His hunger for her seemed to increase rather than ease, as they found the passionate rhythm of love together. Jasmine sighed deeply as a thick column of flesh delved into the deepest recesses of her very being. She took her pleasure of him shamelessly, the walls of her sheath tightening and releasing him, causing him to cry out with unabashed delight as she gave back every bit as much as she took. Her fingers dug strongly into the muscles of his back, her nails lightly raking him.
"It's too much,"
he half-sobbed, and exploded his tribute within her. But Jasmine was with him, already soaring and utterly replete with her own satisfaction, as their lips met in a scorching kiss. They lay side by side afterward upon the carpet, the fire crackling practically atop them, fingers entwined. Speaking in soft voices, they both agreed that they were utterly shameless. Then they laughed together, happy and perfectly pleased with themselves. "Now we really do need a bath," Jasmine murmured. Her thighs were smeared with his love juices, which had been extremely copious. If it had ever occurred to her that James Leslie might have been unfaithful to her while he was away, that thought was quickly dispelled by the evidence of her eyes and the abundance of his creamy passion. He somehow managed to get to his feet, drawing her up with him.
"I have never had such desire for a woman as I do for you, darling Jasmine," he told her candidly. "I'm not even certain being your husband will rid me of my hunger for you."
Jasmine climbed into the tub and beckoned him to join her. "You flatter me, Jemmy Leslie," she said. "I am just a woman." The Earl of Glenkirk laughed.
"You will never be just a woman, my darling Jasmine," he told her. "Now, madame, wash my back like a good wife should, and afterward I shall reward you for your efforts."
Jasmine giggled. "I am not your wife yet, my lord. I should far prefer to be rewarded like a good mistress would. Mistresses, I am told, have more fun than wives."
"Not in my house," he riposted wickedly.
Adali entered the apartment in the company of Rohana and Tormali. He bore a silver basin of perfumed water, and an armful of small white linen cloths, which he took into the bedchamber. The maidservants carried trays of food, which they placed upon a rectangular table.
"Oh," Jasmine sniffed. "That smells delicious. What have you brought us?"
She scrambled from the tub to be dried by Rohana.
"Cook has sent up a variety of foods, milady," Rohana told her,
toweling Jasmine, then powdering her.
"She thought my lord would enjoy a hearty supper, as he had ridden far today, according to Fergus Moore, who is in the kitchens eating now."
She helped Jasmine into a cream-coloured chamber robe.
Then she moved on to help Toramali,
who was drying a slightly embarrassed Lord Leslie, who could not quite get used to being attended at his bath by pretty women. Jasmine began lifting the lids upon the dishes. There was a dish of cold, raw oysters and cracked ice and sea-water, a thick, rich stew of rabbit and a winey brown gravy with scallions, sliced carrots and new peas, a roasted capon, a medium-sized trout steamed in white wine and set upon a bed of cress, a small ham, a bowl of new lettuce from the kitchen garden, fresh bread warm from the oven, a crock of sweet butter, a quarter wheel of brie already runny upon its silver platter, and, finally, a bowl of tiny new strawberries with a pitcher of clotted Devon cream. She hummed approval.
"Tell Mrs. Davis her menu is well appreciated, Adali," Jasmine said. "Will you want me to serve?" he inquired politely. "Yes," she surprised him. "Send for the footman to empty the tub and have it put away. Then we will eat."
The serving-men came, each carrying 2 buckets, and the tub was quickly emptied, then stored away, the drain in its side being carefully replaced. Rohana and Toramali set up the table before the day-room fire, and Adali quickly served his master and his mistress both food and wine. He then withdrew with the women. James Leslie ate with a good appetite, as did Jasmine. She filled his goblet several times with wine, and soon, between the heat of the fire, the excellent meal, and the long day's ride, he began to nod.
"Come," she said to him, rising. "You need to sleep, my dear lord."
And she led him to the bedchamber, where he fell into bed, asleep almost before his head touched the pillows. With an indulgent smile, Jasmine banked the fire, tucked the coverlet about him, and climbed into the bed next to James Leslie, snuggling against him, even as his arm instinctively reached out to enfold her in his embrace. When the Earl of Glenkirk awoke, it was already past sunrise, and Jasmine was dressed. Adali handed him a saucer of steaming tea, and to his great surprise, he found it most refreshing. As Jasmine's servant helped him to dress, Jasmine chattered at him happily.
"We must go to court this morning and bid the King and Queen farewell, Jemmy. Then tomorrow we can begin our journey to Queen's Malvern. The servants are already packing, and I am taking the staff home with us, since I will never again return to London. Grandmamma will find places for them, I know, and I will not leave them here after all their years of faithful service to the family. Greenwood House will be closed up. Perhaps I shall even sell it, as it will be mine one day." "If you sell it," the Earl observed, "then your family, who do like to come up to London, will have no place to stay, Jasmine." "Let them stay at Lynmouth House," she responded.
"Would you wish your Aunt Willow on your Uncle Robin?" he teased her. "What if they both needed to be in town at the same time?"
She thought a moment, then laughed.
"Oh, very well, Jemmy, but I'm closing the house, and if someone needs to use it, let them open it and pay the cost. I'm only leaving the gatekeeper and his wife to look after it and see the park is maintained. Now hurry and dress, my lord."
"I'm hungry again," he complained. "I will go nowhere, madame, until I have been fed again."
"Toramali, find some food for Lord Leslie," Jasmine ordered,
and when it came, she ate with every bit as good an appetite as he did. Their carriage drew up before the door of Greenwood House, and the Earl of Glenkirk and Jasmine rode the distance to Whitehall. They were dressed richly but conservatively, the Earl in dark green silk breeches, cream and gold showing through the slashes on his doublet, Jasmine in a gown of apple green and gold brocade, with a creamy wide lace collar, a necklace of topaz and gold about her throat. The King's face lit up with pleasure as they entered the hall.
"Jemmy!"
he called to them.
You're back safe, I see.
The Earl of Glenkirk bowed low to the king as Jasmine curtsied.
I am, my liege, and happy to tell you that Scotland eagerly awaits a visit from James Stuart,
James Leslie said.
Now, your majesty, I come to take my leave of you and her majesty. I have a wedding to attend in several days. I must return to Queen's Malvern before the old Countess of Lundy sends out a search party for me.
The king nodded.
Lady Linley ha' made it quite clear to us that her choice of a husband is you, Jemmy, and nae other. Is that nae so, madame?
His amber eyes were twinkling. Yes, my liege, Jasmine said meekly.
Ah!
The king barked.
You were nae so mild-mannered and humble just a day or more back when you said it, and broke poor Pierre Saint Denis' heart, madame. Now I must find him a prize to equal you, and I dinna know what I ought to offer the poor laddie. It is true,
the Earl of Glenkirk interposed before Jasmine might say anything to get herself in trouble,
that my bride is a jewel beyond price. Nonetheless, anything your majesty would choose for the Marquis of Hartsfield would surely more than equal Jasmine's hand, coming as it will from your majesty.
The faintest smile touched the king's lips at James Leslie's words. He knew when he was being cajoled, and yet the Earl's words, so publicly spoken, would force his darling Pierce to accept whatever James Stuart offered him to assuage his disappointment over Jasmine. He nodded at the Earl, murmuring,
Nicely done, Jemmy. I'll miss you.
Then he continued for the consumption of his court.
We will be sorry to see you both go, but we understand that you must leave us. We are both your majesty's loyal servants and will come should you need us,
the Earl of Glenkirk promised the king.
Aye, aye.
The king arose.
Come with me, Jemmy Leslie. I want a more detailed report from you in private.
He looked at Jasmine.
'Twill give you time, madame, to say your goodbyes to your friends, eh?
Jasmine curtsied again. Thank you, your majesty, she said.
I will return for you when I am done, the Earl told Jasmine. Try and stay out of trouble, darling Jasmine, while I'm with his majesty, eh?
He blew her a kiss with his fingertips and followed after the king, who was making his way from the hall. The Queen had overheard and laughed softly. He knows you well, doesn't he, my dear? I think you should have a very interesting marriage if you can survive each other. I shall miss your majesty, she said quietly. You are the only friend I have at court to say goodbye to, madame.
What? Am I not your friend?
George Villiers demanded, pretending to be greatly aggrieved. He stood in the space between both the king's throne and the queen's throne. Now it was Jasmine's turn to laugh. Oh, Steenie, of course you are my friend too. I would have enjoyed watching you climb to great heights, but if I promise sometimes to write to you, will you write me back and tell me of all your triumphs? She gave him her hand. Once, I'm told, my Uncle Con was called the handsomest man at court. I believe, sir, that you now possess his mantle. He was not, however, as circumspect as I suspect you are. The Queen had to marry him off to keep him out of trouble. George Villiers took the elegant hand offered him, noting as he did the beautiful rings upon her fingers, each worth, he would wager, a king's ransom. He kissed the slender hand, then said,
You may trust that I am your friend, madame, and if you are kind enough to take the time to write to me, I shall most certainly correspond with you, telling you all the lovely gossip you will miss by running off to live in the country. Will you really spend winters in Scotland?
She nodded. Aye.
Do you like rain and mist? He wondered aloud.
Why? She asked.
Because I'm told there is much mist in Scotland, and it does rain a great deal. Is that not so, Majesty?
He turned to the Queen. Queen Anne nodded.
You get used to it, she said. What a charming scene,
a voice next to them suddenly sneered. Jasmine, recognizing the Marquis of Hartsfield, did not bother to turn about. Her eyes, however, filled with anger.
Good day to you, your Majesty,
Pierce St. Denis said, pointedly ignoring George Villiers. Good day, my lord, the Queen responded politely, but she wondered what he wanted. Probably to cause some trouble, she thought. He really was a bad loser.
And where has your lover gone, madame?
The voice was cutting. "My lord is with the king, although that should be no business of yours, my lord," Jasmine responded, still not bothering to look at him.
Undoubtedly the king is telling him that your little bastard is to be given away to be raised by someone more suitable than yourself, the Marquis said cuttingly. I myself have asked for the child, and would make him an excellent guardian, madame, for I should raise him here at court with his grandparents, and his uncle to influence him and to be about him, not to remove him into the wilds of Scotland, where he will undoubtedly grow up like a barbarian and not a prince's son.
Jasmine grew pale, and she finally turned about to look into Pierce St. Denis' handsome face. "Suitable? You consider yourself fit to raise my son? You, a man who cannot, I have been informed, obtain pleasure from a woman unless you abuse her? I would kill you or anyone else who attempted to remove my son, or any of my children from my care," Jasmine snarled. "You, my lord, are not fit to raise any child." The Marquis of Hartsfield had flushed when she had publicly revealed what he considered his secret vice. But before he could retaliate, the Queen's voice spoke with certain knowledge. "Jasmine, my dear, do not listen to him. The king is not giving any of your children to Pierce St. Denis. He is more than well aware of the Marquis's foibles and frailties." She put a hand out to comfort the younger woman. Then she turned an angry eye on the Marquis. "Sir, you overstep your position." Pierce St. Denis was astounded by the rebuke, and but angered further, and yet the Queen had played into his hands if she had known it.
"If not me, madame," he said, "then perhaps it is the Earl of Bartram who shall have the lad. I have, myself, heard him importune the king over the boy's custody."
He looked again at Jasmine.
"Lord Stokes believes you unchaste, madame. He says a woman of mixed blood should not be allowed to raise a Christian prince's son, no matter which side of the blanket he was born on. He even questions your heritage, for were you not born to your father when your mother was yet wed to the Earl of Brockcairn, Lady Lindley? That would make you a bastard too, wouldn't it?"
She hit him, and the exquisite, large, oval-shaped Golconda diamond that she wore on the middle finger of her right hand cut the Marquis of Hartsfield's face from the corner of his right eye to the right-hand corner of his mouth. "I am a true-born princess of India, my lord," she told the pleading man in icy, even tones, that never rose beyond a conversational pitch. "'Tis you, I fear, who are the bastard, and I say again to you, and anyone else who is interested, that I will kill any man who attempts to steal my children, any of my children, away from me. I am their mother. I am their guardian, and there is none fitter than I to raise them." Now it was she who smiled at the Marquis of Hartsfield. "I fear, my lord, that you will never again be as handsome as you were before you accosted and slandered me this day. What a pity." Then Jasmine turned, curtsied to the Queen, and began to make her way from the hall. Her heart was pounding with her anger. How dare James Stuart once again attempt to interfere in her life? She did not hear the Queen calling after her, but instead her eye lit upon the Earl of Bartram, who was just entering the hall, his normally reclusive wife upon his arm. Jasmine blocked their entry. "How dare you attempt to steal my son from me, my lord?" she almost shouted at him. "Well, neither you or your mealy-mouthed Puritan wife shall have him." Then she pushed past the couple, departing the hall. Behind her, the Countess of Bartram fainted. So frightened was she by the turquoise-eyed virago who had just confronted her. She would later swear hellfire had leapt from Jasmine's eyes. Her husband struggled to keep his spouse from collapsing upon the floor, but Mary Stokes was not quite the slip of a girl she had once been. Queen Anne wanted to laugh, and she could see that Steenie did too, but they somehow managed to control themselves. She handed the bleeding Marquis of Hartsfield her own handkerchief. His doublet was already ruined. "You will live, my lord," she said dryly. "I want her arrested," he cried petulantly. "No," the Queen said in implacable tones. "You deliberately told her something that was not true, my lord. You did it to cause trouble, and for no other reason. You are angry that she has refused you in favour of James Leslie, but how could you not have known her feelings even when my dearest husband was foolish enough to offer you a chance with her? Steenie knew, and was wise enough to avoid the confrontation, but not you. Your greed, not just for Lady Lindley's wealth, but for the power you thought controlling her children would bring you, has instead brought you the disaster you so richly deserve. You no longer have my friendship, my lord, and I will be certain to tell the king of your penchant for wickedness. I will advise my husband not to entrust you with any young girl of good family, my lord. God only knows what would happen to her in your care. Now, be gone from my sight." George Villiers manfully struggled to maintain his composure as he watched the Marquis of Hartsfield slink from the hall.
"I have won," he thought gleefully, "and I hardly had to do a thing. What a fool St. Denis is to have destroyed himself. Granted, he would never have won the hand of Jasmine Lindley, but he might have come out of this with a rich wife, the simple-minded gudgeon. Now he will have nothing for all his trouble, and I didn't have to do a thing to accomplish this end."
A small chuckle escaped him. "Restrain yourself, Steenie," the Queen said quietly. "Smugness does not become you, sir."
"Yes, Majesty,"
George Villiers replied meekly, but his heart was soaring with his victory. Chapter 12.
"Did I not warn you to silence, little brother?"
Kip St. Denis scolded the Marquis of Hartsfield.
"You have lost Queen Anne's favour, and now will probably lose the King's as well. You have gained nothing from this sojourn at court, which has cost us so dearly. The world was within your grasp, Pierce, and you flung it away for the mere chance to torment Lady Lindley because she preferred another husband to you. Father always said you were a childish fool. It was our father who squandered almost all our resources, leaving our mother to die in virtual penury,"
Pierce St. Denis snarled.
"Besides, not all is lost. I can still beg the King's forgiveness. I have become quite the expert at begging, Kip. And remember, we have not yet put the rest of our plan into action." "You have lost the game," Kip replied. "The Duke of Lundy will remain with the Earl and Countess of Glenkirk." "Not if it is believed they have murdered Lord Stokes," the Marquis said softly. "And Jasmine has played right into our hands, Kip, by publicly declaring she would kill anyone who tried to take her children from her care. If Stokes is found dead, she will be the first one who is considered the murderer, and Lord Leslie, too, will be named her accomplice. The child will be removed from their care, and they will certainly end up with Somerset and his shrewish wife in the Tower. Even if you can attain this goal, there is no guarantee that you will be given the Duke of Lundy, particularly now that the Queen has made clear her dislike of you, Pierce. Attempt to mend your fences with the King so you may gain something out of this before we must leave court. Snatch a small victory from this defeat." "I will have the child." You should have seen the smug look on that upstart Villiers' face, Kip. "I could have easily killed him had the Queen not been there. I must have the child, Kip. His income will save us. You know how little money there is left. I don't want to leave court and return to Hartsfield Hall. I hate the damned country. I want to be here, in the centre of the universe where there is so much excitement happening. To be at court is to be alive, Kip." "We haven't the money to remain indefinitely, Pierce," his brother reminded him. "If you don't get an heiress bride out of this, we are ruined. This was why we originally came to court. That you caught the King's eye was a gift from God. You need a rich wife to restore Hartsfield Hall and to remain at court. Without one, we are lost, and the King is your only hope to obtain that wealthy wife. You are angry, and you want revenge upon the Earl of Glenkirk and Jasmine Lindley. I understand, and perhaps one day you will gain your revenge, but now is not the time." "You have been watching the Earl of Bartram, Kip," the Marquis said, as if his elder brother had not spoken at all. "Is he out at night? That would, of course, be the best time to waylay him. We shall do it ourselves, so there be no witnesses." "There is no time to plan such a crime, Pierce," Kip said, in a final attempt to dissuade his sibling. "Certainly now that the Earl of Glenkirk has returned from Scotland, he will be taking Lady Lindley to her grandmother's home in Worcestershire for their wedding." "We will kill the Earl of Bartram tonight," the Marquis of Hartsfield said calmly. "Glenkirk and his bitch will still be here tonight."
There would be no convincing his brother otherwise, Kip St. Denis knew. The plan was surely flawed, but Pierce would follow the course set, and Kip could not refuse to help him. It would be up to him to make certain that the Marquis of Hartsfield was never tied to the crime about to be committed. so that the king would award his previous favourite a rich maiden to marry, and they could be saved. Kip did not believe for a moment that they would obtain custody of the little Duke of Lundy. The Queen had more influence with her husband than the young men surrounding James Stuart thought. That had been his brother's error. He had refused to see it, and had made an enemy of Queen Anne in the process. George Villiers, however, had seen how the land lay, and used his knowledge wisely. Kip well knew how arrogant and thoughtless Pierce could be. Eventually, the Marquis would see there was no future for him at court. Then they could go home, taking the wealthy bride with them. The king had just arisen the following morning, and, having peed in the silver vessel held out by one of his gentlemen of the bedchamber for that purpose, was greeted with the news that the Earl of Bartram had been found murdered outside his own gates that morning. James Stuart was deeply shocked and demanded an immediate explanation. He was told that no one knew.
"How was he killed?" the king asked. "A knife, my liege, expertly placed between his ribs to pierce his heart," was the answer. "The gatekeeper swears he heard no cry." "Who is responsible?" was the next royal query. "It is not known, sire." "What was he doing outside of his own gates, then?" the king wondered. "It was night, I assume." "Lady Mary says he received a message, handwritten, just before they were to retire. The Earl said he had some quick business to attend and should be back shortly. He told his wife to go to bed, which, being a dutiful woman, she did. When she awoke this morning, she saw that her husband had not returned and sent to the gatekeeper to ask if he had seen his lordship. The gatekeeper remembered letting Lord Stokes out and watching him walk down the roadway around a bend. He saw nothing and heard nothing. He had fallen asleep awaiting his master's return. After being questioned by his mistress, the gatekeeper went back outside and, passing through the gate, walked down the road. He found Lord Stokes dead, just around the bend in the pathway, was the explanation. "And where is the note that drew the Earl of Bartram from the safety of his house?" the king said. "Where is it?" "It cannot be found, your majesty. Lady Mary does recall that he did not toss the missive in the fire. She thinks he tucked it in his pocket, but she is not certain. It was not, however, in his pocket." "It would appear," the king said, "that Dickie had an enemy, gentlemen? Now, who should want the poor man dead?"
"Lady Lindley said she would kill any man who took her children from her, my lord," the king's page piped up. "I heard her say it." There was a general murmuring about the king's bedchamber as his gentlemen helped their lord to dress.
"Aye, I heard it too." "Everyone at court heard it," the king said with a chuckle. "She had a fierce temper, Jasmine Lindley, but I dinna believe she was the person who lured poor Dickie to his death. She had no reason, laddies." "The rumour was you were giving the Duke of Lundy to the Earl of Bartram to raise, my liege," a gentleman said. "The rumour was a false one," the king told them. "When she left the hall, she stormed into my privy chamber and demanded to know if it were so. I reassured her that it was nae so, and she need ha' no fear. Her bairns were hers to raise as long as they respected my royal authority. I had finished my business with Glenkirk by then, and so I instructed him to take her home, marry her, and give her a few sons to keep her busy," the king concluded with a small chuckle. "Besides," George Villiers said, "Lady Lindley is a slender woman and does not, I suspect, have much strength. How could she divert poor Stokes long enough to murder him with a knife? She might have wounded him, but the report is that the knife was skillfully placed to cause instant death. What woman would know such a trick, gentlemen?" "She is a foreigner," one gentleman said. "And what about that turbaned servant of hers? He looks to me to be a dangerous fellow." "Lady Lindley is an Englishwoman no matter where she was born," the king said. "I am England's king, and yet, sirs, I am Scots born. As for her servant, Adali, while he is devoted to her, he is nae a murderer. He is a eunuch, gentlemen, and we know a gelded man is nae a savage, but rather sweet, like a lass. Na, laddies, 'twas nae Adali." "Then who was it?" "Perhaps we should look for whoever had something to gain from Lord Stokes's death," Villiers suggested. "Or someone who thought he might gain if the Earl of Bartram were no longer here." "Steenie," the king said. You must go and speak with poor Dickie's widow and see if she can shed any light on this matter.
But George Villiers could learn nothing from Mary Stokes that would aid them in their investigation of the murder. The poor woman had convinced herself, aided by the clergyman who was with her, that it was Jasmine Lindley who was responsible for Richard Stokes's death. The king's favourite carefully explained to the half-hysterical widow that the king was convinced it was not Jasmine, and told her the reasons why.
Lady Lindley had no reason to harm your husband, madame, he concluded. She had no quarrel with him.
She threatened my Dickon because the king was to give us the Duke of Lundy to raise decently, Lady Mary wept.
The king told Lady Lindley before she left court yesterday that rumour was not true, madame, and I myself was there when he told your husband that the boy was to remain with his mother and his stepfather. I tell you again that Lady Lindley had no reason to murder anyone. The king believes her, and all connected with her innocent in this matter. We must accept the king's word, my good lady, the clergyman said to Mary Stokes. James Stewart, though misguided, is a good man.
But if that terrible woman did not kill my Dickon, Pastor Goodfellow, then who did? The widow wailed.
I cannot answer you, madame, but God knows the miscreant and will punish him with eternal hellfire. You must leave these matters to those more capable of handling them than you yourself, madame. Now, you should concentrate on your own salvation, for death comes when we least expect it, as poor Lord Stokes found. You must be ready to meet your Maker, Lady Mary, the pastor thundered in stern tones. A Puritan, George Villiers thought, and a dangerous one. I wonder if he might be responsible. I was there when Richard Stokes told His Majesty that he had sent his impressionable wife's clergyman packing. Lord Stokes was not a liar. Now he is dead, however, and here is this trouble-making Puritan in his house as quick as a wink, and the body not even cold. Stokes had surely put aside a little something for his old age. Some of it will go to his widow, and wouldn't this Puritan like to get his hands on the widow's mite to further his own purposes? I think I must inform the king, and the new Earl of Bartram must come with all haste up from the country to protect his mother.
Before the day was over, Pastor Simon Goodfellow was arrested and taken to the Tower to be questioned in the matter of the demise of the Earl of Bartram. He denied any involvement in Richard Stokes's death, was lightly racked, but continued to proclaim his innocence. His alibi was checked, and indeed he had spent the evening praying with a family whose only son was gravely ill. The child had died at dawn, and the clergyman had departed, having been called to the Countess of Bartram's side by his servant. It was now obvious that he could not have had any part in the Earl's murder.
"Shall we release him?"
the captain of the guard asked George Villiers, who was at the Tower at His Majesty's request.
"Not yet," the young man replied. "He's a Puritan for certain. Whip him, keep him on bread and water for a week, whip him again, then let him go. By then the new Earl will be in London, and his grieving but susceptible mother will be safe from the likes of Pastor Goodfellow." "Yes, my lord," the captain of the guard replied.
With a nod, George Villiers turned away, thinking, even as he did, that he very much liked the sound of "my lord." He must be patient, he knew. The Queen said by Christmas, and he knew that she knew. Everything might have been perfect in his life, but that Pierce St. Denis was trying to weasel his way back into His Majesty's good graces. Villiers knew that the Marquis needed a rich wife, and only the King could provide one. The Queen, however, was adamant that no decent girl be put in Pierce St. Denis' care.
"He is said to have unnatural desires," she told the King. "I'm told he even shares his women with that villainous half-brother of his, Jamie. You cannot entrust him with some poor young girl."
"But I canna get rid of him unless I give him a bride,"
the King complained to his outraged wife.
"Of course you can," the Queen responded. "After all, my lord, you are the King. Is not your word law?"
"I have favoured the laddie, Annie, for months now. If I send him away empty-handed, I will seem mean-spirited, and I will nae be. We must find him a wife. A well-dowered widow, perhaps," George Villiers suggested. "One yet young enough to give him an heir, of course, but old enough not to be intimidated by him or his brother."
"Aye," the King said enthusiastically. He turned to his wife.
I will leave the choice in your hands, Annie, but the bride must have gold and be able to give him bairns.
Very well, my lord, I will do as you ask me, but I still think if it were up to me I should send him away empty-handed, the Queen replied. I do not trust your Marquis at all. He is too eager to place the blame for Richard Stokes's death on Jasmine and James Leslie. The Queen arose from her chair. He is too anxious for revenge, and I do believe that he thinks he can still get his hands on our grandson.
Nah, Annie, the King said. He's a sensitive lad as our Perce, but I am certain his heart is good. He's just disappointed over losing Jasmine Lindley.
He is, and has always been, too good-hearted, the Queen told George Villiers later that evening. I had thought that Saint Denis would be dismissed and sent home by now. How was he able to worm his way back into the King's favour again, Steenie?
While I was on His Majesty's business in the matter of the Puritan pastor,
George Villiers told the Queen,
I think the King feels guilty over the matter of Lady Lindley. He knows it was a mistake to even to have suggested Saint Denis court her, and now he is eager to make it up to him that the Marquis not think badly of him. Saint Denis was so adamant about Glenkirk's possible involvement in Lord Stokes's death that the King dictated a message to James Leslie and his bride, asking them to remain in England until the matter was resolved. Then the Marquis took the King's message and personally had it dispatched to Queen's Malvern. I'm certain it was just the wedding gift the bride and groom were expecting,
Villiers concluded. Wretched creature, the Queen said, irritated. I can only imagine what Jemmy and Jasmine must have thought when they received such a message. Well, I hope the matter will be settled before the autumn, when they intend to leave for Scotland.
When is their wedding?
Villiers asked. Queen Anne thought a moment, and then she said, Why, I do believe it is tomorrow, Steenie. Tomorrow is the 15th day of June, isn't it, my dear boy?
It is,
he agreed. Then it is tomorrow. Oh, I hope they will be happy, Steenie. Jasmine has had enough sorrow in her life for any woman. I just want her to be happy. Our Hal would want it too. May God assoil his sweet soul.
Amen,
said George Villiers, who had not known Prince Henry except by reputation.
And may Lady Lindley and Lord Leslie have a long and happy life together.
Amen to that, Steenie, the Queen replied.
A long and happy life, my dears,
said Robin Southwood, the Earl of Lynmouth, as he raised his goblet to his niece and James Leslie. She was a wife once again, Jasmine thought, smiling happily as she accepted the toast and good wishes from her family. Standing before the Anglican priest, saying her wedding vows for the third time with a third husband, Jasmine prayed that this marriage would not end in disaster, as her previous two had. She was struggling very hard with herself to believe what Jemmy and her grandmother said, that the deaths of Jamal Khan and Rowan Lindley had been mischance, and nothing more. Were they right? She had certainly been happy with both of her previous husbands. Now she was being given a third opportunity. Was 3 the charm for her? Jasmine Leslie prayed it would be so.
You are the most beautiful bride I have ever seen, the Earl of Glenkirk whispered in her ear.
I have certainly had enough practice, she teased him with a radiant smile. They exited the small chapel at Queen's Malvern. Once again, as at her wedding to Rowan Lindley, the 4 carved oak benches had not been enough to hold all the family, and they had stood about the room and spilled out into the hall. Her wedding to Rowan had been at dawn, and the rising sun had come through the stained glass windows, casting shadows of colour on the marble altar with its Irish lace cloth, reflecting off the gold crucifix and the tall candlesticks. Today, however, the wedding had been celebrated at noon, and outside of the house a soft rain was falling. Some remarked on it, hoping it did not portend any misfortune, but Jasmine laughed away their concerns. Her first 2 marriages had been held on perfectly beautiful days, and each had ended in violent death. A grey day was the least of her concerns. The wedding feast, originally scheduled for the lawns, had now been set up in the hall, and the busy servants were dashing back and forth with food and drink. Skye had spared no expense with this celebration. Because it was summer, all her children had come to see their niece married to the Earl of Glenkirk. Even Ewan O'Flaherty and his wife Gwyneth Southwood had arrived from Ireland. The master of Ballyhennessy was 59, a large, ruddy-featured man with iron grey hair. He was a plain Irish country squire, and happy to be so. His brother, Murragh, aged 58, was virtually retired from the sea now, and content to remain in Devon, supervising the comings and goings of the O'Malley Small trading fleet. His wife, Joan Southwood, was glad to have her husband home after all his years at sea. Yet, despite his comings and goings, Murragh had managed to sire 3 sons and 3 daughters on his adoring wife. Willow, the Countess of Ulster, and her husband, James Edwards, had arrived several days earlier with 4 of their 8 children, 3 in-laws and several grandchildren. Only their youngest son, William, was yet unmarried, but then he was only 20. Of all Willow's children, it was William whose looks betrayed his Spanish ancestry. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Willow's father. Just looking at him took Skye back decades in time to when she'd been the adored wife of the man known as Khalid El Bey, the great whoremaster of Algiers, who was in actuality a renegade Spaniard. Willow, of course, had never been told her father's more colourful history, and believed him to be nothing more than a merchant who was estranged from his family. Watching her prim and oh-so-proper English daughter attempting to manage everything and fussing at everyone, Skye wickedly considered that one day before she died, she must tell Willow of Khalid El Bey. That would certainly take her down a peg or 2. And following the 55-year-old Willow was Robin Southwood, the Earl of Lynmouth, now 52, and his still beautiful wife, Angel. Then came Deirdre Burke, age 47, and her husband, Lord Blackthorn, and her brother, Porrick, Lord Burke, 46, and his wife, Valentina, and of course, lastly, Velvet de Morisco, the Countess of Brockcairn, at 42 the youngest of Skye's children, with her husband, Alexander Gordon, the Earl of Brockcairn. They had brought with them Jasmine's 5 half-brothers, who ranged in age from 22 to 15. Sibylla, Jasmine's stepsister, the Countess of Kemp, and her husband, Tom Ashbourne, had also come to the wedding, along with Jasmine's great-uncle Con, Lord Bliss, and his wife, Adon. And, of course, Jasmine's devoted servants, Adali, Toramali, and Rohanna were in attendance. Willow had fretted privately to her siblings that holding the marriage feast in the hall would bring back unhappy memories for Skye. It would be the first time the family had gathered together since Adam de Morisco's unexpected death 5.5 months ago. "She is old, and this could hurt her," Willow said, genuinely concerned for their mother. "She has planned everything herself, sister," Deirdre ventured gently. "She wants it this way. She cannot avoid the hall forever because Papa died there, can she, Willow?" Willow opened her mouth to issue a scathing report, but her brother, Robert Southwood, spoke first.
"Willow," he said, mischievously yet seriously, "you have never been as young as our mother is, even today."
"As usual, Robin, you speak in riddles," replied Willow.
"You were born an old woman, Willow," he told her bluntly. "Ma will never be old but in years. Her heart is young. It always has been, and it always will be. She will not live in the past, as so many of her generation do. Adam, God assoil his generous soul, is dead and gone from us. But Mamma is alive, and will continue to live until the day God calls her home to him. I know you mean well, but do not bleat at her about the wedding feast in the hall. Where else can it be held in such weather?"
"Well, I don't know why such an ado is being made anyway," Willow grumbled. "After all, it is Jasmine's 3rd marriage, and we are a house in mourning for our father."
"The fuss is being made,"
said James Edwards, Willow's husband, in a rare show of irritation.
"because Adam would have wanted it that way, and my Lady Skye knows it. Now cease your carping, my dear. You grow tiresome to the ear. I shall walk in the gardens now, madame, and you shall accompany me."
"But it is raining," Willow protested.
"Misting is more like it," the Earl of Ulster corrected his wife. "It will do your complexion good, madame. Come along."
And he took her firmly by the arm, almost shoving her from the room, where they had all congregated just prior to the wedding service.
"We'll be back before the service begins, my dear."
And, of course, they were, Willow chastened. Now the family came together in the hall of Queen's Malvern to celebrate the marriage that had just taken place. The tables groaned with the bounty of Skye's hospitality. There was a whole side of beef that had been roasted over an open spit, platters of lamb chops, capons and plum sauce and ducks and orange sauce, a huge country ham, crusty pies of game birds and others of rabbit, whole river trouts on beds of cress, 2 barrels of oysters and seawater, jellied eel, bowls of new peas and bowls of tiny carrots and cream sauce, along with dishes of braised lettuces from the kitchen gardens, a wheel of hard cheddar and one of Normandy brie, stone crocks of sweet butter, and round cottage loaves of freshly baked bread. There was wine and ale and cider to drink, and lastly strawberries, clotted cream, and small sugar wafers, which were served with a very sweet Marsala wine, an old tradition to wish the bride and groom good fortune. A number of toasts were drunk to James and Jasmine Leslie, some of them warm and loving, some of them wickedly ribald. Jasmine grew more sentimental with each goblet of wine she consumed. She remembered her wedding to Jamal Khan. She'd been decked out in scarlet and gold, in garments covered in diamonds and rubies, as befitted a royal Mughal princess. She'd just been 13. When she'd married Rowan Lindley, the Marquis of Wesley, she'd worn the wedding gown both her mother and her grandmother had worn. It had been apple green silk with gold embroidery. She'd been 16 and a half. Now she was almost 25 and had taken a 3rd husband. Her bridal gown was heavy cream silk brocade. The low square bodice was embroidered with swirls of tiny seed pearls, over which was draped a creamy, delicate lace collar. The V of underskirt showing was striped with narrow bands of cloth of silver. The skirt was bell-shaped and had a narrow waist. The gown's sleeves were divided by narrow silver ribbons and slashed to show cloth of silver. The cuffs were bands of soft lace. Beneath the ankle-length gown Jasmine wore a beribboned chemise, several layers of silk and lawn petticoats, and silk stockings embroidered with tiny gold bumblebees. Her shoes of creamy brocade were decorated with pearls, and her dark hair, in its chignon, was adorned with pearl-encrusted silk roses and narrow silver ribbons.
"Are you dreaming?"
her husband murmured in her ear.
"If you are, I hope it is of me, darling Jasmine."
James Leslie took Jasmine's hand in his, turning it over and kissing the palm with passionate lips. It was the happiest day of his life. He well remembered the first time he had met her. He had come to Queen's Malvern with the king, and it was thought that the widowed Earl of Glenkirk might make a suitable husband for Sibylla Gordon, Jasmine's stepsister, who fancied herself in love with him. He had been introduced to Jasmine, however, and had fallen in love with her immediately. That had been 10 years ago. Now he brought her hand to his lips, nibbling at her fingers.
"How much longer must we be polite?"
he whispered to her. "There is to be dancing," she replied softly.
"Oh."
"And some sort of entertainment, I believe," she told him.
"Could we not provide our own entertainment?"
he suggested. "Jemmy," she half scolded him. "This wedding means so much to Grandmamma. You must learn patience, my lord. It is not as if we have not tasted of sensual delights before." She made an attempt to regain possession of her hand, but he would not release it. Instead, he sucked wickedly on each of her fingers, and when he had finished, he drew her hand beneath the table with its linen cloth and pressed it against his groin.
"As you can see, madame, I am very hungry. I will wager your grandmother would understand my sentiments."
He was hard as a rock, and Jasmine struggled to keep the blush from her cheeks, yet she could not move her hand away. For a moment she stroked him, squirming slightly in her chair, as thoughts of their previous encounters rose up in her head, and then she shuddered with a small release of passion. "My lord," she pleaded softly. He laughed low.
"You are as hot for me as I am for you, my darling Jasmine. Very well, then. We shall dance and watch the little entertainments your grandmamma has provided for us. But when they are all over, madame, I shall take you to bed and drive from your head all thoughts of anyone or anything but me."
He then relinquished the slender hand he had held captive. "You will pay dearly for your wickedness, my lord," she promised him, reluctantly removing her hand from his manhood.
As shall you, darling Jasmine, for keeping me waiting, he responded threateningly, his green-gold eyes laughing into her turquoise ones. No matter how many years we are wed, I shall never tire of you.
A bold promise, but then you are a bold man, Jemmy Leslie, Jasmine told him. Suddenly, the room was filled with a shrill and eerie noise. James Leslie looked quickly up. Into the hall came a man in a green kilt, with a narrow red and a narrow white stripe, identical to the one which James Leslie wore that day. He was playing the bagpipes as he came, each step measured and dignified. He stopped before the high board where the bridal party was seated, playing on a sweetly melancholy tune. When he had finished, he bowed low to the Earl of Glenkirk.
"Alpin Moore," James Leslie said, a smile upon his face. "How came you here this day? You are a very long way from Glenkirk." "Your brothers and sisters thought I should be here this day, my lord, and Lady de Marisco agreed. She arranged for me to be brought south. I had travelled a long way indeed, but we could nae hae a wed again without your piper, my lord. I played for you when you wed Lady Isabel. May God grant her soul peace. Now I have played for you and your new lady. May God bless you both."
He bowed again.
"Jasmine, this is Alpin Moore, my piper,"
James Leslie said to his bride.
"Alpin, my wife, Lady Jasmine Leslie."
"I have never heard the pipes played so beautifully, Alpin Moore," Jasmine said. "I hope you will play for us again soon." The piper bowed once more to his new mistress. She was far more beautiful than the Earl's first wife had been. He hoped she could have children, for his master needed an heir. The bride was not very young, but neither was she very old, and she had already had children, or so he had been told.
"I wish you long life and many bairns," he told Jasmine gallantly with a smile.
"What a fine wish, Alpin Moore," Jasmine told him. "I would have many sons for my lord, and may you play for them one day as well." The piper grinned broadly, well pleased by her words, which he would repeat to all when he returned to Glenkirk. Perhaps by the time the Earl brought his bride home to Scotland, she would already be ripening with the Leslies' heir. That would certainly please everyone.
"Now that you've heard the piper," Skye said softly to the bridal couple, "would you not like to depart the hall?"
"But, Grandmamma, have you not planned for dancing and for other entertainments?" Jasmine said, surprised at their dismissal.
"Darling girl, do you really wish to remain here when your new husband is in such a state of lust for you?" her grandmother asked, laughing.
"Granted, I have more years than anyone else in this room tonight, but my memory is still quite intact. A wedding night, be it the first or the third, no matter you've been lovers before, is still a wonderful night. I remember all of mine in exquisite detail, even the unhappy ones. While it is true that, being June, it is still quite light out of doors, and the night when it comes will last but a short time, would you not prefer to spend that time alone with James Leslie? I know that if I were you, I should." The Earl of Glenkirk arose from the high board, drawing his countess up with him. He bowed to the Countess of Lundy, and, taking her hand in his, he said, "Madame, you are a woman of the utmost sensitivity. I salute you." Then he kissed Skye's hand. "I'm content to withdraw with my bride from this magnificent celebration that you've given us." He then released her hand and, bowing again, departed to the hall with his blushing bride in tow, the cheers of his new relations ringing in his ears. Skye watched them go, her carry blue eyes misty, a smile of remembrance upon her lips. "Well, old man, are you satisfied now?" she said silently. "I have gotten her safely wed to Lord Leslie, and by this time next year we shall probably have another descendant for me to dote upon. God's boots, I wish you were still here with me, Adam. They say that time softens the pain of death, but I probably miss you more tonight than the night you left me so suddenly. And there is time for me yet, before I can join you, Adam. I sense it. I don't know whether to be happy or sad about it." She felt an arm go about her shoulders and smiled up into her son Robin's handsome face. He bent his head and kissed her cheek. "He would be pleased, Mamma. This is what he wanted for Jasmine," the Earl of Lynmouth said. "He wanted her safe, and now she is." "I know," Skye answered her son. "But," he queried her,
I do not know, she said softly. There is something. I sense it, Robin. Yet I do not know what, and I cannot imagine what. Perhaps it is just your fancy, Mamma. It has, after all, been a difficult year for you, beginning with Adam's death and then your travels to France. You are not, after all, as young as you once were. You sound like Willow, she accused him. God forbid, the Earl of Lynmouth exclaimed. Nay, Robin, there is yet some shadow lurking about Jasmine, Skye told him. It is not the imaginings of an old lady. Then when it comes, Mamma, we shall, as this family has always done, rally about our own and solve the problem, Robin Southwood said. Skye smiled up at her third son. Aye, my dear, I suppose we shall. Until then I intend enjoying the summer with both my daughter and my granddaughter about me. And come the autumn, I shall be just as glad to see them return to Scotland as I was to see them come to Queen's Malvern, she chuckled. Then Daisy and I shall settle down to a quiet winter, which I know will please my old friend. I was always too much for her, Robin, and I fear she has grown too old to cope with me. Skye chuckled. She is nearer to 80 than I am. Boredom has never pleased you, Mamma, he said. You will find some mischief to get into, I have not a doubt. Skye O'Malley de Morisco laughed at this observation. Aye, she agreed with him. I probably shall, Robin.
Scotland. Autumn 1615 to autumn 1618. Chapter 13. Jasmine Leslie saw Glenkirk Castle for the first time on a sunny late August afternoon. Of dark grey stone, it was battlemented and had 4 towers, one at each of the major compass points. It sat upon the crest of a hill, surrounded by forested hills. Its great oak drawbridge was down, welcoming her, and Jasmine Leslie knew in her heart, as sure as she had ever known anything, that she'd come home. It was an incredible revelation for a princess, raised at the imperial Indian court, who had known far greater palaces than the small stone edifice topping the uneven green hill. And yet she knew Glenkirk was home. How long had it been waiting for her? Her heart soared, beating just a little faster, and then she heard Adali say but one word.
Yes.
She turned and saw that he too felt the magic, and she smiled at him even as he smiled back.
What do you think? Her bridegroom asked nervously. Can you be happy here for almost half a year each year, darling Jasmine?
Seated upon her stallion, she turned her head to him and nodded.
Aye, Jemmy, I can be happy anywhere as long as I'm with you. The castle is beautiful. It's a wonderful place for the children. You are seeing it at its best, he told her. I did warn you that the autumn is Scotland's best time. There is much grey and rain and mist the rest of the year.
I don't care, she said. It is the land, the castle, the forest, they all sing to me, my lord. Rain or shine, it will matter not to me. I have come home. The Earl of Glenkirk's handsome face split with a wide smile. He could not have been happier to hear her words. He had always loved his home, but after Isabella and the children had died, it had seemed such an empty place and was suddenly unfamiliar. Yet this was where he had been raised with his 3 younger brothers and his 5 younger sisters. It had, for many years, been a warm, happy place. Now it would be again with Jasmine and her children, and the children they would have together. His spirits rose, and his smile broadened once more. "There are men-at-arms on the battlements," young Henry Lindley said in an excited voice. "Oh, Papa, 'tis a grand castle." His horse danced nervously next to the Earl's stallion. "Can I ride ahead, sir?" he asked his stepfather.
"Nay, laddie," Fergus Moore interposed. "'Tis the first time in many, many years that the Earl has been home. 'Tis he who must be first of this party into Glenkirk."
"But I could go ahead and tell them that we're coming," the boys said hopefully.
"They already know we're coming,"
Fergus Moore said, and he pointed in the direction of the castle. From Glenkirk's courtyard and out over the drawbridge they came, up the road that wound down from the hills and toward the mounted party that rode onward to the castle. Clansmen, Leslie clansmen, Mounted and on foot, banners flying, a troop of pipers led by Alpin Moore, who was Fergus's kin, leading them as they came. The savage joy of the music rose on the wind, and instinctively the Scotsmen straightened in their saddles. The Earl was dressed today as he had dressed every day since they'd crossed over the border, in breeches and high boots, leather jerkin over his linen shirt, a cap with a chieftain's badge on his head. Long gone, it seemed to Jasmine, was the elegant English courtier James Leslie had previously appeared to be.
"See that green and white banner, Jasmine," he said, pointing. "Those are the Leslies of Shion. We all descend from the first Earl of Glenkirk, but the second Earl's sister managed to obtain Shion for her son and his descendants, and I see my Uncle Patrick riding at the head of his people, and I see my cousin, his heir with his father. Behind the red, white and green banner are the Leslies of Glenkirk. My uncles and my brothers will be there."
His voice had risen just slightly with his excitement. "You should have come home long since, Jemmy," Jasmine told him, reaching out to touch his hand.
"I almost did once, but then the king wept that he needed my acumen, with poor Cecil dead, and so I remained to serve James Stuart," the Earl told her. "But for our English summers, darling Jasmine, I do not think I shall ever leave Scotland again. My heart is full just looking about me, hearing the pipes welcoming me back."
Now they drew to a halt, allowing the clansmen to come to them, and they did, surrounding the Earl's party with shouts of joy to see him back amongst them, and for having brought a new countess. They reached out to touch the Earl and his wife, and Jasmine, following her husband's lead, reached back, her beautiful hand brushing the rough hands thrust toward her, a smile on her lips, her turquoise eyes dancing with an open delight that plainly told her of her pleasure to be among them. When they had heard he had taken an English wife, they had expected a haughty milady, a nervous creature who would recoil at their noisy earthiness. But this was no milksop. This was a real woman, and the clansmen were delighted. The Earl of Glenkirk and his party were escorted into the castle courtyard. Before either the Earl or Adali could help Jasmine from her mount, she was whisked off it by a large, bushy-bearded clansman who set her gently on her feet with a courtly bow and a grin.
"And who are you?" Jasmine demanded of him, eyes twinkling. "Red Hugh Moore, madame, son and grandson of the same," he said with another bow. "I am the captain of your guard."
"The castle's guard," Jasmine said.
"Nay, madame, your guard," was the reply.
"I have my own guard." Jasmine was surprised.
"As I every Countess of Glenkirk before you," he said. "This is Scotland, and Scotland is nae always a peaceful place."
"So my husband has told me," Jasmine said, laughing. "Well, Red Hugh Moore, this is Adali, who has been responsible for my life since I was born. You will cooperate in the matter of my safety, eh?" Red Hugh Moore looked over the half-Indian, half-French Adali. It was a swift but skilled assessment that was returned in kind.
"He looks like he can handle himself," was his vocal decision. "I can garrote a man without his even hearing me enter the room behind him," Adali said softly. "It is a quick, silent death."
A slow smile slid over Red Hugh's features.
"We'll get on well," he said. "I like a man who can kill without a lot of blood to clean up."
Then, bowing to Jasmine and with a respectful nod to Adali, he withdrew, allowing them to enter the castle. James Leslie surprised his wife by picking her up and carrying her into the building.
"'Tis an old custom, carrying the bride over the threshold, darling Jasmine," he said, setting her on her feet, then taking her hand and leading her up the wide staircase to the second floor of the castle.
The children, Adali, Rohana, and Tormali, came closely behind them, eyes darting this way and that. The Earl led them 4 steps up into an anteroom, and then 4 steps down into the great hall of Glenkirk Castle. Jasmine's eyes widened. It was an absolutely marvellous room. Huge fireplaces flanked by tall, arched windows were set on each side of the room. Hanging from the hall's rafters were multi-hued silken banners, which had been carried into the many battles that the Leslie clan had fought over the centuries. At the end of the room was the high board, which was set in a T-shape. There were arched windows behind it on either side. Over each fireplace was hung a full-length portrait. The painting on the right was of a handsome male in the full flush of his manhood. The painting on the left was of an exquisitely beautiful young girl with an innocent yet haunting look about her. "Who are they?" Jasmine asked her husband, mesmerised.
"He is Patrick Leslie, the first Earl of Glenkirk, King James IV's ambassador to the Duchy of San Lorenzo. He was my great-great-great-grandfather. She is Lady Janet Leslie, his daughter, my great-great-grandmother. She is dressed in her betrothal gown, for she was to marry the heir to San Lorenzo, but instead was the lady of whom I told you, who was kidnapped and became a sultan's favourite and a sultan's mother. It was her youngest son, Prince Karim, who was smuggled out of the Ottoman Empire as a little boy and became Charles Leslie, the first Earl of Sheehan."
"She is wonderful," Jasmine said.
I am told she was. My father remembered her, for she did not die until after she'd arranged his marriage to my mother, who was just a tiny bairn at the time. She was always arranging everything, he chuckled.
"Something like my own grandmamma," Jasmine smiled.
I expect Madame Skye and Janet Leslie would have gotten along very well together, he agreed. "My lord, welcome home."
An elderly man made his way forward.
"Thank you, Will. This is your new mistress, Lady Jasmine Leslie. Jasmine, this is Will Todd, the castle caretaker. He has faithfully looked after Glenkirk since I left it." "And right glad I am to see your lordship home," Will Todd said. "Now, with your lordship's permission, and if I am no longer needed, I can retire to my wee cottage and go fishing for the salmon that had gotten so fat in your lordship's absence." "What?" the Earl teased the old man. "There is still salmon left in my streams. I would have thought them all poached by now, Will." "There are plenty of fine salmon for your lordship. As to poachers, it is difficult to say, as we had never counted the fishes," the caretaker teased his master back. "I will," the Earl said. "You may go back to your cottage, and you will lack for nothing for the rest of your days, I promise you. But before you leave me, I would have your help a final time."
James Leslie drew a darlie forward.
"This is a darlie who has been in my wife's service since she was born. He will now take over the running of Glenkirk Castle for us, but he will need your help for the next several months, that he know what to do and where everything is, and who is to be trusted, and who will work hard and who will not. Will you aid him, Will Todd?" "Aye, my lord," the caretaker said,
and then he shook Adali's hand, looking him up and down as he did so.
"I ever run a big house, Master Adali, as big as this one, I mean."
Adali forced back a smile and said gravely,
"Aye, Master Todd, I have. My lady's childhood home was a large household." "Good, good. Then you'll nae ha' difficulty in learning our ways, and I'll be fishing all the quicker," he chortled. "I have never fished, Master Todd," Adali said. "Will, my name is Will, Master Adali, and I'll be glad to teach you. Our salmon and our trout are worthy opponents, not to mention very tasty when cooked over a slow fire," he chuckled. "I shall look forward to it," Adali said. "And you will call me Adali, Will Todd, for we are equals in this household."
The old man nodded. He liked Adali's good manners, and the fact that the stranger did not attempt to lord it over him. It boded well for all the servants that their new master was not just polite, but obviously a kind fellow. Then his eye lit on the children.
"Bairns?"
For a moment he looked a bit confused, but the Earl explained.
"These are my wife's children from her previous marriage, Lord Henry Lindley and the ladies India and Fortune Lindley, Will. The littlest bairn is a very special child."
He nodded to the Duke of Lundy's nursemaid, who was carrying him to come forward.
"This wee lad, Will, is Prince Henry's son, Charles Frederick Stuart. We call him Charlie Boy. The King has done me a great honour by giving me his mother to be my wife, and he has put his only grandson under my protection." "Prince Henry's laddie?"
Will Todd's eyes filled with tears.
"Oh, 'tis sad, my lord. 'Tis sad, but we'll keep the bairn safe with us here at Glenkirk. The King hath done us a great honour, but then when did the Leslies nae give the Stuarts their complete loyalty?" "Always, Will," James Leslie agreed.
"The children are tired after our long journey, my lord," Jasmine interposed. I think they must have their supper and go to bed. Tomorrow they can explore and see all of Glenkirk, but for now I think the day is over for them.
I'll show you their quarters, milady,
Will Todd said eagerly.
I will go with them, Adali said, and then return. The journey has been long for you as well, my princess, he finished meaningfully.
She nodded.
Come, and we'll sit by the fire, the Earl said. Tormali, there is wine on the sideboard. Bring us each a goblet. Already I can hear the family tramping up the stairs. There will be no rest for us for several hours, darling Jasmine, but we'll take a small respite.
The children and their servants followed Adali and Will Todd from the hall, even as a troop of people began to enter it. It was going to take time to sort out all these new relations, but Jasmine could already recognise the Leslies in the crowd. James Leslie's paternal uncles all came forward. James, the Master of Hay, Adam, who'd been closest to the Earl's father, Michael, the youngest brother, a big, ruddy man in his middle 50s. There was his father's cousin, the old Earl of Sheehan, who was married to his father's sister, and his son, Charles, who was married to James Leslie's sister, Amanda. And, of course, there were his two brothers, Colin, the Master of Greyhaven, and Robert Leslie of Briarmere Moor. They clapped the Earl of Glenkirk upon the back and embraced him happily.
This is my wife, Jasmine,
he introduced her, lifting her up onto the high board so they might all see her.
You've an eye for beauty, even as your father, huh?
His uncle Adam Leslie declared, with a courtly bow to Jasmine and a twinkle in his amber eyes.
Aye, she's fair enough, laddie, but can she give us the next Earl of Glenkirk?
His elderly cousin of Sheehan asked bluntly. I gave my second husband a son and 2 daughters, and I gave Prince Henry a bonny son, my lord, Jasmine defended herself. The men were startled, but then they laughed, and Colin Leslie said admiringly,
Why, Jemmy, she's as bold as our mother. Aye,
his uncle Adam said.
She's as bold as any Scots-born lassie, I'm thinking. You'll have strong bairns. But when?
The old Earl of Sheehan persisted.
You wed her several months ago, and if you're like the men in this family, you've bedded her regularly, cousin. Your seed should be well planted by now.
Would late winter be soon enough for you, you old trout? Jasmine asked him, laughing at the surprised look on their faces, her husband's in particular. Now get me down, Glenkirk. Your relations have seen me. Where the hell are the women in this family? His brothers began to laugh uproariously, and, their surprise easing, the other men joined in too. The Earl of Glenkirk lifted his wife gingerly from the table.
Why didn't you tell me?
He whispered to her, unable to keep the grin off his handsome face. I was going to tonight, when we were all tucked up in our marital bed, but when that old man started twitting me, now seemed as good a time as any. I wouldn't want it thought, James Leslie, that you weren't doing your duty by me.
A chair for the Countess,
the Earl of Sheehan called, and his demand was immediately met.
Sit down, me dear, he invited her. You're carrying a most precious burden, ye are. You must take a care of yourself, lassie, he cautioned Jasmine.
I've borne 4 children already, my lord, she reassured him.
Aye, but you're a wee bit longer in the tooth now, lassie, he said, concerned. Did you ever miscarry of a bairn?
My first, she told him. 'Twas the shock of my first husband's murder that did it. I was 14 at the time. I've had no difficulties since then, my lord, and this child is planted deeply and firmly. The old Earl smiled.
Aye, he's a Leslie, he said.
Now tell me, sir, Jasmine said, where are the women?
They will come tomorrow when you're rested,
Adam Leslie said.
All the aunts and your sisters-in-law are anxious to meet you, although when the word reaches them of how fair you are, they may change their minds, he teased her. My Fiona is quite the beauty.
And then he lowered his voice.
But I canna say the same for my brother's wives. Once they were pretty creatures, as the young always are, but they nae stood the test of time very well. But Jemmy's sisters are pretty lasses.
You are very wicked, aren't you? Jasmine said mischievously.
It comes from living with my Fiona all these years, he told her. When she and Jemmy's mother were young, they were rivals for a time, but they later became friends. Both were headstrong, difficult lasses, I fear. My Fiona has softened a bit, and I've grown wicked with age," he said, chuckling. "Are you wicked, Jasmine?"
"Sometimes," she said. "You must ask Jemmy. He will tell you, I'm certain. I think being wicked is far more fun than being good, Uncle Adam, don't you?" Her eyes twinkled.
"Aye,"
he agreed with her.
"I'm glad you have a bit of spunk, lassie. Jemmy's first wife was a sweet child, but about as exciting as a bowl of oat stirabout. You look like a lass with hot blood in her veins, and that's just the sort of wife he needs." "Are you flirting with my bride, uncle?" the Earl of Glenkirk said. "Nay, laddie," Adam Leslie declared. "'Tis she who's flirting with me, the pretty vixen. You're a lucky man, laddie."
"He's won my heart because he has Grandpapa's name," Jasmine replied to her husband. "You know my weakness for men named Adam."
"Perhaps we'll name our son Adam," James Leslie said.
"Nay," Jasmine said. "Our first son will be called Patrick, after that handsome devil over the fireplace. Our second son will be Adam, and the third James, my lord."
"God bless me,"
the old Earl of Shian chortled.
"The wench is ambitious in her desire to give a clan sons. I fully approve."
He stamped his gnarled cane upon the floor of the hall enthusiastically. And afterward, when the Leslie men had all departed, and they sat together at the high board, eating a simple repast of broiled trout and toasted cheese and apples, James Leslie said,
"You've made a grand impression upon my brothers, uncles and cousins, madame. As for the clansmen, they will be devoted to you forever for the way you accepted their rousing greeting, darling Jasmine."
I often watched my father reach out to his subjects when he would pass through their towns. They were so eager to touch the Mughal. It meant so much to them. Today, when your clansmen came to greet us and surrounded us with such a warm welcome, I did what my father did, reaching out to them as they did to us. I suddenly realized, Jemmy, that here in your highlands, you are very much like a little king to your people. Perhaps this is why the Scots have always had such difficulty serving a single king, when each chieftain is in reality a king himself within his own holding. It is a very heady experience." He nodded.
"How quick you are to understand us. But no country can survive amid its neighbours without a strong monarch."
He took her hand and began to nibble upon her fingers.
"We have not had a moment to talk," he said, "since you made your momentous announcement. We'd no sooner gotten rid of my relations when a Darley and Will Todd were calling us to the high board to eat."
He turned her hand over and kissed the inside of her blue-veined wrist.
"When do you plan to produce my son, madame?"
His look was intense. "'Twill be sometime in late winter," she said. "The very end of February or in early March. It happened that first night, when you returned from your silly little trip to Edinburgh." She caught his hand and began to suck upon his fingers.
"I don't want to harm the bairn," he said desperately.
"We don't have to worry about it yet, my lord," she told him. "I can yet ride both my stallions, the 2-footed and the 4-footed one." She caressed his face. "I've never wanted a man like this, Jemmy. I desire you always, and it took us so long to come from England. We haven't been in a proper bed in weeks. Are you not hungry for me, too?" Reaching out, he cupped her head in his hand, his mouth brushing suggestively against hers. He could see her nipples pushing against the silk of her shirt, and his lust rose up to almost choke him.
"Aye,"
he managed to grind out, aching to possess her. "I do not know where to go," she said intensely.
"I do,"
he groaned, pulling her up from her chair and practically dragging her through the great hall and its antechamber beyond. They reached the wide staircase, and, picking her up, he almost leapt the steps to the floor above, where the apartments of the Earl and Countess of Glenkirk were located. Kicking the door open, he strode in, still holding her in his arms. Then he set her gently down.
"Do not keep me waiting long, madame,"
he said intensely.
"Jesu,"
Fergus Moore whispered to a Darley.
"It was nae this way with Lady Isabel. I don't know if I can get used to all the burning looks between them and this intensity. Why, they can scarcely keep their hands off one another."
"Passion between a man and his wife is a good thing," Adali murmured reassuringly. "Have you never had such feelings for a woman?"
The Scotsman shook his head.
"Nay," he said, "but I'm thinking I might work up to them with Mistress Torramali. Sends a shiver down me back, she does," he admitted. "Do you think she likes me, Adali?" "I will ascertain if an advance on your part would be met with favour by Torramali,"
Adali told him diplomatically.
"Now you had best attend your impatient master, Fergus More."
Then he moved into his lady's bedchamber, where the twin maidservants were helping Jasmine to disrobe.
"We have a great deal of work to make the castle habitable again, my princess," he told her. "It has been virtually shut up for most of the years the Earl has been in England. Will Todd did his best, but there is a lot more for us to do."
"It isn't as bad as Jamal's place on my wedding night," Jasmine said, laughing. "I will never forget that. I gained great satisfaction from selling off those appalling women in his zenana." Naked, she stepped into the tub that had been prepared for her, quickly washing without the help of her servants.
"There is enough wood by the fire for tonight and for the morning," Adali said. "I have seen that wine was placed on the sideboard in the day-room, and there is a basin with a supply of love-cloths by your bed, my lady. Rohanna and Torramali have made it with our own linens and feather bed. You will be comfortable, and tomorrow we will make it even better. The rooms have a smell of mustiness about them, but it is not surprising considering the circumstances."
"It's a wonderful castle," Jasmine said softly. "We have finally come home, Adali. You knew it too, didn't you?" He nodded, smiling.
"Aye, I did, my princess. I would not have thought this pile of stones in the hills of Scotland would have felt like that to us, but it does."
Then his eyes twinkled, and he changed the subject completely.
"Would you object, my lady, if Torramali had a suitor? Fergus More has indicated he would be interested in paying her court, if she would have him do so, and with your permission."
"Torramali?" Jasmine asked her servant. "It is your decision." "The cheek of the man," Torramali, who was hot-tempered, began. "He's a lovely man," her sister Rohanna said. "You are very fortunate, and he's asked permission before approaching you. What delicacy of feelings, my sister." "He probably means you and can't tell us apart," Torramali said, grumbling as she dried her mistress off, but she was smiling. "If you think so, then let Adali have him approach the lady he would court," Jasmine suggested, as Rohanna lowered a nightgown over her head, and it slid down to cover her body. It was white silk, with a round neckline and long sleeves.
"An excellent suggestion," Adali said. "Come, ladies, let us take the tub from the room."
Together, the trio lugged the small oaken tub from Jasmine's bedchamber. When they had emptied it down a stone chute in the garderobe, they stored the tub away and returned to the day-room. Fergus More had just exited the Earl's bedchamber. He looked hopefully at Adali.
"Torramali wonders if you really know the difference between herself and her twin sister, Fergus More," Adali told him. "Do you? If you do, then you have her permission to court Torramali, she says."
The twins stood side by side, identical in features, but for one difference. Dark-haired and dark-eyed with golden skin, each possessed a flower-shaped birthmark at the corner of her eye. Torramali's was on the right, Rohanna's on the left. Without hesitation, Fergus More walked directly to the correct twin and stood before her.
"Of course I know which one you are, Mistress Torramali," he said quietly.
"Well," Torramali answered him pertly, "if you are clever enough to know the difference between Rohanna and me, I suppose we could keep company for a while, Fergus More."
"Come to the kitchen with me now, lassie," he invited, "and we'll have a cup of ale. Your sister can come too," he added as an afterthought.
"You go," Rohanna said. "I'm much too tired, but I thank you for the invitation, Fergus More." She yawned broadly. The two servants departed from the apartment, Adali remaining just a moment longer to snuff the candles and bank the fire. Rohanna found her way back to her bedchamber, which was located within the apartments, bidding Adali good night as she went. James Leslie had entered his wife's bedchamber by means of the connecting door between their rooms. Jasmine stood silently looking out of the windows across the moonlit hills. Hearing his entrance, she turned, smiling, and held out her arms to him. "My lord," she said softly, and enfolded him within her embrace. Wordless, he caressed her face as if for the very first time. His green-gold eyes adored her. Then his 2 hands tangled within her hair, and he kissed her deeply, his mouth warm and firm.
"I love you,"
he finally said.
"I have from the moment I first laid eyes upon you. I know I have said it before, but I shall say it to you for the rest of our lives, that you never think I might grow tired of you. I will always love you, darling Jasmine."
"Oh, Jemmy," she responded. "You fill me, heart and soul to overflowing with your love for me. I love you too. I would have to be the worst bitch created not to love and return the man who loves me so. But your love is so overwhelming that I wonder if I am worthy of it. How happy I am to carry a child created of such love." In response, he picked her up and laid her upon their bed, coming down next to her to cradle her in his arms.
"Thank you,"
he said simply, and then he kissed her again. His lips, tender at first, became more demanding as their passions rose. He loosened the ribbons on her gown, sliding his hand beneath the sensuous fabric to fondle her breasts. She moaned as his fingers brushed her sensitive nipples, and, laying her upon her back, lowered his head to suckle upon them. The touch of his lips upon her susceptible flesh was almost too much to bear. She shivered with pleasure as her nipples tingled almost painfully with the exacting pressure of his mouth drawing so strongly upon them. She caressed his dark hair, fingers twining about the thick tendrils, and here and there she saw a wisp of silver among the ebony. Closing her eyes, she sighed deeply when he removed himself from her breasts. His big hands drew her nightgown from her and stroked her still slim body. Bending, he kissed her belly, sending shivers of excitement down her spine. "I want to feel you against me," she said softly. In response, Jemmy pulled his own nightshirt off and drew her back into his arms so that their bodies touched, transferring the warmth between them. Jasmine reached out with her hand to stroke his manroot, petting him with a delicate touch. He was warm and firm beneath her hand. "Make love to me, my Jemmy," she purred at him.
"I don't want to hurt you,"
he fretted. In response, Jasmine slipped from his embrace and quickly mounted him, letting his solid length slide deeply into her. "We do not have to deny ourselves the pleasure of each other's bodies quite yet, Jemmy, my dearest lover. If we are careful, we may have several months of delight. I know what to do, and as I've had more experience in this than you must follow my lead. Rowan and I never denied ourselves when I carried his children." She rotated her hips gently into his groin, and he groaned with enjoyment. Reaching up with his hands, he fondled her breasts, watching her through half-closed eyes as she moved upon him. "Does this please you, my lord?" she teased him.
"Which?"
He squeezed the tender flesh of her bosom. She murmured. God's boots, she was going to peak. He would have no joy of his own, but then she felt his love juices burst forth within her, and she fell sobbing with relief upon his chest.
"Ah,"
he groaned.
"You are delicious, madame."
They lay entwined for a time, and then he pulled himself up, settling the pillows beneath him. Drawing her into his embrace between his legs, his hands reached out to cup her faintly rounded belly. The warmth of his hands was incredible. He was cradling their unborn child between his big hands. God, how safe she felt. How comforted the baby must be with his father's hands protecting him so tenderly. Jasmine fell asleep, enfolded by her husband's great love, and even more certain now than she'd been earlier in the day that she had at last come home. She would no longer have to run or be a wanderer upon the face of this earth. Glenkirk was home, for now, forever. Chapter 14. By mid-morning of the following day, the Earl of Glenkirk's family was pouring into the castle to meet Jasmine. His paternal uncles, James the Master of Hay, and his wife, Ailís, Adam and his wife, Fiona, Michael of Leslie Bray with his Isabel. The old Earl of Sheehan came with his women, and, of course, James Leslie's siblings. his sister Bess and her husband Henry Gordon, his two brothers, Colin, the Master of Greyhaven, with his wife Euphemia Hay, and Robert of Briarmere Moor, who was married to Euphemia's sister Flora. Jemmy's sister Amanda was married to the Earl of Shion's heir, and his sister Morag was the wife of young Malcolm Gordon. They surrounded the Earl of Glenkirk, hugging him and covering him with happy kisses. Finally, Fiona Leslie cried, "Enough, enough! We all know our Jimmy. We have come to see his bride. Come forward, Jasmine Leslie." And when Jasmine stood before her, she looked her over with a critical eye and then smiled broadly. "Welcome to Glenkirk, madame." Looking at her nephew, she said, "Your mother would be pleased, and your choice—"
"Fiona,"
her husband warned. Fiona Leslie glared at her husband. "I was only going to say Jimmy's choice appeared to be as fine a one as his mother made all those years ago." Then she smiled sweetly. There was relieved laughter. Fiona Leslie had been her sister-in-law's best friend when they'd grown up, although their earlier relationship had been a rocky one. She was an outspoken woman, and they all knew she'd thought Isabel Gordon a sweet ninny. But since the unfortunate girl's brother was married to Jemmy's sister, no criticism of her would be tolerated publicly. "I'm glad that I meet with your approval, madame," Jasmine replied, her eyes twinkling mischievously at Fiona, whom she immediately liked. Despite the difference in their ages, they were going to be friends. "You'd meet with Kat's approval, and that's more important. You're already breeding, I'm told," Fiona said. "Well, you have plenty of family about when the bairn is born. Is your mother back from England yet?" Jasmine shook her head. "Not yet. She stayed later this year because she thought Grandmama might be lonely now that my grandfather is gone. But I'm sure Grandmama wants nothing more than to send Mama back to Dunbrook as quickly as possible so she may have some peace." "Ah!" Fiona chuckled. "Your Grandmama sounds like a woman after my own heart. Your mother's a good woman, however, and means well." "Who is your mother?" Bess Gordon asked. "Why, 'tis the Countess of Brockcairn," Fiona said impatiently to her niece. "Do you know nothing, Bess?" "Well, Jemmy ha' been in England, and I didna know," Bess said spiritedly. She turned to Jasmine. "No one tells me anything." Adali and Will Todd were passing wine to the assembled guests. "I have not had time yet to staff the castle," Jasmine explained.
"Oh, I hope you'll bring it back to the way it was when Patrick and Kat and our parents held sway here, James Leslie," the Master of Hay said wistfully.
"Aye," Fiona enthused. "'Twas so grand then, Jasmine." She looked to her brothers-in-law, her nieces and her nephews. "You'll have to help Jasmine with all of this. She canna be overtaxed as she now carries the next Earl of Glenkirk within her belly." "I'm no weakling," Jasmine protested. "I have 4 children already, and they are quite strong and healthy." "Aye, you've 4 bairns, but not one of them is a Leslie of Glenkirk," Fiona said.
"Aunt, give over," Chemmy interposed. "My wife is not the family's broodmare. We're having a child, and, lass or laddie, it will be welcome to Glenkirk, but that is not why I married my darling Jasmine. I wed her because I love her, and I have for many years now. I'm grateful that she accepted me as her husband. Now let us all celebrate being together again," the Earl of Glenkirk concluded.
"Aye, aye," their guests chorused. Then suddenly there was an uproar toward the rear of the great hall. Turning to look, they saw 2 small boys engaged in a bout of fisticuffs, rolling about on the floor and howling wildly. "'Tis Connor," Morag Gordon said, aghast. "And Henry," Jasmine cried, looking to her husband. The Earl of Glenkirk stepped forward and forcibly separated his stepson and his nephew, a hand holding tightly to the collar of each boy, who squirmed and struggled in his grip.
"What is going on?"
Jemmy Leslie demanded of the 2 miscreants. "He said I were a savage and talked funny," Connor Gordon declared, glowering at his rival.
"You said I was a sissy," Henry Lindley defended himself. "I was escorting my sisters into the hall, Papa, when we were accosted by this boy. He insulted India and Fortune." "What exactly did he say, Henry, that you felt it necessary to give battle? By the way, this is my nephew, Connor Gordon."
"He said," Henry declared in a clear voice, "look at the wee sissy with the skinny, yellow-eyed wench and the carrot-topped lassie. So I hit the little snot-nosed savage. I'll not have my sisters maligned." He glared furiously at his antagonist, his turquoise eyes blazing.
"Connor,"
the Earl said.
"Do you know who I am?"
"Aye, my lord," the boy answered.
"This is my stepson, Henry Lindley, the Marquis of Wesley, and his sisters, Lady India and Lady Fortune. You will apologise to your new cousins for your bad manners."
He released his hold on the boy. Connor Gordon brushed his clothing off and bowed quite nicely. "I hope you will accept my apologies, Lady India and Lady Fortune. I have never seen a lass with yellow eyes before." "My eyes are golden like my father's," India said grandly. "And my hair is red gold, not carrot-coloured," Fortune piped up. Jemmy Leslie loosed his hold on Henry.
"Now, gentlemen, shake hands," he commanded the boys. "We are a family, and I will have no squabbling amongst us. Do you both understand?"
The two nodded, Connor holding out a somewhat grimy paw to Henry Lindley, who took it and shook it.
"I ha' a pony," Connor said. "Do you?"
"Aye," Henry answered suspiciously.
"Why?"
"We could ride together," Connor replied.
"How old are you?"
6.5, was the reply.
"Good night, shirt," Connor Gordon said.
"I'm 8, and you're every bit as big as me, you are, and you weren't afraid. You're nae a sissy at all, but a braw laddie despite your English." Henry Lindley looked up at his stepfather.
"What's braw?"
he said suspiciously.
"He's complimenting you, Henry. Braw means brave," the Earl said. "Girls wouldn't like that, lassie,"
the old Earl of Shion said, thumping his cane on the floor.
"English or nae, he's a fine laddie." "Run along and play, you two,"
Jemmy instructed the two boys. Then, taking India and Fortune by the hand, he led them over to meet his aunts and his sisters, all of whom made a great fuss over the little girls, admiring their beauty and their intelligence. "Mamma's going to have another baby," Fortune confided to Fiona. "I know," Fiona replied, smiling at the child. Fiona was childless among all the Leslie women, except for a bastard son born many years earlier, when she was wed to her first husband. The baby had been put out to fosterage immediately after his birth. He had lived to age 3, then died of a fever one winter. It had been a hard birth, and Fiona could not bear children ever again. Knowing it, Adam Leslie had still married her, for he loved her. "You ha' hair the colour of my great-grandmam," she told Fortune. "She was a very great lady." She playfully tweaked one of Fortune's curls. "Mamma says I'm a hoyden," Fortune replied. "So am I," Fiona told the little girl with a wink, and made an immediate friend. The meal was a simple one, for Jasmine had not yet had time to hire servants, and Will Todd, along with the Darley, had done the cooking.
"Dinna fear,"
Adam Leslie said.
"The word is already out that the Earl is back, and you'll have servants aplenty by week's end. Those that were here before, and are nae too old to work, will come, and those who are too old will send their kinfolk to obtain the positions."
His words were prophetic, and within a few days the castle was fully staffed once more. Will Todd remained to aid Adali for the present, helping him to choose the proper people.
"I'll stay the winter,"
Will Todd said.
"The castle is a snug place in the winter, but come the spring, I'll be off to my wee cottage with its pretty stream, and the salmon just asking to be caught."
He grinned at Adali.
"They already respect you, which is good considering you're a foreigner. You'll have nae trouble with them."
Within days, the castle was clean again, the floors swept, the rugs and the tapestries brought from storage to be laid upon the floor and hung upon the walls. The chimneys were cleaned and drew flawlessly. The windows were washed and sparkled in the beautiful autumn weather. The furniture lost its lackluster look and glowed with polishing. Silver appeared upon the sideboards. Scented potpourri filled beautiful porcelain bowls that Adali had found in a storage area in the west tower of the castle. Firewood was stacked by the fireplaces. Crystal decanters of wine sat upon the sideboards in all the rooms. Flowers, a mixture of domesticated and wild, were everywhere throughout the living areas of the castle. Even a schedule had been set for meals, which were now served on time each day. One of the last remaining monks from Glenkirk Abbey came to tutor the children. Once a well-known house of learning, the abbey had fallen upon hard times. The old faith was practised secretly or discreetly throughout Scotland. The Presbyterians and the Anglicans now held sway. Religious houses were barely tolerated, if at all. At Glenkirk, however, the Leslies, while members of the new religions, practised tolerance where the abbey and its inhabitants were concerned. The last abbot had been one of their cousins. Now but a scant dozen monks remained, the majority elderly, and 3 in their middle years. Once there had been a school at the abbey. It no longer existed for lack of students. The monks were pleased to send one of their own to teach the Earl's stepchildren. Jasmine, who had been educated by a priest, told Adali, "See that the abbey has sent a deer to hang in their larder, and since Will Todd enjoys his fishing, have him do some for the monks, and send bread when we bake at least once a week, and a wheel of cheese and a basket each of apples and pears." He nodded.
"Brother Duncan will be pleased."
The autumn deepened, and the trees began to turn on the bends, which Jasmine learned was the Scots for mountains. The red oaks mingled with the golden aspen and birch, and the deep green of the pines. Red whortleberry, hazel, bog myrtle, and holly with their rose, yellow, shiny green leaves and bright red berries brightened the woodlands. There was heather in bloom on the hillsides. The nights had become cool and crisp, and never had Jasmine seen such stars in the sky as she saw from the battlements of Glenkirk Castle. Her husband had not lied when he said that autumn was the most beautiful time of year in Scotland. Jasmine's mother and stepfather and half-brothers returned in mid-October from England. The Countess of Brockcairn brought rather disturbing news. The king, it seemed, had sent to the Earl and Countess of Glenkirk to invite them to his Christmas court. "I wasn't there when the messenger came," Velvet Gordon told her daughter. "We were over at Blackthorn Hall, saying goodbye to Deirdre and John."
"How strange," the Earl of Glenkirk remarked. "Jamie knew we intended returning north in late summer."
"Grandmamma will have taken care of it," Jasmine said confidently. And indeed, Skye O'Malley de Morisco, who'd hoped for a little peace and quiet now that she'd seen Jasmine safely remarried, and her youngest daughter and her family returned to Scotland, found herself in the midst of a situation worthy of her younger days. She'd sent the king's messenger back to Winchester, the royal autumn residence, with a note to the king, saying that her granddaughter and her husband had already returned to Scotland for the autumn and winter months. Her surprise was great, therefore, when, several weeks later, the most beautiful young man she had seen since her third husband, Geoffrey Southwood, appeared upon her doorstep and was ushered into her library, where she sat reading by her fire. She arose as he came forward. The young man bowed with great elegance, and once again she was reminded of Geoffrey.
"Viscount Villiers at your service, madame."
"So you are George Villiers," Skye said. "My granddaughter has nothing but kind things to say about you. Sit down. Will you have wine?" She was already pouring him a goblet of her best as she spoke. Handing it to him, she asked, "To what do I owe the honour of your visit, my lord? Surely you know that Jasmine and Jemmy are at Glenkirk."
"But why did they go when the king expressly forbade it until the matter of Lord Stokes's murder was cleared up?" George Villiers said. "The king is furious with them, and that wretched Piers St. Denis is egging His Majesty into issuing a warrant for the Earl and Countess of Glenkirk. The Queen has, so far, been able to prevent her husband from doing so. She sent me to you to learn if you know of any reason for the Leslies' disobedience, so she may defend them against the Marquis of Hartsfield's accusations. He says they have fled because they know that their guilt in Lord Stokes's murder will soon be discovered."
"When did the king order Jasmine and Jemmy to remain in England, my lord?" "They said nothing of it to me. James Leslie has always been a loyal adherent of the Stuarts. He would not flout the king's authority under any circumstances. It is not in his nature. Besides, I thought the king was convinced that neither Jasmine nor Jemmy had anything to do with that poor man's murder," Skye said.
"St. Denis convinced the king to send a messenger here to Queen's Malvern before your granddaughter's marriage, instructing Glenkirk and his bride to remain in England. St. Denis still believes he can still somehow revenge himself on them and obtain the custody of the little Duke of Lundy. The king cannot rid himself of St. Denis until a wife is found for him, and the queen cannot bring herself to give St. Denis some innocent young heiress because of his reputation for deviant passion. The queen, I believe, hopes St. Denis will just go away, but of course he will not. And the king is too kind-hearted to send him away because he fears he would hurt his friend, and he himself would look like an ingrate. So Pierce St. Denis remains at court, making difficulties for all, young Viscount Villiers concluded.
No messenger came to Queen's Malvern from the king, either before or after my granddaughter's marriage. In fact, it has been a most uneventful summer, with one exception. Jasmine is to have a child in late winter, Skye told George Villiers. If a messenger had come, the Leslies would have remained here, but none did, and they followed their plans to return to Scotland. George Villiers sipped at his wine thoughtfully, pulling himself back to the day that the Marquess of Hartsfield had convinced the king to keep the Earl and Countess of Glenkirk in England. He had offered to carry the king's missive to one of the royal messengers for dispatch himself, and had hurried off clutching the packet.
"But he didn't deliver it," the Viscount said aloud. He looked to Skye. "St. Denis offered to take the message to one of the royal messengers, madame. Obviously he did not do so, knowing that Jasmine and Jemmy would return north as they had planned. It was his idea to bring them back to court for the Christmas festivities in December, too. He has planned it all, the clever devil, and I underestimated him. I thought we had him beaten. What a fool I am, and Jasmine warned me too," Villiers cried despairingly.
"Not so much a fool, my lord," Skye soothed the young man. "You're not experienced enough in court intrigue to know that a desperate man will resort to rash measures to ensure his survival." She looked past him to the darkening sky beyond her windows. "It is too late for you to begin your return journey today, George Villiers. You will stay the night, and then tomorrow we will return to court, to explain to the king that his messenger never arrived. We will make no accusations, however, for we have no proof, but you will immediately, upon your return, seek out the head royal messenger, and learn if any of them have left the royal service since last June. If not, you will ask each messenger if he was entrusted with the royal missive. If you are right, then none will admit to it," Skye told him. "And then you have your proof of St. Denis' dishonesty and the vitriol he harbours toward my granddaughter."
"But what if a messenger has left the royal service since last June?" Villiers asked her.
"Then," said Skye, "we have no proof against St. Denis. We can plan no further until we know everything we need to know, dear boy, or St. Denis makes a foolish move." "Mad as hatter you are," Daisy Kelly told her mistress when informed that Skye would be leaving for Winchester in the morning. "Since the master has died, you've been your troublesome old self again, and we just ain't young enough any more for your wicked ruses." "Speak for yourself, you old fool," Skye snapped at her. "Do you think I can allow this St. Denis fellow to ruin my darling girl's life? Besides, you aren't coming to Winchester with me." "What?" Daisy squawked indignantly. "I'm taking Bramwell's daughter Nora with me. I need you to stay here and pack up what we'll need to spend the winter in Scotland," Skye said calmly. "Now, I won't need much for tomorrow. Just some travelling clothes and one decent gown for my audience with the king." For once in the over 60 years of their association, Daisy was rendered speechless. Muttering beneath her breath, she set about to do her mistress's bidding, thoroughly disapproving of it all. In the morning, as she bid Skye farewell, she asked, "When do we leave for the north?" Her tone was sharp, and her lips twitched with acute annoyance. "I'll want a full day's rest when I return," Skye told her. "But the day after that we'll go. We've never been to Scotland, Daisy," she cajoled her faithful servant. "You'll get to see Pansy and her family. Don't you want to see them?" "So me daughter all summer long," Daisy replied sourly. "I'll be back as quickly as possible," Skye told her, climbing into her big, comfortable travelling coach. "I don't doubt it," Daisy said. George Villiers was amazed that the coach was able to keep up with him on their journey south, and old Lady de Morisco was an intrepid traveller, it appeared. They travelled until dark. She ate a hearty meal, then returned to her bed, up and ready to go first light. They travelled directly from Queen's Malvern, which was located near Worcester, through Gloucester, Swindon and Andover, directly into Winchester. There had been no need to come near London at all. The King and Queen liked to hunt in the autumn in the nearby New Forest.
They'll not be in the town itself, Villiers told Skye, but in their hunting lodge outside of it. They enjoy the informality of it much better, but it's a bit hard on the courtiers who don't have houses here, or aren't able to rent houses. Many end up sleeping in barns and in haystacks, he chuckled, and washing in icy streams.
The price of following the court, Skye said dryly. Can you find this old lady a place to lay her head, my handsome lad?
Madame, you may have my cubicle in the Royal Lodge, he said gallantly. It's terribly tiny, but you will be able to change your garments and get a decent night's sleep.
If I were 20 years younger, my lad, you wouldn't have to give up your bed at all, just share it, she teased him.
It is the first time I have ever regretted my youth, he told her,
and Skye laughed aloud, delighted by his quick tongue and the charming compliment he had just paid her. You are more dangerous than Saint Denis, I think, she said. His dark eyes flashed a moment, then he said,
I think that you praise me too highly, madame.
Nay, Villiers, I think you are greatly underestimated, but they will learn it in time, Skye told him quietly with a small smile. What a charming rogue he was, she thought, and very ambitious, but there was no harm in ambition. She had had it herself in her youth, when life was so wonderfully intense, and she could scarcely wait for one day to end so another could begin. She wore black for her audience with the king. She was, after all, in mourning for her beloved Adam. Her dark hair with its 2 silver side wings was affixed in its familiar chignon. Give me a bit of colour for my cheeks, she asked Nora, the maidservant who had travelled with her. Let me do it, Nora said. You have beautiful skin for any woman, let alone an old woman, my lady. We want the merest touch of colour. Too much, and you lose the proper effect. She dabbed the colour on ever so slightly, smoothing it until Skye's cheeks showed just the faintest touch of rose. Perfect, she announced, and held up the small travelling glass for her mistress to see. Skye looked into the mirror. She was astounded. She did look frail. An elegant, fragile old woman stared back at her. Who is she? Skye wondered. I don't feel old in my head, just my joints. No wonder Bess never allowed mirrors about her in her later years. Still, she had lived longer than Elizabeth Tudor, and damn it, she did look better. The king stared at the woman before him. She was garbed in the height of fashion, and her jewellery was incredible to behold, especially the diamonds and pearls she wore. Blue eyes met his for just a fraction of a second before she curtsied, back straight as a poker, head lowered just the proper amount. Then she rose and awaited permission to speak.
Steenie tells me you treated him very well, madame, the king began. You pleaded with me to listen to you, and so I will. What excuse can the Leslies of Glenkirk possibly have for disobeying me, madame?
The king glared at the elegant old woman before him. Despite her age, she was still a great beauty, and he somehow thought it indecent that she should be.
Well, madame,
he barked. Viscount Villiers tells me that your Majesty sent a message to my granddaughter and her husband at Queen's Malvern, but no messenger at all arrived at my home during the summer. They departed for Glenkirk as they had planned in late August. Your Majesty knows that if James Leslie had received your instructions, I should not be here today to speak for him, or for my granddaughter, Skye said firmly.
Didn't they receive my message? Are you saying, madame, that no royal messenger arrived? Am I to understand that is the reason for this disobedience?
The king looked confused. No messenger arrived, Skye repeated.
This is very strange, the king puzzled. Perhaps Lady de Morisco was not aware of a messenger's arrival,
Pierce St. Denis said, confusing the king further. Skye's head swivelled just slightly, and she pierced the Marquis of Hartsfield with a strong look. I do not know you, sir, she said icily. But rest assured that nothing happens with regard to my household of which I am not fully aware. If I say no royal messenger arrived at Queen's Malvern, then no royal messenger arrived. To question me further on the matter would be to imply that I am lying. Is that what you are implying, sir? Her beautiful face was stony.
Madame, at your age,
he began, only to be cut off. My age? Sir, you do indeed presume, Skye told him. My age has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Who are you?
I am the Marquis of Hartsfield,
he told her, but she had already known it. And I, my lord, am the Dowager Countess of Lynmouth and Lundy, and the Dowager Duchess of Beaumont de Jasper. How dare you impugn my honour? Were we not in the royal presence, I should call you out myself. I am quite an excellent swordswoman, and I do believe it would give me great pleasure to slit your gullet, you arrogant puppy. I'm not surprised my granddaughter chose Glenkirk over you. It is the difference between water and rich wine. She turned to the king. My lord, you know that I have the utmost respect for your majesty, but must I remain here to be insulted by this person? It was a magnificent performance. The Queen caught Viscount Villiers' eye and saw that he was close to losing his vaunted composure. The Marquis of Hartsfield looked stunned by the attack he had just encountered at the skilled hands of Skye O'Malley de Morisco. The king, mindful of Lady de Morisco's age, was distressed that she should feel under attack in his presence, and when she swayed just slightly before him, or at least he thought she did, he cried out,
"A chair for Madame Skye,"
using the appellation he had heard her family use for her. A footman ran forward with a small chair, which he slipped behind her. Skye sank with apparent gratitude into the seat. "Thank you, your majesty," she murmured weakly, her hand upon her chest.
"Wine!"
shouted the king, and it was brought. She sipped slowly, smiling weakly at the monarch and nodding her thanks.
"My dear Madame Skye," the king began, "I dinna want you to feel that your family is threatened, for it is nae so. If you tell me that my messenger dinna arrive, then I accept your good word. For in all that I have heard about you, I have never heard it said that you were a liar. Indeed, 'tis said about you that if you give your word, it is your bond."
"Aye, your majesty," Skye said quietly. This was too damned easy. Bess Tudor would have never been gulled so easily, she thought, and yet James Stuart was a sweet man. Seated, she was better able to study Piers St. Denis. He was slowly recovering from the drubbing she'd just given him, and even now she could see him considering his next move. "If your majesty wishes, I will send to Glenkirk and the Leslies will return. But your majesty should know that my granddaughter is with child. James Leslie will at last have an heir again, after all these years. There, that would prevent St. Denis from demanding their return. The king was soft-hearted and would not endanger the Leslie infant.
"Na, na,"
James Stuart said, even as she had silently predicted.
"We cannot allow any harm to come to Jemmy's bairn, madame. I accept your word in the matter, and it is now closed."
"Thank you, your majesty," Skye said sweetly, pleased to see that the Marquis of Hartsfield had been neatly checked. She arose from her seat, handing her goblet to a page, curtsying once again to the king. "Your majesty will excuse me, I hope. I have travelled far and am quite tired. I must start back in the morning."
"Aye, Madame Skye, you have permission to retire. Go with our blessing, and when you write to your granddaughter, tell her we are very pleased to learn of her coming bairn. Steenie, escort the lady."
Viscount Villiers stepped forward and offered his arm to Skye. Accepting it, she moved with stately grace across the room to the door. There, however, the Marquis of Hartsfield stood, blocking their way. He glared at Skye, openly angry, and she laughed. "You have not the skill to play my game, my lord," she told him mockingly. "I learned from Bess Tudor herself."
"She is dead now,"
he said menacingly. "I am not," replied Skye boldly, and she passed from the room with George Villiers. When they were in the hallway beyond, Skye said to him, "I would not be surprised if Lord Stokes met his end at the hands of Piers St. Denis. He is dangerous and desperate enough."
"Do you truly think so, madame?
Of course. Why hadn't he thought of it himself? Saint Denis was the logical culprit, having the most to gain, or so he believed. I do. See if you can link him to the crime, and the king's troubles will be over, my ambitious young lord, Skye told him. The poor queen will not have to find him a bride, and the king can imprison him, and thereby be free of his irritating company.
But how? Villiers was thinking aloud. He has no friends.
There must be someone, Skye told him.
Only his half-brother, came the reply.
Can he be suborned, my little Viscount? They were now standing in an alcove. George Villiers shook his head.
I do not believe so.
There must be something this man wants that he does not have, Skye said. Every one of us has a weakness, my young friend.
What is yours? He asked her, smiling.
She chuckled. I am past temptation now, George Villiers. I have wealth, health, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. I look far better for my years than I ought to, or so my eldest daughter tells me, and she does not lie. The only thing I lack no one can give me. I want my Adam back. I have never missed anyone as I miss him. It seems as if he was always there in my life. But we are not conspiring here over me. It is Saint Denis we must bring down. Younger brothers always envy the elder, and this one, I expect, is no exception.
He is not the younger but the elder by a few hours, said the Viscount. He is the bastard, and Piers Saint Denis the legitimate heir. But he is loyal to a fault, and would not betray his brother.
What if he could be legitimised and made the Marquis in place of his brother, she suggested. He is human, this bastard, and while he may appear to have accepted his fate gracefully, I believe he would leap at the opportunity to change it, particularly if a lovely and wealthy young wife went along with it, Consider it, sir. Only an accident of birth has prevented this man from being the Marquis of Hartsfield. You think, in the dark of the night, he does not consider it?
You are diabolical, madame, George Villiers said admiringly.
I am a practical woman, dear boy, she told him. When I want something that is perhaps thought unattainable, I seek a way to get it. Get the Marquis's brother to tell you the truth of the matter regarding Lord Stokes, and you will have what you want. A clear field with the king, and a path strewn with riches and titles. Which is what you want.
Jasmine did tell you about me, he chuckled. Your advice is sound, Madame Skye, and I shall follow it to the letter.
I have no doubt that you will triumph, she told him.
Tell Jasmine I shall write to her, he said. I did promise.
It was the last she was to see of George Villiers for the time being. The following morning, Skye set off back to Queen's Malvern, where Daisy awaited her, still fuming 10 days after the fact about their trip. If the king accepts your excuse, then why are we going? She demanded of her mistress, having heard the tale of Skye's latest adventure. The king is not the problem, came the reply. It is the Marquis of Hartsfield that I fear. He is not ready to give up, and probably won't be until he is in hell. He appears to have given up any attempt to win Jasmine, but he wants the power that having the wardship of Charlie Boy would give him. He has already managed to remove one rival and escape justice. Now he will come after Jasmine and Jemmy, and I must warn them, Skye concluded as she climbed into bed. Why not just send a messenger, Daisy suggested. Just remember, my girl, that the king's messenger never arrived here, Skye told her. It is far easier to remove a messenger than it will be to remove me. No, tomorrow I rest, and the day after we go. If you want to remain behind, dearest Daisy, you may. I'll not force you to make a journey you do not want to make. Daisy sighed deeply. You'll not leave me behind, she said, resigned. Haven't I always been with you, my lady? But the truth of the matter is that I feel my age more than you do. We'll take Nora along also to give me a bit of a hand. What a fine idea, Skye said enthusiastically, not daring to tell her old servant that she had already told Nora that she would be travelling with them to help Daisy. Good, Daisy replied. Then it's settled. Now you get some rest, my lady. We'll be travelling hard, I suspect, for you'll not want to let that Marquis of Hartsfield get ahead of us, eh? Nothing felt better than one's own bed, Skye thought, as she snuggled down into her feather bed. "Aye," she agreed with Daisy. "I don't know what he plans next, but he is not beaten yet," she said. "He is up to some mischief. I can sense it in my bones." And, as always, Skye instincts were sharp. Pierce St. Denis knew that he was unwelcome at court now, yet he remained, for the king was not able to bring himself to dismiss him and send him home. The queen, supposedly in charge of finding him a suitable wife, dallied interminably over a possible selection of eligible women and girls, and Villiers, now elevated to the rank of Viscount, was unbearably obnoxious to him.
"You'd think he was a royal duke and not just a pimple on the king's arse," he groused to his half-brother. "Unless he makes a serious mistake, he will be a duke one day," Kip said thoughtfully.
While Villiers was indeed scornful of Pierce, he had been nothing but distantly polite to the Hartsfield bastard, as Kip was known about the court. In a strange way, Kip admired George Villiers. He allowed nothing to stand in his path, and his unflagging charm had won him many supporters among the powerful, unlike Pierce, whose arrogance far overrode his charm of late. Pierce hated to lose, and he played only to the king. Villiers was more clever, and played to the whole court, and it was certainly paying off for him. Kip wished his brother would be more like him. Of late, Pierce's hunger for revenge and for power was overwhelming his charm and his common sense. Kip had attempted to warn him.
"I need no advice from you on how to behave," Pierce snarled. "I have the means by which to win this game in my hands, even now. Pack our things. We are leaving for Scotland." "What have you got?"
Kip asked him, curious. Pierce St. Denis smiled cruelly, and, reaching into his doublet, offered his half-brother a rolled parchment.
"This," he said.
Kip unrolled the parchment and read it. He was astounded.
"How did you get the king to do this?" he asked. "The arrest warrant was already made out, but for the names, where the king had signed it. I stole it off his secretary's desk. I shall decide when we get to Scotland whether it shall be both Jasmine and her husband, or just James Leslie. I somehow fancy the lady becoming my possession, and my toy while she bargains for her husband's life," he said cruelly. "Then I shall see James Leslie hanged in the king's name, after which I shall marry his widow immediately, thereby gaining both her wealth and her children. It is a foolproof plan, Kip. The king's warrant will be accepted by the Scots, who have no real knowledge of what is happening here in England. Old King Fool may weep and protest after the fact, but there will be no denying his signature at the bottom of that warrant."
He laughed coldly.
"I said she was mine, and she is, even if I must wait a bit longer to attain the prize. And that old woman who is her grandmother will not stop me either." Pierce," his brother cautioned. "This is a very dangerous game you are attempting to play. The Leslies are not without influence in Scotland. You have already committed one murder. Do not, I beg you, attempt another. You will surely be caught." "I had to kill Stokes," St. Denis said. "You would not, you weakling. It was the first time in your life that you ever disobeyed me, but I have forgiven you, Kip. Because of your mother's peasant blood, you are not as strong as I am, and that you cannot help. I will not be caught, big brother. Remember, I never get caught. How many beatings did you take for my sins when we were growing up?" he laughed. "You cannot always be fortunate, Pierce," Kip warned him. "Why not?" the Marquis of Hartsfield demanded. "Perhaps I shall not marry her. Perhaps I shall have her hanged also, but after you and I have taken our pleasure of her and taught her the delights of pain. I can still control her wealth and her children. Mayhap I shall take her eldest daughter for a wife. Yes, we can raise a little bitch to suit ourselves, and she will complain at me that I killed her husband. 'Tis a much better plan, Kip, eh?" "I think it too dangerous,"
Kip replied bluntly, and he did. It was all becoming too dangerous, and Pierce had the look of a fanatic about him these days. Seducing high-born ladies and raping peasant girls was a lark, but when Pierce had suggested murder, it thought him simply struggling with the frustration of losing for the first time in his life. His brother enjoyed holding power over people, and hence his passion for whipping his conquests with a variety of implements until they begged and pleaded with him for mercy. That seemed to arouse Pierce far more than just a beautiful, exciting woman eager to share his passion. But murder? When it had first been brought up, he didn't believe Pierce would ever follow through with such a plan, and so, as he had always done, Kip followed along. Then Pierce had instructed him to kill Stokes, and he couldn't do it, but Pierce had, making him come along to witness the deed. He would never forget the surprised look in Richard Stokes's eyes when he realised he had been killed. Pierce had obviously enjoyed driving the slender dagger deep into his victim, twisting it slowly to inflict pain as well as death. Kip had turned away, vomiting into the underbrush with both shock and guilt. But Pierce had felt no guilt. He had removed a rival, and he was elated. Now his brother was contemplating another murder, nay, 2 murders. How could he betray him, although he knew he should go to the king and beg mercy for Pierce? He was obviously as mad as his mother had become after several years of marriage to their father. Pierce might mock Kip's mother, but it was she who had the major burden of raising her lover's 2 sons and caring for his delicate wife as she slipped in and out of reality until her death at the age of 30. Kip sighed. He would have to go to Scotland with Pierce. He knew what he was going to do. He would steal the royal warrant from his brother, so he could not use it to commit additional murders.
I should be the Marquis,
Kip considered, as he had often secretly and guiltily thought.
I'm far more responsible than my brother.
Then he sighed again. He must be loyal to Pierce. It had been their father's dying wish of him, and he had promised. Chapter 15. The de Morisco's travelling coach had rumbled into the courtyard of Glenkirk Castle in mid-afternoon on St. Andrew's Day, which was the last day of November. The sun was already setting in a blaze of glory over the western mountains. It had taken over 3 weeks from Queen's Malvern, and the weather had been foul most of the trip. Thistlewood, sitting up on his box, had never been happier in his life to see the end of a journey, especially knowing he wouldn't have to make the return trip until the late springtime or early summer. As Daisy so pithily remarked constantly on their journey, they wasn't getting any younger, any of them. Then she would look pointedly at Skye, who just ignored her, and determinedly encouraged them all onward. But they could all see that she was tired, nay, exhausted, Thistlewood the coachman amended.
Get the Earl,
he called down to a footman as he drew the horse to a halt, and in short order James Leslie exited his house. Recognising the coach, he hurried to its door and, pulling it open, was surprised to find Jasmine's grandmother dozing in a corner of the carriage.
Madame Skye?
He was astounded to see her. She opened her blue eyes, smiled and said,
"Thank goodness we're finally here, Jemmy."
"She's fair wore out," came Daisy's voice from the dim interior of the vehicle.
"Wouldn't travel at a reasonable pace. Nay, not her."
The Earl of Glenkirk reached into the coach and, wrapping his strong arms about Skye, lifted her out, calling to Daisy to follow along. Then he tenderly carried Jasmine's grandmother into the castle, directly up the staircase and into the great hall, where he set her down in a chair by one of the roaring fireplaces. She made absolutely no protest, which indicated to him her weakened condition. Going over to the sideboard, he poured her a full goblet of rich red wine and then pressed it into her hand.
"It's from Archambault," he said.
"Drink it down," he gently commanded her. Then, seeing a Darley, he said,
"Fetch your mistress immediately. Tell her that her grandmother has arrived."
He turned back to Skye, who was gratefully drinking down the wine. When she'd finished it, she looked at him and said,
"Whiskey would have been better. Don't tell me you don't have your own still about, for I'm certain you do, dear boy."
He laughed.
"You'll live,"
he said, but he was concerned by the faint purple shadows beneath her eyes. She had come with a purpose, and she had come quickly, for she had not sent ahead any warning of her arrival. It did not portend anything good, but he would wait for her to tell him, for when she regained her strength she would. He took her hand in his and kissed it.
"Jasmine will be so happy to see you."
Then he simply sat by her side, holding that elegant hand in his, willing the warmth back into her slender body, realizing that if he loved Jasmine, he loved this old woman as well, and her indomitable spirit, which he hoped would be passed on to his children.
"Grandmamma!"
She flew into the hall, hurrying to Sky's side.
"My darling girl," Sky said,
holding out her arms to Jasmine, who, kneeling next to her grandmother, was wrapped in her embrace.
"Why on earth have you made such a long journey in such chancy weather?" Jasmine asked her,
now sitting upon the floor by her grandmother's knee and looking up at her.
"Why didn't you tell us you were coming?"
"There was no time," Sky said. "I had to reach you before that scoundrel Saint Denis makes more mischief, darling girl."
"The Marquis of Hartsfield," Jasmine said. "What on earth has he to do with anything?"
"More wine?"
the Earl asked her. Sky looked at him quizzically.
"Whiskey,"
he said, smothering a laugh. She nodded, and when she'd drunk a bit of the amber liquid, she began her tale, even as Daisy and Nora were telling it to Adali. Adali listened to the two women. He was pleased to see that Madame Sky had added Nora to her personal staff to be of help to Daisy. The girl was the daughter of the Queen's Malvern housekeeper and major domo, the Bramwells. She was no slattern and could be trusted. They were going to need all the cool heads they could muster, Adali thought, until this business with the Marquis of Hartsfield was settled once and for all. Sky settled into Glenkirk Castle. Adali housed her in the West Tower apartments, which had once been used by the fabled Janet Leslie. It consisted of 3 floors. On the first was an anteroom and 2 small bedrooms which would house Daisy and Nora. On the second floor was a dining room with a pantry and a lovely day room that had once been used for preparing food for Milady Janet. On the top floor was a lovely, airy bedchamber and a garderobe. All the rooms but the garderobe had fireplaces. It took several days to make these rooms habitable again. The draperies and the bed hangings had to be found, brushed and hung. The dust sheets were removed from the lovely old oak furniture, which was then polished up. Wonderful oriental carpets were brought from the castle storerooms and laid upon the floors. They had belonged to the Lady Janet, and when she'd moved to her own newly built castle of Chillon, they had somehow been left behind. Sky's clothing was stored in the garderobe. Her feather bed, pillows, and personal linens were used to make the bed, and the remainder of the linens put in a cedar-lined oak trunk. Silver candlesticks and shining brass lamps were brought to illuminate the rooms. Wood was stacked by the fireplaces to be replenished each morning and afternoon. A crystal decanter of wine and one of whiskey, along with 4 silver goblets, appeared upon the sideboard in the day-room, along with a bowl of spicy potpourri.
"I'm amazed that she would leave Queen's Malvern,"
the Earl of Glenkirk said to his wife as they lay contentedly in their bed. Outside, the northwest winds howled, and an icy rain pelted against the windows.
"I am not,"
Jasmine said quietly, and snuggled against her husband's shoulder.
"She doesn't want to be at Queen's Malvern for the holidays this year, Jemmy. Can you understand that? And she would not go to any of my aunts or uncles, for they will make a long face of it and her heart will break all over again. I am the only one who wasn't there, and so she has come to me. I am glad. I've never had a baby without Grandmamma nearby to watch over me."
He put his hand upon her belly, feeling the child stir beneath his touch.
"It's a strong bairn, Jasmine."
"You're certain that it's a lad?" she teased him.
"Aye,"
he answered her with great certainty.
"So am I,"
she said softly, and she put her hand over his.
"Patrick, 6th Earl of Glenkirk. He will follow a proud tradition of Leslie's, Jemmy, won't he? And he'll be a grand man."
"Like our other lads,"
her husband answered her.
"With you for a mother, he cannot help it. Jasmine, my darling Jasmine."
And he kissed her tenderly. He could not make love to her now, for her condition prevented it, but he enjoyed stroking her and kissing her, as did she. Her breasts were large and decorated with slender blue veins now. He found it very exciting to think that those beautiful breasts would shortly nourish his bairn. A wet nurse had also been found for the coming child. The children had all settled well into Glenkirk, making friends easily with the castle and village children. India, who would be 8 in March, and Henry, who would be 7 in April, were, along with little Fortune, receiving lessons daily from Brother Duncan. Little Charles Frederick Stuart, at age 3.5, was considered too young, but he was intelligent, and Brother Duncan said that perhaps next autumn, after the bairn's 4th birthday, they might begin to teach him his letters. The little not-so-royal Stuart did not seem to mind waiting.
"He's all Stuart,"
the Earl said of his stepson and ward.
"Charm just like his father, and a smile that would break an angel's heart."
On the 12th of December, the Leslies celebrated Skye's 76th birthday, with a family gathering, now that Jasmine's grandmother was well rested and recovered from her long journey. This was the Leslies' first opportunity to meet Skye, and she was warmly welcomed amongst them and quickly liked. The pipes, which Skye had known in Ireland as a child, were the entertainment, along with the men of the clan, who danced for her, much to her delight.
"I do like a man with good legs," she remarked. "And you, Leslie, seem to be all well endowed with handsome limbs."
"And other parts,"
a female voice said pithily, to ensuing laughter from the women members of the clan. India Lindley, her dark ringlets shining, cast her golden eyes up at her great-grandmother and asked,
"Are you very old, Grandmam?"
Skye nodded.
"I am very old, India."
"Was Grandsire Adam very old too?"
"He was 84, India," Skye said softly. Damn, she missed him, she thought sadly.
"Will you live to be as old as Grandsire Adam, Grandmam?" India persisted. "I do not like that he has gone away from us."
"I do not like it either, India," Skye told the child. "And as for how long I shall live, that child is in God's hands."
"I hope God will let you live forever, Grandmam," India told her.
"Thank you, child, but I do not. One is born to die, India. It is our fate, and no one lives forever, nor would they want to. When I die, I shall be reunited with all those whom I have loved, and who have gone through that door we call death into the next life. I shall not be sad about it."
"I will," India said forlornly.
Skye laughed. "You will have your memories of me, child, and you will know, because I have told you so this night, that I am happy because I will be with my Adam again. But enough, India. This is a celebration of my birth, and I'm here with you to enjoy it. Fetch me another piece of that apple tart with cream."
"She is a grand old lassie,"
the elderly Earl of Sheehan remarked to his nephew of Glenkirk.
"Is she here to stay?"
"I don't know," James Leslie said. "For the winter and the spring, at least. And I'm certain, since she is here, Brockcairn will want her to visit them. She's never been to Scotland in all the years Velvet has been wed to Alex. They are coming for Christmas, if it does not snow too heavily. And Uncle Adam and Aunt Fiona are coming up from their house in Edinburgh. We will have a full house indeed." And on the 20th of December, the Gordons of Brockcairn arrived with 4 of their 5 sons. Sandy, the eldest, had remained at Dunbrock with his pregnant wife and her family. Jasmine's favourite half-brother, Charlie, now 20, lifted her up and gently swung her around, while the twins, Rob and Henry, age 18, and Nettie, now 15, cheered his efforts.
"Put me down this instant, you loon," she scolded him,
but Jasmine was laughing, even as she upbraided Charlie Gordon. He set her gently upon her feet.
"You're as big as a year-old heifer," he teased her. "How's my namesake?"
"He's named for Prince Charles, too," Jasmine reminded her sibling. Then she drew forth the little Duke of Lundy, who was peeping from behind her skirts at these 4 big fellows his mamma said were his uncles. "Say hello to your Uncle Charlie, Charlie boy," she encouraged him.
"Charlie is my name,"
the Duke of Lundy said truculently, looking up at the laughing man.
"It was my name first,"
Charlie Gordon replied, swooping the youngster up in his arms and tickling him.
"Shall we share it?"
"I got's an Uncle Charles," the little boy persisted, giggling.
"Aye, laddie, you too. Royal Charles, who will some day be our king, God bless him. But I'm nae Charles. Like you, I'm just plain Charlie, and I'm happy to share my name with you, laddie."
Charlie Gordon concluded, his eyes twinkling at his little nephew.
"I'm nae plain," Charlie boy responded. "I'm a duke."
"What's that?" his uncle asked mischievously.
The child shook his head. "I dunna know," he said to the laughter of his family.
"Ah, well then," his uncle told him. "There is plenty of time for you to learn all about being a duke, laddie. For now, I think you would far enjoy just being a wee lad, eh? Are you a puppy?"
Charlie boy shook his head again. "Nay," he said. "We all share Mamma's feathers, but she's a silly old thing." Charlie turned to his youngest brother.
"Neddy, where's the gift we brought for our wee nephew?"
Reaching into his doublet, Neddy Gordon drew forth a small black and gold puppy, handing it to his elder sibling.
"'Tis for you, Charlie boy,"
Charlie Gordon said, handing the puppy over to the wide-eyed child.
"'Tis a Gordon setter, and will be a good hunting dog when it is grown."
And when his nephew had taken the puppy gently into his arms, his uncle set him down on the floor again with his prize.
Turning to his brother, he said, "Neddy,"
and a second puppy was drawn forth from the younger Gordon's doublet and handed to Henry Lindley, who had been looking slightly crestfallen at his little brother's good fortune.
"We'd no forget you, Henry," Charlie said to his now delighted older nephew.
"What about us?" Fortune demanded boldly. Robert and Henry Gordon brought forth puppies from their doublets and handed them over to their very pleased nieces.
"That's the whole litter,"
Charlie Gordon told his half-sister. She sighed.
"'Twas kind of you,"
she said, weakly watching as India squealed when her puppy peed on her bodice, and her own spaniel, Feathers, growled menacingly from behind her skirts at these unruly intruders onto her territory, and the three older puppies, hastily placed upon the floor, chased after her two elderly cats, Fufu and Jin, who, with amazing agility, leapt atop the sideboard, hissing, while her beautiful blue and gold parrot, Hiraman, screeched wildly, "Robbers! Robbers!" while flapping upon his perch by the fireplace. The children, of course, giggled and ran after their puppies, gleefully tumbling over one another, while the adults began to laugh.
"'Tis certainly a well-ordered household," Velvet Gordon teased her daughter.
"'Twas your sons who brought chaos into it," Jasmine said spiritedly. "'Twas all calm until you came, Mamma."
"What's for dinner?"
her stepfather, the Earl of Brockcairn, asked, grinning.
"'Twas a damned long cold ride over from Dunbrook. There's a good storm coming in another day or two. I can feel it in the air. We're in for a wicked hard winter." "I hope Uncle Adam and Aunt Fiona get here safely before the storm breaks,"
James Leslie said. "I wanted Mamma to come over to Dunbrook and stay with us," Velvet said. "Alec and I have been married for over a quarter of a century, and you've never seen my home, Mamma."
"In the spring," Skye promised. "I've done all the travelling about I intend to do for a while."
"Thank God for that," Daisy muttered gratefully from her seat by her mistress.
"Why, Daisy," Velvet teased her mother's companion. "You haven't had so much fun in years now, admit it. Your life was in a rut."
"I like me rut very well, Mistress Velvet," Daisy responded.
"Well, you're out of it now," Skye said. "And I vow you're looking younger than you have in 20 years.
On the 22nd of December, Adam and Fiona Leslie arrived from Edinburgh in the grey late morning. By noon the snow had begun to fall, and by dusk it was piling up upon the hillsides, in the forest and upon the battlements and window-sills of the castle. Outside there was not a sound to be heard as the snow fell softly, showing absolutely no signs of letting up. In the hall that night, Adam Leslie delivered some rather unsettling news to his nephew.
"Before we left, I met Gordy McFay in the High Street. He told me that he had heard there was an Englishman nosing about the city seeking you out. So the fellow claimed to ha' an arrest warrant for you, signed by the king himself, Gordy said."
"Saint Denis!" Jasmine cried, turning pale.
"Did McFay see this Englishman, learn his name, or even see the alleged warrant?"
the Earl of Glenkirk asked his uncle. Adam shook his head.
"Nay," I asked.
"It is Saint Denis," Jasmine repeated. "What is the matter with him that he will not give up his futile pursuit? And did the king not give us his word, and to Grandmamma too, that we were free of the Marquis of Hartsfield and his machinations? How can Piers Saint Denis have an arrest warrant for you, Jemmy? How?"
"It is a forgery, darling Jasmine," he reassured her.
"How do you know that?" she demanded of him. The king, it would appear, blows this way and that where St. Denis is concerned.
We are safe here at Glenkirk, the Earl told his wife.
How can you be certain? Jasmine cried, fearfully, her hands going to her belly as if to protect her child.
Lassie, lassie,
Adam said, kneeling by her side.
Jemmy is telling you the truth. The winter have begun, and nae man can travel within these highlands until the spring. The snows are already begun to clog what few roads we ha. Fiona and I were fortunate to get here at all, and will nae be going home to Edinburgh until the spring comes, and the roads are open again. If this Englishman didna leave Edinburgh and arrive here before we did, then he is nae getting here until the spring. And if he got here, what could he do? This is Leslie and Gordon territory. Do you think we would allow him to harm the Earl of Glenkirk or his family? I dinna hear this fellow ha an army with him. He is alone. We ha 2 clans worth of lads ready to defend your man. Dinna fear, lassie. You and yours are safe at Glenkirk.
I will not run, Jasmine said fiercely. Not this time.
You dinna ha to run, lassie,
Adam said quietly.
We Leslie's holds what is our own, and we will not allow our Earl to be taken unfairly.
The snow finally stopped falling on Christmas Eve, and they attended midnight services in the castle chapel. The Anglican Mass was said by Ian Leslie, a middle-aged cousin who had been given his living by the Earl. The Anglicans had made a small inroad in Scotland, despite the Presbyterians and the Covenanters. The Earl of Glenkirk would not have ministers of either of those factions in his house, for he held them responsible for the murder of his first wife and sons. The great hall was hung with holly and other greens. A huge Yule log was dragged in, the children all accompanying it, followed by their yapping puppies. There was hot cider and mulled wine to drink, and a roast boar with an apple in its mouth that arrived upon an enormous silver salver carried by 6 clansmen. The children were given little bags of sugared sweets and raisins for a treat. They played games such as hide-and-seek and find the slipper, while their elders sat back, well filled with bread and meat and cheese and wine. The piper came into the hall that night and was given the gift of a silver piece after he had played for them. The men had, as they had on Skye's birthday feast, danced, their Leslie and Gordon kilts swaying in time with the music, their handsome faces flushed with whiskey and high spirits. On January 1, the family exchanged gifts. The children all received ponies, which the Earl informed them they would have to personally care for, even little Charlie boy. Henry Lindley was told that he would have to help his brother until the Duke of Lundy got a little bigger.
When you own something,
the Earl of Glenkirk told his 4 stepchildren,
you have a responsibility for it. It will be the same with your estates and with your families. You will be responsible for its lands and its people, your people. And you lassies, when you are wed one day, you will have the responsibility for your household and its servants. You will have to see to their health and their well-being. It will be easier for you when that time comes, if you begin with the small responsibility of a pony now. He is a good father, the Earl of Brockhairn remarked to his wife about their son-in-law. And our grandchildren will be the better for it, I dinna doubt. You canna let the bairns run wild.
James Leslie had a special gift for his wife. He gave her the deed to Achul, a small lodge in the hills above Loch Shian, which had belonged to his mother.
It isn't much, not like Maguire's Ford with its little castle and lands. It's just a wee stone house on a hill. We'll go there in the spring so you can see it, and after that it is your private place for when you seek to be alone.
Wasn't that once Gordon land? Velvet said to her husband.
Jemmy's great-grandmother was a Gordon, he remarked. She left it to Cat. When the marriage was arranged between her and Jemmy's father, Cat's father included Achul in his daughter's dowry. Cat refused to wed her intended until he returned Achul legally to her sole possession, which I am told he did on the very day that Jemmy was born. He knows the story better than I thought, the Earl of Brockhairn told his wife.
On 12th night, Skye kept to her apartment in the west tower of the castle. She could not face the celebration, but she did not want to spoil it for the children. Her daughter and granddaughter joined her in the afternoon, and together they wept for Adam de Morisco, gone from them a full year now. When Willow's father died, Skye told them, I thought I would die too, but for Willow's sake I had to be brave. When Geoffrey Southwood died, I mourned him and our son John, almost to my own death. It was Adam who pulled me back. Then I lost Niall Burke, but by that time I'd become hardened to death. And there was Adam once more. I swore I would not marry again. I had buried 5 husbands by then. He insisted that that was because he was the only husband for me. He promised me he would live forever by my side, that he would not leave me as the others had done. She sighed deeply. But we don't live forever, my darling girls, do we? And I had over 40 years with that wonderful man. Now all that is left for me is to await death. Mamma, do not say such a thing, Velvet implored her mother. If you are yet here, Grandmamma, Jasmine said quietly, perhaps it is because God still has things for you to do. Have you not always scolded me about fighting my fate? Do not fight yours, whatever it is. A small smile touched Skye's lips. How clever of you, Jasmine, to use my own logic against me, she told her granddaughter. Never against you, Grandmamma, Jasmine replied. I need you. She took her grandmother's hand and placed it upon her distended belly. And Patrick Leslie needs you, and the babies that will come after him. I can't have babies without you by my side, Grandmamma. Do not return to Queen's Malvern, except in the summers when Mamma and I will go. Stay here in Scotland at Glenkirk with me. Glenkirk is your home, Jasmine, Skye told her. Queen's Malvern is mine. I will return to it in the spring, and I will not leave it once I am safely home again. I will die there as my Adam did, and you will bury me next to him on that hillside. Velvet began to weep piteously. Do not talk so, Mamma. Skye shook her head irritably, her eyes meeting those of her granddaughter. Jasmine understood her, and would one day see that her wishes were carried out. Poor Velvet. There had been but one adventure in her life. How could she possibly understand? And yet from that adventure had come this magnificent granddaughter. Reaching out, she took Jasmine's hand in hers and squeezed it. Jasmine smiled back. A few days after Twelfth Night, there was a brief thaw, and the Gordons of Brockhairn took the opportunity to make their way the few miles separating Glenkirk from Dunbrock. I doubt I'll be able to come back until spring, Velvet told her daughter. You don't need me to have babies, Jasmine. You seem to do quite well all by yourself, and besides, Mamma is here with you. She was snuggled down between several fox and wolf pelts within the heavy sledge that had brought them across the hills in time for Christmas. 3 of Jasmine's half-brothers were settled about their mother, and Charlie was up on the bench seat with his father to help with the driving. I will try and send word of some kind, James Leslie told his in-laws. I'll light a fire on the Beacon Hill for you to see when Jasmine has delivered the bairn. If it burns 2 nights running, then you will know it is a lad. 1 night for a lass. It's a laddie, Jasmine said stubbornly. Now only Adam and Fiona Leslie remained at Glenkirk with them, and Jasmine was glad for the company of Jemmy's aunt, who was set in years between Jasmine and Skye. She was a clever, wickedly funny woman, and through her Jasmine learned all about her husband's mother. She was sorry that she could not know Kat. She would like you even if you are the exact opposite of the wife she picked for Jemmy. She did her best, though, aligning him to the more powerful branch of the Gordon clan. Isabel, however, had all the common sense of a peahen, Fiona declared bluntly. Only a fool would have gone to St. Margaret's convent that day. The Covenanters had been swaggering all about the area, rooting out the poor hapless priests of the old kirk and their adherents. It was a particularly vicious band that had already committed several atrocities in the name of God, crucifying priests upside down, looting and burning. Jemmy told her nae to go, but she insisted, saying that the nuns had finished some linens for her, and she must have them. So she went, taking her laddies with her, and you know the rest. Fiona crossed herself. God have mercy on their good souls, she said. And they never found them, Skye asked. Fiona shook her head.
By the time the mischief was done, they were long gone back to whatever hellhole they'd climbed out from, she said. I do not understand this business of people believing one religion is superior to another, but then I was raised in my father's court, and he was a very open-minded man, Jasmine told Fiona. The winter deepened and reached its midpoint. The snows were piled high, blocking all travel. Some nights they could hear the wolves howling high upon the bens. Only the gentle lengthening of the days indicated that the winter would eventually leave the land. January passed, then February. The life they led was peaceful and ordinary. Jasmine oversaw the household with Adali's help. The children took their lessons with Brother Duncan in the mornings and early afternoons and played with their puppies, who were growing by leaps and bounds in the later afternoon. They rode their ponies about the courtyard of the castle, which was kept shuffled, and Jasmine could not ever remember seeing her children so happy. At last they had a normal life, and James Leslie was responsible for it. In mid-morning of the 5th day of March, Jasmine told her grandmother and Fiona that she might be going into labour. By late afternoon, she was absolutely certain she was in labour. The birthing table was brought from the castle attics and set up in the day room of the Glenkirk's apartments. Rohana, Toramali, Adali, and the 2 older women stood in attendance. What can I do?
The Earl asked of his wife, kissing her moist brow.
I know how hard birthing can be. I well remember Isabel's travails when she bore Jamie and George.
It was the first time Jasmine could ever remember hearing him speak of his dead sons by name.
You and Uncle Adam keep the children amused, she told him, drawing his head to hers and kissing him lightly. I have shamefully easy births when compared to most women, or so Grandmamma says. 'Tis true but for Fortune, who decided to be born wrong way around. We were in Ireland, as you know, Jemmy, and had not my late sister Eileen come from her convent and turned the babe about, it would have been an even worse situation. Both Jasmine and the baby might have died. Of course, Fortune was born a healthy infant, thank God. This child is positioned quite properly, Skye quickly reassured him. And will be born before much longer, Jasmine assured her husband with a grin. Then she winced as a pain swept over her. The little devil is anxious enough, my lord. Another determined Leslie for the world to contend with, I'll vow.
Patrick Leslie, destined to be the 6th Earl of Glenkirk, was born 3 minutes after midnight on the 6th of March. He was his father's image, with a head full of dark hair and eyes that, while a baby blue, already showed signs of darkening to green gold in future. Cleaned and swaddled, he was put to his mother's breast and suckled strongly from the start, causing his mother to declare him a little beast of a bairn. When she said it, the infant stopped sucking for a moment and regarded his maternal parent with strangely intelligent eyes for a long minute, then turned back to the nourishing nipple.
God's nightshirt,
Jasmine said softly.
Her husband chuckled. Isn't Leslie all right? He reminded me of my father just then, the little devil.
Strange, Jasmine replied. He reminded me of mine. Since the new heir to Glenkirk was to be named Patrick, he was baptised on the 17th day of March, the feast of St. Patrick. Jasmine asked Skye to stand as Patrick's godmother, and young Henry Lindley would be his half-brother's godfather. The baby shrieked properly as the water was poured gently over his head, indicating to all that the devil had flown out of him. By mid-April, young Patrick was in the care of his wet nurse, chosen by Adali, as all Jasmine's wet nurses had been. Adali seemed to know everything that went on around them wherever they went. When Jasmine teased him about it, he smiled.
If I am to protect you and yours, I must know everything, he told her. Mary Todd is Will's niece by marriage. Her husband died soon after her child was born. Will brought her to Glenkirk to look after himself. I knew her child would be weaned by the time your new babe was born. Her milk is rich and plentiful. She's a good, healthy girl, and is content to reside here in the castle until your Lord Patrick is himself weaned from your breast. And you, my princess, do not have to be separated from your son. A most perfect arrangement, eh?
You are too, Adali, Jasmine said, laughing. I could not do without you, my old friend.
I pray God, my princess, that you will never have to, he replied seriously.
By mid-April, the snows were melting off the bens, and Adam and Fiona decided to return to Edinburgh.
Find out if Piers St. Denis is still lurking about, Jasmine said. If it was St. Denis, James Leslie murmured.
You know it was, Jasmine said angrily. Then she said, I am sending a Glenkirk man with you, Uncle Adam. He carries a letter to my friend, George Villiers, who is at court. Steenie will know what is going on if no one else does. See he gets safely out of Edinburgh and on the road to England.
Adam Leslie nodded. I will, lassie. Best we all be reassured should we have to defend ourselves from this Englishman.
Spring began to evince itself on the hillsides, which were now green with new growth. The roads were open, and Skye began to consider a visit to Dunbroch to see her daughter Velvet.
I will remain with Velvet a few weeks, she announced to them, and then we can all travel south to Queen's Malvern for your English summer. It will be good to get home again.
She was, Jasmine considered, finally recovered from the shock of Adam de Morisco's death.
Skye would mourn him for the rest of her life, her granddaughter knew, but the worst was over now, and she would finally get on with the business of living once again, Jasmine thought. It was a relief, for now she could get on with her life too. She did not know if she would always make the summer trip south into England, because Glenkirk had gained a serious hold on her heart. But while Skye lived, Jasmine knew she would go. But before Skye's servants could even pack her trunks for a departure from Glenkirk, a messenger arrived from Adam Leslie in Edinburgh. Piers St. Denis, the Marquis of Hartsfield, was indeed in the city, and Adam himself had seen the royal warrant he possessed with the king's signature, calling for the arrest of the Earl and Countess of Glenkirk on a charge of treason. Treason? James Leslie was astounded. What treason? The warrant don't say, the messenger said. But Master Adam says this Englishman is coming north to Glenkirk, and he's got a troop of men in his pay with him. It's a fraudulent warrant, the Earl said. But we'll have to run until we can get it straightened out. That's what Master Adam suggests, the messenger said. He told me to tell her ladyship that her messenger got off safely to England and is already across the border, well on his way south. I will not run, Jasmine told her husband. Not this time. The hell you won't, he answered. Do you realise the danger we're in, Jasmine? St. Denis is a madman, but he's somehow got the king's signature on that damned document, or forged the king's signature. It doesn't matter. He appears to have the law on his side for now. I don't intend to wait here at Glenkirk for him to come and get us. This castle is strong enough to withstand a siege, she said. Aye, if we could get the drawbridge up, he told her. It's been down for so many years now, I doubt the mechanism works anymore. Besides, even if we hold up in the castle, it's the wrong time of year for a siege. There are no crops in yet to feed us. We're practically out of our winter stores. And what of my people? I don't intend leaving them vulnerable to St. Denis and his mercenaries. Mercenaries in a temper could destroy the fields and slaughter my cattle and sheep. I won't have it. There is no other choice open to us but to run. We can't leave the children, she protested. And we can't take them on the run, especially the baby. Do you think St. Denis will not use them against us? I know he will. Only the Glenkirk heir and your not-so-royal Stuart are of any real value to him, Skye spoke up. Secret them at the Abbey with Mary Todd and Adali. Your little Lindleys can come with me to Dunbroch. They will be safe there with their grandparents. This will leave you and Jemmy free to play hide-and-seek with St. Denis. He's at a great disadvantage here in your Highlands. Aye, the Earl said. He could bring an army and still never find us. My family is large and we can visit with each one of them. St. Denis doesn't know who is who, and there are none who will tell him once we get the word out that he is an enemy. But won't his mercenaries pillage and burn if we are not found? Jasmine worried. The Earl of Glenkirk shook his head. It's very unlikely, darling Jasmine, he reassured her. While he is free to look for us and even free to take us into custody should he find us, James Leslie told his wife. If he attempts to ravage the land in a temper or allows his men to thieve from our people, he is quite apt to find himself in serious difficulties. Besides, he isn't here for spoils.
He's come for us. Horses stolen, throats cut in the darkness of night, no food available. Even with his little band of men to back up his perfidy, we can exercise some control over him, sweetheart.
I'll go south into England with Velvet and her family when they make their annual pilgrimage, Skye told them. The Lindleys must spend the summer in their father's house, and all must appear as if 'tis normal. Tell my brother Charlie I want him with the children when they are at Cadby. They must not be unprotected, Jasmine said. Skye cast an indignant look. Indeed, she said. Oh, Grandmama, I am sorry, Jasmine cried. Of course you wouldn't leave the children unprotected. I have played this little game many times before you, darling girl, her grandmother said. You must remember one thing, however. At no time can you allow yourself to be afraid. Saint Denis is playing at a great and dangerous deception in his forlorn effort to gain power and wealth. His chicanery is doomed to failure, for the king has no part in it, and the king is all-powerful. Saint Denis will be exposed for the dishonest and dangerous trickster he is. The children will be safe. Glenkirk Abbey is in an even remoter area than this castle. No one will think to look for Charlie Boy and little Patrick there, even if they learn of the Abbey. Henry, India and Fortune will be safe with me. Even if Saint Denis learns where they are, what can he do? He has no rights over your children, Skye said. And to keep his mind off your children, it will be up to you two to play cat and mouse with the villain. At no time should you appear to be hiding from him. You will be here, then there, and gone again by the time he reaches where he thinks you are. It should really be quite amusing, darling girl. From all previous indications, the Marquis of Hartsfield is not a very patient man, nor a good loser. When a man is angry, he makes mistakes, forgets to be clever and careful. You, however, will be clever and careful. Your only obligation is to each other and your safety. And, most important of all, do not believe any rumours bruited about Jasmine. Saint Denis will eventually attempt to frighten you by claiming to have your children in custody. Do not believe him, darling girl. It will be a lie, like all the other lies he is told and is telling. Unless you hear from me to the contrary, your children are safe, whatever the circumstances otherwise that you may believe, or that may be presented to you as fact. Do you understand me? Jasmine nodded. Yes, Grandmama. Very good, Skye said. Her mind was racing. She could feel the blood surging through her veins. It was just like the old days. I knows that look, Daisy whispered to Nora. We're in for a time of it, I can tell you, girl. I've been by her side almost my whole life, and that look bodes no good, I can promise you. What does it mean? Nora whispered back. That look of hers. It means she's ready to do battle, and she don't go into battle to lose, I can tell you. But we're going back to England, Nora said. Ah, Daisy said. But before we gets there, girl, that's what I'm worried about, before we gets there. What are you two mumbling about? Skye snapped. I was just telling Nora it seemed like the old days, Daisy said. Aye, doesn't it? Skye O'Malley de Morisco said, and she smiled mischievously. Chapter 16. Adali watched from the battlements of Glenkirk Castle as Piers Saint Denis, the Marquis of Hartsfield, his brother Kip by his side, and a party of 20 men made their way down the hill road that led to the castle. Other than Saint Denis and his brother, the riders were poorly equipped and poorly mounted. Dregs from the alleys of Edinburgh, Adali thought scornfully. They had been bought with the promise of whisky and coin, and could be subverted by anyone with more whisky and more silver. Nonetheless, Saint Denis was a dangerous man, and Adali would not underestimate him. As the first clop-clop of horses' hooves hit the solid oak of the drawbridge, Adali hurried from the castle's heights, so he might be in the courtyard to greet their visitors. Piers Saint Denis' bright blue eyes missed nothing as they entered Glenkirk. The castle was old but in excellent condition. The men on the battlements were alert and appeared hardened. This Leslie Earl obviously had plenty of gold and silver of his own. The Marquis let his mind wander for a moment to the possibility of controlling two fortunes, Jasmine's and her husband's. And Rowan Lindley had not been impoverished either. 3 fortunes. And if some of the children did not reach adulthood, well, could those fortunes not be his? And whatever happened, the king would surely forgive him. After all, despite the Queen and that arrogant snake Villiers, Pierre Saint Denis could still command a place by the king's side. James Stuart loved him. Despite his apparent indifference and apathy toward the Marquis of Hartsfield of late, the king still had an affection for him. He would be forgiven whatever he did, despite what Kip said to the contrary. Of late, he had begun to mistrust his brother's loyalty to him. Kip had developed a rather unpleasant habit of questioning his every move and attempting to anticipate him. He hadn't liked the men Pierce had recruited in Edinburgh, claiming they were too rough and would run at the first sign of danger. He had even disputed his brothers giving these alley rats part of their pay in advance. But the Marquis knew he could never have gotten his little band put together without a show of coin.
"Honest men would trust you," Kip said. "I don't want honest men,"
Pierce responded.
"Honest men have a conscience. I want none of that. These creatures will obey me for no other reason than to obtain the rest of their silver." "They could as easily slit your throat for it one night,"
Kip remarked dryly.
"You've wasted your money, Pierce. All we had to do was remain in Edinburgh and command the Earl of Glenkirk to come to you in the King's name. If he didn't, the Scots government would have then sent out their own men to capture him. They would have known how to handle the situation. You have marched into James Leslie's own territory with 20 men of dubious report, and you believe you can take him. The local authorities would have acted had you but shown them the King's signature on your warrant." "I could not take the chance that someone here would see that signature,"
the Marquis of Hartsfield told his brother.
"What if someone knows the King's hand, Kip?"
Kip Saint Denis was shocked by his half-brother's words.
"You told me the King signed that warrant, but just left out the names," he said. "Are you now saying the King didn't sign the warrant?" "I asked him to, but he never seemed to have the time," came the startling answer. "I know his hand well enough, and so I signed it for him, smudging it slightly. Then I took his seal and stamped partly over it in the sealing wax."
Pierre Saint Denis laughed, almost childishly.
"Do you think he will be angry at me, Kip? Old King Fool always forgives me when I'm naughty. He likes me to be naughty, so he can correct me with his wisdom."
The impact of what his half-brother had done slammed into Kip Saint Denis with an almost physical force. He had forged the King's name to a document that would allow him to murder 2 innocent people. This was treason. Didn't Pierce understand this? Nay, he didn't. All he understood was that he wanted something, and he would have it at all costs, because he always got whatever it was he sought. And he always escaped punishment for his sins. But not this time, Kip thought. God help him. This time his brother had gone too far, and there would be no escape. "When it is discovered the King's signature is a forgery," he said to Pierce, "you will be charged with treason, and if you have harmed the Leslies of Glenkirk, with the crime of murder as well." "Who is there to discover it?" Pierce said. "You cannot kill the Earl and Countess of Glenkirk and expect the King not to avenge them. In the name of God, Pierce, James Leslie is related to the King. His clan will march into Whitehall itself to demand revenge. You have lost this game. It is over. Jasmine de Morisco Lindley chose James Leslie for her husband and has by now delivered a child sired by him. It is finished. Let us return to England before it is too late. No one need know about the warrant. We will say it was merely a rumour, and we will burn the damned document today, before anyone can steal it off of us and prove otherwise. If you make up to the Queen as Villiers has done, she will relent and find you a wife. She is a vain woman, but well-meaning. You will keep your favour with the King. Do not throw everything you've gained away in this passion you have for revenge. It is not worth it, Pierce. You will lose all. You must come to your senses, brother. I beg of you." "You grow tiresome, Kip," the Marquis replied wearily. "Ah, look, there is her Indian, Adali, awaiting us." Adali noted Kip's urgent conversation as the 2 men approached. He wished he knew what was being said. The Marquis's faithful dog, Kip, looked mightily distressed. Interesting. They came to a halt before the staircase leading up to the castle door.
"Welcome, my lord,"
Adali said in a pleasant voice.
"Welcome to Glenkirk Castle. Your men will be shown to their quarters by our own men-at-arms. Dougie, lad, take the gentlemen's horses to the stable,"
he instructed a stable boy.
"And if you will follow me, please."
He led them into the great hall, clapping his hands as he entered the room, and telling the servant who hurried forward,
"Wine for my Lord Saint Denis and our other guest. Please to sit by the fire, sirs. A grey day always seems colder."
Taking the tray from the servant, he personally offered them the silver goblets of red wine. The Marquis of Hartsfield sniffed appreciatively.
"Ah," he said, "Archambault wine. It is the finest."
"It is, my lord,"
Adali agreed pleasantly, and remained standing attentively as they drank. When they had put their cups down, he said,
"And how may I be of service to your lordship?"
"You may inform the Earl and his wife that I have arrived,"
the Marquis of Hartsfield said.
"I am afraid I cannot do that, my lord. You see, the Earl of Glenkirk and his Countess are not here right now."
"Where are they? When will they return?"
demanded Pierce Saint Denis.
"I cannot be certain where they are right now, my lord,"
Adali said in a non-committal tone.
"And as for when they will return, I have absolutely no idea. Glenkirk is always in readiness for them, of course, whenever they do come home, and generally they send a messenger ahead, so I may have meals prepared, but the messenger only arrives a few hours before my master and mistress do."
"How long have they been gone?"
the Marquis said.
"This time, several days, I believe. It is so peaceful here that one day rolls into the next, and I forget the time myself," he said.
"I do not understand why it is you, who are so careful of your mistress's safety, don't know where she is,"
Pierce Saint Denis said sceptically.
"I have no fear for my lady's safety when she is with her husband,"
Adali replied.
"And as for where they are, the Earl has not been home in several years. He has, I have discovered, an enormous family and a large clan, many of whom are also distantly related to him. We arrived here last autumn, and then a short time later the winter set in, so that the roads were blocked with ice and snow until recently. The Earl wished to begin visiting his family and clansmen and women, to introduce his wife to them, and to renew old acquaintances and loyalties."
"Where are the children?"
Saint Denis asked suspiciously.
"They too are visiting the family," Adali said smoothly.
"I have a royal warrant for the arrest of the Earl and the Countess of Glenkirk," the Marquis of Hartsfield said. "If you do not tell me where they are, I will have you taken on a charge of obstructing the King's justice, Adali."
"My lord, I have told you the truth. I have no idea where they are. I am a stranger in this land and know little of it, or of the Earl's relations. I have not had the time to learn yet. However, like my mistress, I respect the king. The old man who was steward here before me lives in a cottage nearby. Perhaps he can tell you some of the places you might look to find my lord and my lady. Come, I will take you to him."
Adali led them from the great hall and out into the courtyard again.
"Where are my men?"
Pierce Saint Denis inquired nervously.
"They have been housed in a barracks and are being fed,"
Adali told him cordially, as they passed beneath the castle's iron portcullis and out across the drawbridge, off the main track and into the woods, picking out a barely discernible track to follow.
"Why are we going this way?"
Saint Denis queried Adali. Adali stopped.
"This is the way to Will Todd's cottage, my lord. He lives near a mountain stream, and will probably be fishing when we get there. There is nothing to be fearful of, my lord."
"I'm not fearful, I was just curious," the Marquis snapped.
Adali smiled to himself and continued onward. Actually, there was an easier path to Will's cottage, but he chose the more roundabout way in order to confuse the two men with him. It was a rocky path that led up a hill and down again through sharp brambles and thick gorse bushes. He could hear the men behind him cursing as their clothing caught on the briars, but he moved with such fluidity that neither his white pants nor his white coat was shredded or torn. Finally, they could hear the water of a stream ahead of them as it tumbled over the rocks in its bed. But it was not Will's water, Adali told them, leaping from stone to stone as he quickly crossed it. Again, he could hear cursing behind them as his companions unsuccessfully followed him, splashing their way through the stream. He chuckled softly to himself. At last they exited the wood and crossed over a meadow filled with shaggy, big-horned cattle.
"Mind your feet,"
Adali warned them as he tiptoed through the clumps of cow manure, almost laughing aloud at the Marquis of Hartsfield's yelp of dismay.
"How much farther is it?"
Kip called to him.
"We are almost there,"
Adali replied calmly. And then they saw the cottage on the far side of the meadow, heard the swiftly flowing water beside it. As they approached it, they could see a figure, almost hip-deep in the stream, fishing rod in hand.
"Hello, the house!"
Adali called loudly.
"'Tis Adali, Wiltod, and I've brought visitors."
The figure turned slowly, openly annoyed to be disturbed at his pastime. Then, reluctantly, he moved nearer the bank, but did not come from the water or cease his activity.
"What is it you seek?"
he asked, his local accent thick to the ears of the two Englishmen.
"Good morrow, Wiltod,"
Adali said cheerfully.
"These two gentlemen are seeking his lordship. I would not know where to tell them to look, but I am certain you can help them." "Here."
Wiltod moved nearer the bank and thrust his fishing pole at Adali.
"Dinna drop it, man. I cannot chatter wi' it in hand."
He pierced the two strangers with a sharp glance.
"So you're seeking his lordship, eh? Well, I canna rightly say where he might be, but hae you sought at Sheehan for him? He might be there. Or he and his lassie could have gone to Hay House or Greyhaven. Or mayhap he's at Briarmere Moor or Leslie Bray. Hae you looked in any of these places, sir?" "What is he saying?"
St. Denis demanded tightly. He could hardly make out a word the old man was uttering.
"I thought he was quite clear," Adali replied. "But then I've been listening to these people for several months now, and I do have a rather good ear for accents." "Yes, yes," St. Denis almost shouted. "But what the hell did he say? It sounded like gibberish to me." "Wiltod said that the Earl of Glenkirk and his wife might be over at Sheehan visiting the Earl of Sheehan, who is Lord Leslie's uncle. Or he could be at Hay House or Leslie Bray, visiting with his uncles, or he might be at Greyhaven or Briarmere Moor with his brothers." "Or the gardens," Wiltod spoke up again. "He might be with the gardens, for our Morag is wed with a garden. He could also be visiting with the Gordons, his late wife's family. Their youngest son is wed to the Earl's youngest sister," Adali translated quickly. "Or the games," Wiltod added. "He might have gone to the games, but then there'd be several this summer. 2 or 3, I dinna remember."
He took his fishing rod back from Adali and stepped back out into the swiftly flowing stream.
"'Tis all I can tell you," he
said with a firm air of finality.
"Games?"
The Marquis of Hartsfield was puzzled.
"Because the winters are so long and so harsh," Adali explained. "The Scots like to hold games of athletic prowess in the summer months. It allows the clans to gather together, the men to exhibit their skill at things like tossing the caber, it's a log, my lord, or throwing big round stones a distance. The women come to gossip. They dance, and there are bards and the pipes. Will is right, however. There are several sets of games this summer, and the Earl could have gone to any of them, for he is related to many people through his Stuart connections."
"How barbaric," St. Denis snared.
"Let us return to Edinburgh," Kip said. "Seeking out Glenkirk here will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. If you send for him in the King's name, he must come or risk treason." "Oh, I'm certain you can find the Earl if you really want him,"
Adali lightly taunted the Marquis of Hartsfield, to see what he would do when torn between his brother's suggestion and that of Adali.
"Edinburgh is our best bet," Kip St. Denis insisted. "No," the Marquis said. "We are here, and surely it cannot be too difficult to find these places the old man has named. And do not forget the games, my lord,"
Adali helpfully volunteered, causing Kip St. Denis to stare hard at him.
"Do you know where they are being held?" the Marquis asked. "Well, I believe there are some at Inverness and others at Nairn, and I had heard of some being held at Loch Lomond, my lord." "You will write it all down and give us directions," the Marquis of Hartsfield said.
We will stay the night and start off again in the morning."
Pierce St. Denis was too excited to contemplate Adali's cooperation, but Kip St. Denis was not. "What are you up to?" he asked the castle steward when they were finally alone in the great hall, the Marquis having been shown to a guest chamber. Adali turned a bland face to him.
"Master St. Denis," he said. "You know what I mean," Kip said. "Why are you being so helpful to my brother? Your loyalty to your mistress is legendary."
Adali smiled a small smile.
"Why, sir, your master carries a royal warrant from the king. For me to disobey would be treason, wouldn't it now? As my mistress respects the divine right of kings, so do I also. I cannot disobey King James even for my mistress."
Kip was not content with the answer.
"You are up to something," he said suspiciously. "You would not betray your mistress, I know it."
Again Adali smiled.
"If, sir, I believed your brother had any chance of catching up with my lord and my lady—"
He allowed the rest of the sentence to hang.
"They knew he was coming," Kip gasped. "They knew he was in Edinburgh all winter long," Adali replied. "It would seem that Scotland is a very small country, sir, and once more I'd remind you that the Earl of Glenkirk is related to many people throughout it. We had word before Christmas, but immediately the first storm of the season came, and the roads were to be blocked for the next few months. We were told, however, that when the roads were open again, the Marquis of Hartsfield would be paying us a visit. Unfortunately, the Earl and his wife could not wait, for they have many visits themselves to make this summer." "He will hunt them into hell and back," Kip said despairingly. "By the time he catches up with them, if he can catch up with them," Adali told his companion, "there will no longer be any danger for my master and my mistress, sir, but I fear there may be great danger for your half-brother." "They have sent to the king," Kip whispered. "The king is an honourable man," Adali told him. "He would not take back his word to the Earl and Countess of Glenkirk." "I warned him," Kip almost whispered to himself. "I warned him." "Then you are surely wiser than your brother," Adali told him.
Then he said softly,
"There is yet time for you to save yourself, sir." "I swore to our father on his deathbed that I would watch over Pierce," Kip said,
his defences down, his mood desperate.
"You have tried to prevent your brother from his folly, have you not?" Adali asked him softly. "I have seen it myself." "For many years," Kip confided in Adali. "I have followed along in my brother's wake. He was simply ambitious, and I saw no harm in his actions when he caught the king's attention. And over the years I kept him from much wickedness, although I have not always been successful in my attempts. But the women he so enjoyed abusing, I made certain they were, for the most part, experienced in the amatory arts. Only 3 or 4 times did he misuse an innocent, but they were girls of no import, and afterward I was kind to them and paid them not to complain to the authorities." "You joined him in his deviant practices, I am told," Adali said quietly, not willing to let Kip escape his censure. "I did," Kip admitted. "But by doing so I kept many women from greater harm at my brother's hand. I accept my shame, Adali. Our father encouraged us as young men to such wickedness, for as he grew older, it seemed more difficult for him to enjoy a woman without hurting her. I remember telling my mother, it was she who warned me, for my own sake, I must play my part or risk losing my father's favour." "But your father is long dead," Adali reminded him. "Your brother has now strayed completely into evil's dominion. There is no going back for him, Kip St. Denis. But you have not yet crossed completely over into the darkness. You have a conscience, and you now have the chance to save yourself, as you will not be able to save your brother. Would your father want to lose both of his sons, if he were here to make the decision? Would he want to see his proud old name wiped from the face of the earth?" "I am his bastard," Kip said simply. "But he gave you his name, and he raised you in his house, and favoured you as well as he did his legitimate heir," Adali argued. "I believe your father loved you too." "If I do not stay with Pierce," Kip said, "he will continue on to worse mischief, Adali." "He will continue on anyway," Adali replied.
You are not responsible for his behaviour. Save yourself while you have the opportunity. You have lived your whole life through Pierce Saint-Denis. Now live your life for yourself. If you asked the king for his mercy, I know he would give it you. King James has a large and a kind heart. He might even reward your timely behaviour.
An accident of birth. It was only an accident of birth that had kept him from being the Marquis of Hartsfield, Kip thought silently. Did he dare to hope he might change that? Was it possible? Could he betray Pierce? Was it really a betrayal? Aye, he had promised their father he would look after his younger half-brother, but Pierce no longer wanted looking after.
He has never really listened to my good counsel, Kip said silently to himself. And by following him, I have been dragged down in the gutter with him. He will be caught in this attempt to revenge himself upon the Leslies, and in his endeavour to steal the fortunes belonging to them.
And whatever made Pierce believe that the king would give him custody of all those children? The Queen despised him so openly, she could not even bring herself to pick a wife for him. She would hardly allow her only grandson or the other children to come under Pierce Saint-Denis' control. Indeed, Kip believed the Queen would kill him herself before she would see those children in Hartsfield House. And what of the Leslies of Glenkirk? And the old and powerful Countess of Lundy? Would they allow their children to be put into the hands of a man like Pierce Saint-Denis? It was madness even to consider it, and yet his brother had not only considered it, he assumed it would be because he wanted it to be. But it wouldn't. Suddenly, Kip Saint-Denis realised that if he did not act now to save himself, he would be as doomed as his brother, and he didn't want to be. Why should he share Pierce's fate? How many beatings had he taken for Pierce when they were children, and Pierce had found it so amusing, but it had not been amusing. Sometimes Pierce even did bad things, just so he could see his brother punished.
I have no coin of my own, nor powerful friends to intercede for me, he told Adali, and then waited to see what Adali would say to him. I will give you the silver you need, Adali replied softly. And as for allies, sir, go to the king and tell him the truth of this matter, and you will have friends aplenty not only at court, but your brother has made many enemies there who will befriend you, but among my mistress's family. A word in the king's ear, and you could have a reward greater than any you could possibly anticipate, Kip Saint-Denis. How can I be certain of what you say? Kip asked.
Adali drew himself up and said sternly,
I am Adali, confidant and friend of the royal Mughal princess you know as Jasmine Leslie. I do not lie, nor do I offer my favour or aid lightly. If I tell you it will be so, then it will be so. Make your decision before it is too late, Kip Saint-Denis, or suffer your brother's eventual bad end.
Then, turning on his heel, he began to walk from the hall.
Wait!
Adali turned.
If I go, I must have coin, Kip reiterated.
Adali reached into a hidden pocket within his white coat and drew out a small leather bag.
There is both gold and silver in it, he said quietly, handing it to Kip. More than enough to get you to England and then some.
Kip slowly took the bag from Adali.
If I change my mind, he promised, I will return the bag to you, Adali. What of my horse? When you desire your mount, it will be available to you, Adali told him. I will see you are not followed, but ride swiftly.
The two men parted. It was interesting, Adali mused to himself, that Kip Saint-Denis had offered to return the bag of coins if he did not leave his brother.
He does indeed have a conscience, the steward thought. But is his loyalty to the Marquis greater than his sense of self-preservation, I wonder? We shall see. We shall see.
Adali hurried down to the kitchens to make certain that the dinner would be of the finest quality. The Marquis of Hartsfield must be well fed and filled with rich wine, the last few cups of which would be spiked with a sleeping draught that would have him sleeping through into the following afternoon. Next, Adali moved on to the stables and instructed the head groom to make certain that Kip Saint-Denis' horse was rested and fed and available to his master on request.
He's got a loose shoe, Master Adali, the head groom told the steward. Wouldn't take much to fix it. Blacksmith be working today. Have him replace all 4 of the horse's shoes, Adali said. And Dougal, this will be our wee secret, eh? Aye, Master Adali, Dougal said, winking broadly. The horses belonging to the Marquis and his other men, Adali continued. I think they might be taken to the high pasture to graze until they are needed. Aye, Master Adali, the head groom said with a grin. The Earl's new steward might not be a Scot, but he thought like one, Dougal decided, at least where the English were concerned. Pierce St. Denis enjoyed sitting at the head of the high board in the great hall that night. He let his eye wander to the banners hanging from the rafters, banners which indicated the many battles in which the Leslies had fought, and to the beautiful tapestries hanging upon the walls that their women had created. He admired the heavy and copious amount of silver upon the sideboard, the 2 magnificent portraits hanging over the fireplaces, and noted that the lamps burned only the purest scented oil, and that the candles were of beeswax, not tallow. The meal served him was exquisite. There was a fat duck in plum sauce, a small trout poached in white wine and set upon a bed of fresh cress on its silver platter, another silver platter of lamb chops, artichokes steamed in wine and served with drawn butter, bread still warm from the ovens, and an excellent cheese. For afters, an apple tart with thick clotted cream was offered. Adali had inquired solicitously if his lordship would have wine, ale or cider. The Marquis had, of course, chosen the fine wine that Jasmine had always served. He had eaten alone, but for his brother Kip, who was oddly silent. Now, however, as the evening drew in, he began to feel sleepy. It was not surprising, considering the long journey up from Edinburgh. Yawning, he pulled himself to his feet, but fell back again into his chair, his legs weak beneath him. Pierce St. Denis laughed drunkenly. "Let me help you," Kip said, coming to his aid. "Let's take a serving wench with us, Kip, and have some fun," the Marquis muttered. "I like the one over there with the big titties and the big bottom. Looks like a squealer, eh? We can fill her at both ends, brother." He laughed again, collapsing against his sibling. "Perhaps later, Pierce, when you have rested," Kip said. "Wanna whip her hard," the Marquis said. "Just like I'm going to do to Jasmine. Whip 'em and fuck 'em, eh, Kip? That was how to treat a woman. How old's her daughter, Kip? We'll whip her too and teach her how to suck. She's too little to fuck right now, but we can teach her other things." Kip helped his brother to his bedchamber, and, pulling his doublet and boots off as he had so often done, put him to bed. He had been drugged. Of that Kip had no doubt. Now it was up to him to decide. Pierce was out of control, he knew. The talk of debauching little India Lindley had disgusted him. They had never harmed a child, but he knew if his brother said he would do it, he would. "I cannot countenance it," Kip thought. "And if I remain, I cannot prevent it. Only by going can I save myself, and mayhap in the end my brother." He once again sought out Adali. "You drugged Pierce's wine," he said. "He will sleep until tomorrow afternoon," Adali said matter-of-factly, not denying it. "You have decided, then?" "Will you see that I'm awakened so that I may leave at first light?" Kip said. "I have such a long journey ahead." Adali nodded. "What made you decide?" he asked, curious. "He speaks of seducing and debasing Lady Jasmine's eldest daughter," Kip said. "The very idea revolts me. I can no longer be of help to a brother who considers such perversions as brutalizing a child." "He will not harm her," Adali said tightly, "or my mistress or any of her family. I would kill him myself this night, but that the Earl has insisted we resolve this matter within the tenets of the King's law. Best the Marquis of Hartsfield be exposed for all to see as the corrupt creature he is, Kip St. Denis. You are wise to escape him now while you have the opportunity." In the hour before dawn, Adali himself awakened Kip, took him to the kitchens, fed him and gave him a supply of oatcakes, cheese, salted meat and wine to aid him in his travels. He also instructed him in a shortcut over the mountains known only to the local folk. It would cut 2 days off his journey south. Then, leading him to the stable, he helped him to saddle his horse. "I have seen to his shoeing," he told the surprised Kip. You will travel better for it. Do not fear that any of your brother's men will see you leave. Like their master, they will sleep well this day."
He laughed softly as he led the horse from the stables. Beneath the portcullis, Kip St. Denis mounted his animal. Looking down at Adali, he said,
"I am sad, Adali, but I know I've made the right decision, hard as it was. My brother is lost to me."
"One door closes, another is opened wide," Adali said wisely.
"God watch over you in your travels, Kip St. Denis."
Then, reaching into his coat, he drew forth a small sealed parchment.
"Deliver this to Viscount Villiers, if you will, and your safety is assured."
Then Adali slapped the rump of the horse and watched as Kip rode forth from Glenkirk Castle.
"You have seen nothing," he said quietly to the man-at-arms on watch. "Aye, Master Adali," the soldier replied.
The night faded away, and the day began at Glenkirk as it always did. A messenger was dispatched to the Earl informing him of St. Denis' arrival and Adali's success at subverting Kip, who had obviously, according to Adali, been considering a departure from his brother's service for some time. In mid-afternoon, the Marquis of Hartsfield stumbled into the great hall, shouting for his brother, for Adali, for someone.
"Ah, my lord, you are awake at last," Adali said, coming forth. "Are you hungry? How may I serve you?" "Where the hell is my brother?" St. Denis demanded. "Your brother?" Adali looked puzzled. "Is he not with you, my lord? I thought he was always with you." "No, he isn't with me, or I wouldn't be asking," snapped the Marquis. "Bring me some wine. My mouth tastes like a horse cunt." "The last I saw of your brother was last night when he put your lordship to bed. This travelling is hard on you. I can see as you are not used to it. Life at court ill prepares one for such travel as yours, my lord."
He poured St. Denis a large goblet of wine and handed it to him.
"Your wine, my lord?"
The Marquis drained the goblet swiftly.
"What time is it?" "Almost 4 o'clock of the afternoon," Adali said cheerfully. "Where are my men?" "Like you, my lord, they slept like the dead," Adali replied. "Find my brother," the Marquis ordered Adali, who bowed in a servile manner and left the hall. He returned within the half-hour to inform Pierce St. Denis. "Your brother seems to have left the castle, my lord, for his horse is gone from its place in the stables. It must have been early, for the stable lad did not see him go. I suspect he left during the time when the night watch and the day watch were exchanging places. The night watch thinks he saw a rider leave, but he is not certain, and the day watch saw nothing. I regret I can tell you no more."
Adali bowed.
"If you have harmed him," Pierce St. Denis began, but Adali cut him short. "My lord," he said angrily, "you are under the protection of the Earl of Glenkirk. No one would harm you or yours while you are here. If we wished you harm, you, your brother, and your men would have all been slain in your beds last night, and already buried in a pit upon the Ben, even as I speak. No one here has harmed or injured your brother in any way. I do not know where he has gone, or why. Now, my lord, would you like something to eat?" "He'll be back," the Marquis muttered, almost to himself.
He felt headachy and out of sorts. He ate alone, served by men-servants. There were no women in sight at all. Finally, he called to Adali and said,
"I want a woman, damn it. Fetch me that serving wench who was in the hall last night, the red-haired wench with the big tits." "I regret, my lord, that we have no halls at Glenkirk for our guests," Adali replied quietly, his tone firm.
St. Denis stamped from the hall and found his bedchamber. While he did not feel sleepy, he did sleep, awakening again just at dawn. Dressing himself, he returned to the hall.
"I will be leaving this morning," he told Adali. "Have you written down the names of the places the Earl and Jasmine might be, and the directions to these places?" "I have, my lord," Adali reassured him, serving the Marquis himself. There were no other servants in the hall to be seen at all this morning. Adali placed a bowl of oat stirabout before the Marquis with a chunk of bread and cheese and a goblet of cider. When Pierce St. Denis had eaten, he took the parchment with the listings and the map from Adali and strode out into the courtyard where his men stood milling about. "Have any of you seen my brother?" he demanded of them, but they all shook their heads no. His horse was brought, and the Marquis mounted it, looking about him. Where are my men's horses, Adali? We could not stable so many, my lord, and so we send them up to the high pasture to graze, was the helpful reply. It is on your way to Sheehan, my lord. If your men carry their saddles and packs up to the meadows on the Ben, they can round up their horses, and you will be quickly on your way. To send up for them ourselves would mean the loss of another day for you, and I know that you do not want to lose another day in your search for my master and my mistress.
He smiled. Pierre Saint Denis cursed under his breath. He suspected that Adali's polite manner masked a successful effort to thwart him in his pursuit of the Earl and Countess of Glenkirk. Yet Adali had been very cooperative. There was nothing the Marquis of Hartsfield could put his finger on to justify his suspicions, even if his instinct told him otherwise.
If my brother should return, he began, you will tell him where we have gone, Adali, will you not? Of course, my lord. If you follow my list as I have written it for you, Sheehan to Greyhaven to Hay House to Leslie Bray to Briarmere Moor, and thus on the Hundley, the stronghold of the Gordons, I will know exactly where you are at all times. I shall be able to send Master Saint Denis directly to you when he returns. But what of those places where the games are held? The Marquis asked Adali. My lord, you should catch up to my master and mistress long before then. If you do not, I can only say Inverness, Loch Lomond or Nairn. I do not know which they shall attend nor when. You will have to find that out for yourself.
Pierre Saint Denis yanked at his horse's head, and, without even a simple farewell or thanks, motioned to his men to follow him, and rode out of Glenkirk Castle.
Good riddance,
Will Todd murmured to Adali, coming from the shadows.
A fool, 'tis true, Adali said. But a dangerous fool, Will. What report do you have of Kip Saint Denis? Is he long gone? He's riding like the devil himself is after him, the old man said. The watch upon the heights have all reported back. He was off Leslie Lands by late yesterday. I believe he will be in Edinburgh within a few days. Master Adam's pigeon will inform us when he reaches the city, and he will see that young Saint Denis gets safely over the border into England. Where is the Earl now? At Dunbrook, visiting his in-laws for a brief time, Adali replied. Where he goes next will depend upon our Marquis and his patience. If he is clever, he will send parties of men out to check at all the places I have said the Earl might be. It would save him time. By denying him his brother, we have removed his only real ally. Those alley rats of his look neither loyal nor resourceful, just greedy. Our clansmen will be watching them every step of the way, Adali. We'll be ahead of them, I promise you. When do you think you'll hear from Jamie Stewart himself? Our messenger must have surely reached the king by now, Adali said. And when Kip Saint Denis arrives, the king, who is prone to indecision, will finally, it is hoped, have to do something, Will. Then his decision must be made known in Scotland, and Saint Denis caught and held for king's justice. So 'tis cat and mouse till then, Will noted. Aye, Adali agreed. Ah, 'tis good to have the Earl home again, Will replied. 'Twas very boring at Glenkirk while he was gone. 'Tis nae boring now, Adali chuckled. Aye, Will said, his weathered face wreathed in smiles. 'Tis just like the old days. The old days? Adali looked puzzled. Aye, Will replied. When the current Earl was but a bairn, and his mother, Mistress Catriona, was loved by her husband, and the Earl of Bothwell, and lusted after by the same Jamie Stewart now on the throne. Ah, what a time we did have then, although we clansmen folk weren't meant to know it, but we did. There was comings and goings, and the king wanted the current Earl's mother for his mistress, and her husband was lost at sea, and she so in love with the Earl of Bothwell, who was the king's cousin. They called him the uncrowned king of Scotland, and Jamie Stewart was so afraid of him that he had him put to the horn and accused of witchcraft. But it didna get him Mistress Cat. She did her duty by the clan, matching her children up, and then she fled to her true love. Those were the days, Adali. These would seem to be very much like them. The Leslies of Glenkirk are nae a quiet clan.
Adali laughed.
So it would seem, Will Todd, but then my mistress has never been what one would call a biddable lass. I would say the Earl and his wife are more than well matched where trouble is concerned.
Aye, which is all the more reason we'll keep them safe from this Englishman. We have lost one Leslie Countess to perfidy, but we will nae lose another, Adali. We'll nae lose another.
Chapter 17. Adali had not given the Marquis of Hartsfield a straight routing. While Sheehan lay near to Glenkirk, his next destination of Greyhaven would take him to a distant point, and then back again, and then to another distant point. Not being familiar with the countryside, however, Pierce St. Denis did not realise the deception. He missed his brother's company, and felt unsafe with these Edinburgh cutthroats. Now he had to deal with them. There was no Kip to stand between them. Where had he gone?
He should be here looking after me as he promised our father, damn it,
the Marquis thought angrily, not considering the possibility his brother was gone for good. At Sheehan he was again greeted with cordiality by the old Earl and his wife. He was well fed and comfortably housed, and his men and horses were nicely cared for, but James Leslie and his wife were not at Sheehan. Had they been?
"Oh, aye,"
the old Earl replied.
"'Twas several weeks ago now, it was, my lord. Was it nae, my dear?"
He turned to his wife. "Aye," she replied dourly.
"A lovely lass, the new Countess. Are ye acquainted with her?"
Sheehan smiled pleasantly at Pierce St. Denis.
"I have a royal warrant for your nephew's arrest and his wife's as well," the Marquis of Hartsfield said irritably. "Do you not understand that I am on the King's business?" "Oh, aye, aye," the old Earl said. "How is Jamie Stewart, my lord? He's always getting in some sort of fret and ordering arrests. He was such an unruly and nervous baron. He does not love his homeland." There was obviously nothing here, the Marquis thought peevishly. "I will be leaving in the morning," he told his hosts.
James and Jasmine Leslie watched their enemy as he departed Sheehan. They had come up into the hills above Sheehan to Arcool. They had travelled without the trappings of their station. Adali had remained to watch over Glenkirk and coordinate their stream of information. Rohanna was at the Abbey with Mary Todd, Charlie Boy and wee Patrick. Toromali had gone with Skye and the children to Dunbrock. Only Fergus Moore and Red Hugh remained with them, which was providential as Jasmine did not cook. Fortunately, Red Hugh did. Arcool was not a large lodge. Set in the hills above Loch Sheehan, it had been constructed of stone, with a slate roof. Its first floor consisted of a tiny parlour and a kitchen. There was a single bedroom beneath the eaves on the second floor. Surrounded by a pine forest and set upon a cliff, Arcool had a panoramic view of Glenkirk, Sheehan and the countryside surrounding them. The lodge itself, however, blended into the landscape, and was rarely seen by passers-by below. Jasmine liked it here, and even with the presence of Red Hugh and Fergus Moore, she found it romantic. The valet and the man-at-arms slept in 2 small loft rooms in the little stable belonging to Arcool. "I could live here forever," Jasmine told Jemmy. She laughed.
"Where would we put the children, not to mention Adali and the twins, madame?"
"If we lived here, we wouldn't have children or servants," she replied with what she believed was perfect logic.
"You would learn to cook," he teased her. "These dainty beringed fingers would knead bread and peel carrots."
He caught her hands in his and kissed them, nibbling playfully upon her fingertips. "Beast!" She snatched her hands away. "I could learn to cook if I wanted to learn to cook," she told him. James Leslie laughed.
"Jasmine, my darling Jasmine, you have absolutely no talent for the culinary arts, but where the amatory arts are concerned, now there you are most facile."
He pulled her down into his lap, kissing her mouth and enjoying the breathless flush he brought to her cheeks. Pulling open the ties on her shirt, he slid his hand beneath the silk and fondled a deliciously plump breast. "I didn't know you peeled carrots," she murmured, nuzzling his neck, then licking it. He slid his tongue into her mouth, his thumb and his forefinger twiddling with her nipple. He replied, his mouth working feverishly against hers. The door to the lodge sprang open, and the Earl of Glenkirk almost dumped his wife most unceremoniously onto the floor, as Red Hugh, grinning from ear to ear, stomped in with a brace of rabbits.
"Dinner,"
he said, swallowing his chortles.
Maybe I should skin him out back, my lord.
He moved through into the kitchen. Jasmine, however, couldn't control her fit of giggles as she laced up her shirt again. "Maybe living here forever isn't such a good idea, Jemmy," she said. "We don't have much privacy, do we?"
"No, we don't,"
he grumbled. Damn it, he was hot for her. A cool would be nice for a few days' respite if they were alone, but he really wanted to be home at Glenkirk. His in-laws would have already departed for England and Queen's Malvern, but they would be forced to run from here to there all summer long just because of that damned fool, Pierre St. Denis. "Why don't we go home?" Jasmine said suddenly, as if reading his thoughts.
"To Glenkirk? We can't," he said.
"Why not?" Jasmine responded. "St. Denis has already been there and is now off on a fool's chase about the countryside. We are having him watched and will know when he comes our way again, Jemmy. But I don't want to bring the children home. Not until this matter has been settled. It is easy enough, however, for you and me to flee again if the Marquis of Hartsfield comes in our direction once more." He considered it and thought that she was right.
"We'll spend one more night here, madame," he told her. "But I shall send Fergus Moore and Red Hugh back to Glenkirk to advise Advarley of our change of plans."
"Not until after supper," she chuckled, and he laughed, agreeing. And when they had had their supper of broiled rabbit, oatcakes, cheese and cider, they sent Fergus and Red Hugh back to Glenkirk with a message for Advarley. Then they sat together on the edge of the hillside, watching the sun set in the west. Jasmine sighed happily within her husband's embrace. "The sunsets are so different here than in India," she said. "In India the colours are lush and exotic, but not so vibrant and rich as here in Scotland. I love our Scots sunsets, Jemmy. I love Scotland. I have seen it at its best and at its worst, and I love it. It is home. It is home as no place has been since I left India."
"And yet so different," he replied.
"Aye," she said, but did not elaborate further. There was no need for her to do so. They remained lying in the grass, listening to the small night creatures chirping and singing as the light from the sunset faded, and the skies above them were filled with a plethora of stars. They watched the moon rise.
"Border moon,"
Jemmy said softly. "A border moon?" Jasmine was puzzled. "What does that mean?"
"It's large and full, and is what the Border Scots call it. They always went raiding with the border moon to light their way. My stepfather was a border. He took my mother raiding with him once."
"Did she enjoy it?" Jasmine asked.
"Aye," he admitted.
"I think I would too," Jasmine told her husband. A wildcat hunting its dinner shrieked in the forest behind them, and the Earl of Glenkirk rose, drawing his wife up with him.
"Come," he said. "Let us go to bed, darling Jasmine."
Together they made certain that the stable door was secure so that the horses would be safe from the marauding beast. They laid the heavy oaken bar across the front door of the lodge and, banking the fires in the parlour and the kitchen, climbed the narrow staircase to their bedchamber. The room was flooded with moonlight. James Leslie threw another log on the fire in a small fireplace near the doorway. To the left of the doorway was a bank of casement windows. Jasmine opened them a crack. To the right of the door was a small single round window, beneath which was a little table. On the bit of wall space by the fireplace was a mirror, and a chair was set next the hearth. The curtained bed and the clothes chest were the only serious pieces of furniture within the bedchamber. They pulled off their clothing and slipped beneath the coverlet, their bodies immediately intertwined. He cradled her, his big hand stroking her face.
"Have you any idea how much I love you?" he asked her softly.
"At least as much as I love you," she replied, slipping her arms about him. He began to kiss her face, slowly, tenderly. His lips grazed lightly across her cheekbones, brushed her eyelids, skimmed over her forehead, and finally found her lips. The sweet pleasure between their two mouths increased as their passions rose and soared. Her breasts flattened as he pulled her hard against his furred chest. She was dizzy with his kisses. She ran the tip of her tongue across his sensuous lips teasingly. They parted, and she pushed within the cavity of his warm mouth to play, moaning into his throat, for her breasts felt swollen and were aching with her desire and becoming irritated, rubbing against his chest. He eased her back slightly, his free hand caressing her bosom. Jasmine's body arched up to meet his touch, and she sighed as her head fell away from his.
"Beautiful, beautiful,"
he murmured, and she sighed. His dark head dropped to feast upon her round, silken flesh.
"Ah, Jemmy, my love,"
she cried softly. When he finally lifted his head from her breasts, his green-gold eyes passion-glazed, she squirmed away from him, rolling and then pushing him onto his back. A slow smile lit his handsome face.
"'Tis my turn, my lord,"
she said softly to him. Then, seated upon her heels, she began to unplait the single braid into which her hair was fashioned. She moved deliberately and meticulously, unwinding the 3 thick strands until they were completely free of one another, and with her fingers she combed her hair. When it hung again in a single curtain of ebony, Jasmine lowered her head and began to stroke his body with sensuous movements of her long hair. Sometimes she would bend so low that she could kiss and lick at his torso with a hot little tongue that darted here and there across his body, teasing at him, taunting his navel with its wicked point. Lower and lower she moved until she had grasped his manhood in her hand. Drawing the foreskin back, she said,
"Is this how I peel a carrot, my lord husband?"
Then the tip of her tongue encircled beneath the ruby head of it before she took him into her mouth to suckle upon him. His body arched beneath her wicked ministrations. His big hand fastened into her dark head, at first encouraging her in her actions, then finally forcing her to break off before he exploded in a frenzy of wild desire. Their eyes met, and her look was so lustfully primitive, her mouth wet with her unsatisfied hunger for him, that he lifted her up and lowered her slowly upon his raging rod, their eyes never breaking off contact. Only when she sheathed him completely did Jasmine's eyes close, and leaning back, she sighed deeply, contracting her inner love muscles about him, causing him to groan with utter pleasure. She moved slowly on him and with great deliberation, stoking their fires carefully so they might have greater satisfaction of each other. Finally, however, he rolled her beneath him, never breaking off the contact between them, pushing her legs back so he might drive deeper into her. Her teeth sank into his shoulder as he began to piston her faster and faster. Her rounded nails raked at his back.
"Jemmy, Jemmy," she gasped. "You're killing me."
Yet he forced her higher up the mountain, and she could already feel the coming wave. Her nails dug deeper into him.
"Bitch!"
He slapped her lightly, forcing her arms back so she could do him no further damage. His buttocks contracted fiercely as he drove hard into her. His lust for her was uncontrollable. He groaned with frustration, not quite able yet to satisfy them and desperate to do so. Jasmine was the most exciting woman he had ever known, and he wanted her delight in their conjunction to be every bit as wonderful as his was.
"Oh, ah!"
The wave was almost there. Stars began to explode beneath her eyelids.
"Jemmy!"
The wave had reached her. It burst over her, and she spiraled upward, then down into a swirling eddy of warmth and fulfillment.
"Ah!"
"Oh, God, ah!
Oh, he sobbed, his own desire cresting just behind hers. He collapsed atop her, panting.
Jesu, woman, you have nigh killed me."
Then, kissing her, he rolled off of her, clutching her hand in his.
"I love you, my darling
Jasmine," he told her, kissing her fingertips passionately.
"I love you, Jemmy Leslie," she responded. "Don't you dare get murdered like poor Jamal and Rowan, and no dying suddenly either like my sweet Hal. I absolutely forbid it."
He laughed low.
"You have made your bed with me, madame, and you will have to lie in it for always. I will never leave you, my darling wife. It will take more than that fool Saint Denis to part us. He has seriously begun to annoy me, disrupting our lives in this manner. I shall probably have to kill him eventually."
"Good," she told him. "I'll help."
"You are already a good Highland wife," he teased her.
Jasmine slid easily into the curve of his arm. Your Aunt Fiona says that Leslie women are every bit as hard and fierce as Leslie men, she told him. Besides, St. Denis really does deserve to be severely punished for being such a poor loser and so damnably troublesome.
I agree, her husband said. But we will probably just let the king decide the Marquis's fate, unless, of course, we are given no other choice than to protect ourselves. I believe, however, that we can probably just stay out of his way for the present.
The following morning they rode back down from the hills to Glenkirk and took up residence once again. Word of their antagonist's whereabouts was brought to them on a regular basis. He visited all the homes that Adali had listed, and, unsuccessful, finally headed even farther north to the Huntly, to the Gordons. The summer bloomed about Glenkirk, and they had it all to themselves.
"Let us go down to Edinburgh," the Earl suggested one day. "There is but one road to travel, and if we do not meet our messenger returning from England, we will wait there for him."
"I think, perhaps, that we should," Jasmine agreed. "It will be better to resolve this matter most publicly, and thus put an end to it, Jemmy. I almost feel sorry for St. Denis. What will he do when he no longer has us to stalk and to hate? He will never be welcomed at court again, and it was his life. And no decent family will give him a female relation to marry. He might as well be dead."
"His hate will eventually devour him," James Leslie said fatalistically.
They departed for Edinburgh the following morning, arriving several days later. Adali accompanied them, along with a young servant, Maggie, Fergus Moore, and Red Hugh. There were 2 houses in Edinburgh that belonged to the Leslies of Glenkirk. Leslie House had been inherited by the Earl's Aunt Fiona. She and his uncle Adam lived there when they were not visiting their various relations in the north. The other residence, Glenkirk House, had belonged to James Leslie's mother, a gift from his father, the previous Earl. Unlike Leslie House, which was set off the High Street, Glenkirk House was off Canongate near Holyrood Palace. Of brick, it stood 5 stories high and had a deep basement where the kitchens, pantry, still room, storeroom, washroom, servants' hall, and servants' quarters were located. It possessed its own stables and was set amid its own gardens, both kitchen and flower. Unlike many townhouses in Edinburgh, Glenkirk House had its own indoor sanitary facilities. They settled into it quite nicely and waited for something to happen. Most of the great families who lived in the city were gone to the north, or to their homes in the borders, as it was deep summer. The weather was wet and mild, but the mists clung to the hills beyond the city and wreathed about the battlements of Edinburgh Castle. Farther south at Queen's Malvern, Skye was pleased to be home again. Her grandson, Charles Gordon, had taken the Lindley children to young Henry's seat at Cadby and was watching over them closely. The Earl of Brockcairn, impatient, had ridden off to court to see whether the king had sent to Scotland to prevent any further mischief on the part of the Marquis of Hartsfield. Only Velvet and her 3 youngest sons remained with Skye. Her daughter was so busy with her rambunctious offspring that she left her mother much to her own devices. Skye spent many hours seated upon a small stone bench she had instructed placed by Adam's grave on the hillside. It was peaceful there, and she felt comforted, despite the turmoil going on just beyond the fringes of her own life.
"I can no longer make everything all right for everyone, Adam. Am I getting old at last?"
she said aloud to the stone marking his grave. She sighed deeply.
"Our darling girl is in danger, and the king is obviously still dragging his feet. Ah, Adam, Bess would have never tolerated such goings-on, even among her favourites, except for Dudley, of course. Dudley could do anything, and he did. We can but pray our son-in-law can move poor old Jamie Stewart to action before it is too late."
The Earl of Brockcairn found the king in his hunting lodge near Winchester and had hurried to gain an audience with him. As he stood among the petitioning courtiers, George Villiers spotted him and wondered who the tall, distinguished man in the kilt could possibly be. He asked the Queen, with whom he was walking. Queen Anne turned, and her eyes lit up.
"Why, that is the king's cousin, the Earl of Brockcairn. I wonder what he is doing here."
Catching his eye, the Queen waved at Brockcairn and beckoned him over. He came and, bowing to her, kissed her hand.
Madame, I am pleased to see you once again.
Alex, what are you doing here of all places? I would think you at Dunbrook. Nay, 'tis summer, so it would be Queen's Malvern to visit your wife's family. Oh, I am rude. This is George, Viscount Villiers, but we call him Steenie, for he has the face of an angel. The Earl of Brockhairn bowed politely to Villiers, and then he said,
I have come to importune the king, madame, for the Marquis of Hartsfield is in Scotland causing much trouble. Can you gain me my cousin's ear, madame? And your influence upon him would also be much appreciated by our family.
Villiers was fascinated. He followed along as the Queen bustled into her husband's privy chamber, saying as she came, Here is your cousin of Brockhairn, Jamie, and he brings wicked news. You must hear him at once. Viscount Villiers melted back against a panelled wall to listen.
Alex!
The king came forward slowly. His joints were stiff from the damp weather they'd been having. It was almost like being home in Scotland again, he considered irritably.
What news, mon? You dinna come to court any more, but rarely. It must be very serious to bring you so far south, laddie?
Alexander Gordon bowed low before the king, kissing his cousin's outstretched hand.
It is very serious, Jamie, he said. Sit,
the king invited him, and they sat together on a bench by the fire.
Now, laddie, tell me what troubles you. The Marquis of Hartsfield have been in Scotland since early last winter. He had a royal warrant with your signature, Jamie. It is for the arrest of my stepdaughter and her husband on a charge of treason. Now, I don't believe you signed such a document, nor had any unkind intent toward the Leslies of Glenkirk, but Saint Denis would appear to have your permission in this evil, unless you say otherwise. If he can capture Jasmine and her Jimmy, the law will seem to be on his side.
Oh, the wicked devil, the Queen cried. Jamie, you must do something this very minute. Poor Jasmine and Jemmy, have they not had enough troubles these past few years?
I dinna sign any warrant,
the king said slowly.
Pierce did surely importune me to do so many times, but I dinna. Nonetheless, who's to say in Scotland that it is nae your signature, Jamie? Brockhairn replied to the king. Did you nae get Glenkirk's message? A man was sent south weeks ago, and we know he got as far as Queen's Malvern in safety. The rest of the journey would have been surely easy, and he knew where to find you. Steenie, fetch Barclay to me, the king said, then turned to his cousin. He is my secretary, and will know what messages came, but since Stokes was killed, the workings of my royal office are nae so efficient, Alex.
When the king's secretary entered, he was immediately questioned as to the arrival of a message from the Earl of Glenkirk.
From Scotland, Barclay sniffed. One of my assistants would have seen to it. Was there to be a reply? If there was, the messenger would have been told to wait at the court. Find that message at once, the king thundered in a rare show of spirit. How dare you keep it from me? 'Tis a matter of life and death, Barclay. This will not do, man. This inefficiency will not do at all.
And when Barclay had run off to find the message, the king muttered ominously.
There will not be changes made, I can see that. My lord. Aye, Steenie, my sweet love, the king answered. A day ago, Kip St. Denis sought an audience with me, Viscount Villiers said. Do you think it might have something to do with this matter? I did not see him fearing to offend you, but I know he is about the court, my lord. Should I find him for you?
His handsome face looked anxious, as if he feared he had done something wrong. The king nodded.
What can my poor Pierce hope to gain by arresting the Leslies of Glenkirk? The king wondered aloud. He means to murder them, cousin, Brockhairn said bluntly. He believes he can gain our wee grandson and thus have power over you, the damned fool. And he'll nae forgiven Jasmine for choosing Glenkirk. What on earth ever made you even offer her to him, cousin?
Because he's a meddlesome old fool, the Queen snapped. The king shrugged helplessly, seeming to agree with his wife's sharp assessment.
'Tis past now, he said. Nay, for the Marquis of Hartsfield, Brockhairn replied. Jasmine was forced to be parted from her bairns, Jamie. We brought the little Lindleys to Cadby, and my Charlie is with them. As for our mutual grandson and the infant heir to Glenkirk, he had to hide them at Glenkirk Abbey for fear of Saint Denis.
They should nae be parted from their mother, cousin, but we could do nae else given the situation. You maun stop Saint Denis before he does a serious damage to our family."
The King's secretary, Berkeley, returned and sheepishly handed the King an unopened message from Glenkirk. Glaring at him, James Stewart broke the seal on the missive and, opening it, read it through. He had no sooner finished than his favourite returned, Kip Saint Denis in tow. Saint Denis knelt before the King, head bowed.
"Speak," said the monarch. "I ask your pardon, my liege,"
Kip Saint Denis said quietly, and he raised his eyes to the King.
"I am nothing more than my father's bastard, but he gave me his name and raised me with his heir. I promised my father, when he lay dying, that I would always look after Pierce. Now I have no choice but to break that vow, my liege, for my poor brother is surely mad to have done what he has done. Have mercy on him." "On what ha' he done?" the King said softly. "When we went into Scotland, I did not know that the signature upon the royal warrant was forged, my liege. It was at Glenkirk that my brother admitted it to me. His desire to revenge himself upon the Leslies is so overwhelming, it has certainly rendered him demented. He took the warrant off your secretary's desk, signed it, added the names of James and Jasmine Leslie, and then sealed it with your seal. I did not know this when I went to Scotland with him. I only went to protect him, as I've always tried to protect him from himself. We were caught in Edinburgh over the winter, and I thought to dissuade him during that time, but I could not. He hired a group of cutthroats to take with him, and when the roads opened in the spring, we marched north. When we arrived at Glenkirk and found the Leslies gone, I realised we should never find them unless they chose to be found. The summer, I thought, and my brother would grow bored and seek to return to court. But Pierce's talk became more wicked, more evil, and when he spoke of hanging the Leslies and making little Lady India Lindley his wife, and that perhaps her brother would not reach his manhood and he would then control his fortune, I knew I could no longer influence him, that he had become crazed and evil beyond all. I went to Master Adali, the castle steward, for help, and he saw that I was able to reach your majesty safely. You must not allow my brother to continue on along his wicked path, my liege. You mustn't." "Ah, my poor Pierce, laddie," the King mourned. "But I think you are over-fearful of your brother's actions. I ne'er saw that much wickedness within him, Kip Saint Denis. I dunna believe my sweet laddie would murder, even if his pure heart was broken." "My liege," Kip Saint Denis said quietly, "my brother, Pierce, murdered the Earl of Bartram with his own hand. He lured him outside of his gates and drove a dagger into his heart because he feared that you might grant Lord Stokes custody of your grandson, Charles Frederick Stuart. He coldly removed his rival. Then he attempted to place the blame upon the Leslies of Glenkirk. Fortunately, your majesty was too wise to believe such ill of them. Then he made certain that the message, telling the Leslies to remain in England, which your majesty sent to the Leslies, was never dispatched. That is why they were gone from England, when your majesty, again at my brother's suggestion, I would remind you, invited them back to court." "Oh, the wicked devil!" the Queen cried. George Villiers, however, listened, not without some admiration for the Marquis of Hartsfield's machinations. No one, except the clever old Madame Skye, had considered him the culprit in Stokes's murder. He would have gotten away with it too, had not his brother confessed. He might have gotten away with it all, had he not been so impatient for his revenge. It was a lesson to be learned. Sometimes revenge must wait, even if it meant a very long time. "Cousin,"
the Earl of Brockcairn said,
"you must do something, else Jasmine and Jemmy be killed at Saint Denis' hand."
"You must write to your governor in Edinburgh that the Leslies are innocent of any crime, and that it is the Marquis of Hartsfield who is the traitor," the Queen insisted.
"And I will carry the message myself for your majesty," George Villiers said. "This matter requires a bit more authority than a plain royal messenger, my dearest lord." "I will accompany him," Alexander Gordon added. "They dinna know you're a pretty favourite in Edinburgh, Jamie, but they know me." "Berkeley," the King snapped. "Where are you, man?" "Here, my lord," the secretary said, stepping quickly forward. "You ha heard," the King told him. "Write it down, but keep it simple, for my Scots are simple people. Do it now, and then bring it back to me with my seal to sign."
He slumped against his cousin.
"I am weary, Alex. I cannot take this excitement any longer. My years tell upon me, I fear."
He looked at the still kneeling Kip St. Denis.
"You may rise, mon. I know how hard it was for you to come to me, but giving your loyalty to your king first was the proper thing to do. You will nae suffer for it, laddie."
"I only ask mercy for Pierce, my liege," Kip said. "Let me take him home and look after him. His mother was frail of mind, and I fear he has inherited her tendencies."
He brushed his knees off.
"We will see," the king responded. "We will see. For now, I would have you remain here at court, Master St. Denis, where I can speak with you when I need to again. Answer me one question before you go. Why did you not kill Lord Stokes for your brother?"
Kip St. Denis almost recoiled at the query.
"I could not harm an innocent being, my liege," he said. "I vomited afterward, for Pierce insisted that I accompany him. I shall never forget the look in the Earl of Bartram's eyes when he realised what had happened."
He hung his head in shame.
"God forgive me that I could not prevent my brother from his wickedness."
The king nodded his head.
"You may go now,"
he dismissed the man.
"Does he tell the truth, I wonder?"
he said after Kip had gone.
"I have heard it said," Viscount Villiers noted, "that it was Kip to whom the ladies were often drawn, and not Pierce. I have heard it said that he is a decent man but for his brother. What a pity he was not the legitimate son, my dearest lord. How sad that the House of St. Denis will die out now. It is, I have been told, an old name."
Then, pouring a goblet of wine from a sideboard tray, he gave it to the king.
"Drink, my dear lord, and be strengthened," he said sweetly.
Then he turned his attention to the Queen, while the king and his cousin of Brockcairn talked together.
"What plot do you have in your head, Steenie?" the Queen inquired.
The Viscount's fine dark eyes glittered, and he brushed the errant lock of chestnut hair from his forehead.
"St. Denis may or may not be mad, madame, but I will wager he will never forget his position. Yet it is unlikely that he will ever have a wife, and the name will die with him and his brother."
"Unless—" the Queen smiled, light blue eyes twinkling. "What scheme are you contemplating, my fine young coxcomb?"
"Kip St. Denis was born first, madame, and someone only recently suggested to me that there might be something he desired above all things, but he did not think he would ever have."
"He is a bastard, Sprig," the Queen said softly.
"So is your grandson, Charles Frederick Stuart," Villiers said daringly. "And yet Prince Henry saw that he was ennobled and had him created a duke. Do you not think Kip St. Denis has contemplated his accident of birth many times? He would have to be a saint not to have thought about it, and I do not think he is a saint, madame."
"You are suggesting that the king take away Pierce St. Denis' title and inheritance and give it to his half-brother?"
"The Marquis is mad, and a danger to himself and everyone else about one who offends the king. He must be confined or executed, madame. The king will have no choice but those two."
"Aye," Queen Anne agreed. "There is no other choice but death or imprisonment for Pierce St. Denis."
"But what of Kip, madame? If the king creates him Marquis of Hartsfield, the family need not die out. I even have a possible bride for him, Margaret Grey, the widowed Countess of Holm. She's just 19, has a modest inheritance from her late husband which would serve as a dowry, as well as a 2-year-old daughter, proving that she is capable of childbearing."
"Such generosity of heart, my dear Steenie," the Queen murmured. "Why do you care what happens to Kip St. Denis or their family name?"
"Because, madame," Viscount Villiers said, "I can think of no greater revenge upon Pierce St. Denis for all his arrogance and unkindness to my dear lord than to have him aware that his titles, his inheritance, his estate, and indeed even the bride he thought she would choose for him, have been ripped away and given to his bastard half-brother."
"If he is mad, will he understand?" the Queen wondered.
"Mad he may be, madame, but he is not insensible to what will go on about him," George Villiers said. "It will eat into him each day as the years go by, and he will be incapable of doing anything to relieve his suffering or to regain his former status. It is the worst thing that could happen to him, madame. Execute him, and it is over for Pierre Saint-Denis. Take and give what was his to Kip Saint-Denis, and you will inflict upon him a punishment of the subtlest kind, one that will burn into his very soul." "You are cruel," the Queen said. "Aye," he agreed, not denying it. "I will think on it," the Queen told him. "Convince our dear lord, and the new Marquis will be his devoted servant forever," Viscount Villiers cleverly pointed out. At that point in their conversation, Berkeley returned and presented the King with a document to sign. George Villiers was at once on the alert. The King read the parchment slowly, carefully, and then, taking the quill from his secretary, signed it. Berkeley then spread it firmly, and the King dripped the dark red wax upon it, and then pressed first the royal seal, and secondly his own signet ring into the cooling wax. Waiting a moment for the wax to harden, Berkeley then rolled the parchment up upon the table and sealed it a second time with wax. The royal seal was again imprinted upon it, and the secretary, looking up, handed the document to Viscount Villiers. "There is time to ride out yet today," the Earl of Brockhairn said to the young Englishman. "If you're up to it, laddie." Villiers nodded. "Just give me a half of an hour to get ready," he said. Then he knelt and kissed the King's hand. James Stewart reached out and stroked the young man's silky hair. "Ah, Steenie," he said. "Must you go? Can my cousin of Brockhairn nae take it alone? What will I do without my bonny laddie?" "I promised the Leslies my friendship," George Villiers said. "It would be a poor promise if I did not help them now when I could, my dearest lord. I will not linger in your Scotland, and I will return to you as soon as I can." He kissed the royal hand again, and, rising, departed to the King's privy chamber. "He's a wee bit too pretty for my taste," Brockhairn said bluntly. "But Jasmine and Jemmy say he's a good man. Now tell me, cousin, how is young Charles? Is there a chance I might pay my respects before I leave you today?" "Are you thinking of the future, Alex?" the King teased him. Alex Gordon looked startled at the King's comment. Then he laughed. "I suppose I am," he said. "Sandy's married, you know, but my own Charlie is going to need some kind of living eventually. A place with your son might be just the thing for him. Besides, now that you Stuarts are in England, I fear our great and extended family will begin to separate. We share a grandfather, Jamie, though my name be Gordon. For my family's sake, I dinna want to lose our wee prestige with the royal Stuarts. I need a son in England, and God knows there is little for Charlie in Scotland. His brother's wife ha already birthed an heir for us." "Honest as ever," the King replied with a smile. "There is time for you to renew your acquaintance with Royal Charles before you must set out for Edinburgh. Annie, will you take our cousin to the Prince? And dinna worry, Alex. We'll find something for your laddie before the summer's end. Farewell now, and God bless you." The King extended his hand. The Earl of Brockhairn took it and kissed it fervently. "Farewell, cousin," he told the King, "and God bless you. Had not been for your timely intervention, a great injustice would have been done in your name."
Chapter 18. Clan Bruce was hosting a small summer games on the other side of the Firth of Forth from Edinburgh. As late summer approached, the weather had turned sunny and warm.
"We'll go," Jemmy Leslie decided. "You've seen all that Edinburgh has to offer, darling Jasmine. You've seen the castle and blessed Queen Margaret's chapel. You visited the markets and the King's Cross where my stepfather, Francis Stuart Hepburn, Lord Bothwell, was sadly put to the horn, outlawed by his cousin, our own King James. We'll go across the water to the Bruce Games, then return to Edinburgh to pack up and go back to Glenkirk."
"But what about St. Denis?" Jasmine asked him. "We have had no word from England yet, Jemmy. Is it wise for us to go home yet?"
"St. Denis is in the north, chasing shadows," her husband said. "We have naught to fear from him, sweetheart. As for our messenger, he will more than likely go to Glenkirk when he finds we are not here."
They sailed across the Forth with the Earl's aunt and uncle. "Adam still loves the games," Fiona said. 'Tis he who taught Jemmy how to toss the caber. He generally wins despite his age when he competes. You'll enjoy the games. They'll run about 4 or 5 days. The servants had already gone ahead to prepare the tents that would house them. The Leslie Griffin flew from their tops and made their lodging easily visible. Fiona had instructed Jasmine how to dress so she would not appear unusual to the clannish Scots who were gathered. All the men wore lengths of plaid wrapped about them, and linen shirts, knit hose, and wide leather belts, along with leather shoes upon their feet. The women wore ankle-length skirts and white shirts with plaid shawls, their clan badges in full view, and knitted stockings and leather shoes upon their legs and their feet. It was simple, comfortable clothing. Their lodging was equally modest but comfortable. There were wood and leather camp beds set up, covered with feather mattresses and comforters. There were braziers to heat each tent. Outside the tent, beneath the awning, were 2 chairs. The servants had pallets which were placed at their lord's discretion, either inside or outside the tents. The Earl of Glenkirk did not think it wise that his wife's female servant sleep out of doors, where she would be prey to lechers and drunkards. Maggie would be inside, while Fergus and Red Hugh would be just outside the tent's entry, where they might also serve to guard their master and their mistress. Jasmine had never experienced anything like the games, and the only time in her entire life she had slept in a tent was during the weeks in which she made her way from her father's court to Cambay on the coast. It had been a dangerous adventure then. Now, she decided, it was fun. Their hosts, the Bruces, were providing both food and drink for their guests. Great cook fires burned night and day. The fare was simple. Hot oat stirabout, oat cakes and cider in the morning. Mutton, oat cakes and ale in the afternoon. Many of the guests at the games supplemented this rather Spartan fare. The Leslies had brought half a wheel of cheese, fresh bread, a fat cooked capon, wine, apples and pears.
"All those oats give me the wind,"
Adam Leslie complained.
"After 5 days, if we all turn our arses to the sea, we'll create enough of a blow to send the French fleet back to Normandy."
Jasmine had never seen anything like the games. There were foot races. The men stripped off their shirts and ran the different courses. There was wrestling. The man to beat was the Erskine champion, a tall, bare-chested, beefy fellow in his red and green tartan. Young men of the Bruce, Macduff and Lindsay clans tried, but failed. Black Ewan Erskine remained champion for these games. There was the stone pitch, in which heavy, smooth, round stones were pitched with one hand down the length of a field. Happily, the host clan won that contest. Then came the tossing of the caper. Logs of even length had been hewn, and now each contestant lifted up his log in turn, ran a few steps, and heaved the heavy timber as far as he could. Adam Leslie, considered almost an old man by the young clansmen, pitched his caber farther than any of the younger men. There was one contestant left, his nephew, the Earl of Glenkirk. His dark, hairy chest straining and wet with his effort, James Leslie launched his caber with a fierce grunt. It soared through the clear air with what seemed exquisite grace, passing the log thrown only moments earlier by Adam Leslie.
"I declare James Leslie winner of tossing the caber,"
said Jock Bruce, the master of the games. The Earl grinned.
"At least it's still in the family,"
he teased his uncle.
"You'll have to beat me 3 times running, laddie, before I'll give o'er to you,"
Adam said, laughing.
"'Twas a lucky throw, I'll vow, Jemmy. There are games at Shion next month. We'll see then."
"One of these days you're going to pull something important if you keep on like this," Fiona muttered ominously. Adam Leslie slid his arm about his wife.
"Not for you to worry about, darling,"
he said gallantly. James Leslie had also entered the archery contest. Jasmine stood by his side, fidgeting. Her father and her brothers had taught her to shoot. "Why can't women enter the games?" she demanded of her husband. "I'm as good an archer as any man, damn it."
"Women don't come to the games to compete," the Earl said.
"Well, I wouldn't want to in most of your sports," Jasmine responded. "They are much too rough, but women hunt too. They know how to use a bow. I think women should be allowed to compete in archery."
"Next she'll be wanting to join the dancing,"
Adam Leslie snickered.
Lassie, keep to your place."
"My place?" Jasmine's turquoise eyes flashed, and in that moment her husband caught a glimpse of the Moogle's daughter. "And what, pray, good uncle, is my place?" Adam Leslie had also, in the same moment as his nephew, seen something so fierce and so royal in his nephew's wife that he had almost been frightened. Drawing a deep breath, he said, further compounding his blunder,
"Why, lassie, 'tis your place to be a good and obedient wife to Jemmy Leslie, and give the family healthy bairns."
Fiona began to giggle. The Earl groaned. "In other words, uncle, I should keep silent, bow to my lord's wishes, and spend my life up on the ben on scent." She snatched her husband's longbow and notched an arrow into it. Drawing the string back, she let the missile fly. It hit the target dead center. Pulling another arrow from its holder, she fitted it into the bow and loosed it. It split the first arrow in the target. Shoving the bow back at her husband, Jasmine said scathingly, "Any man who can match that shot will have 5 gold pieces from me. Is there any man here who would try?" She looked about the dumbstruck men. "No one?" Jasmine Leslie turned her back on the astounded men and walked away.
"Jesu," Jock Bruce said admiringly. "She's even more woman than your mother was, Jemmy Leslie. Where the hell did she ever learn to shoot like that? And why would a woman want to shoot?" "She was her father's youngest child, born in his old age, and he doted upon her, as did her eldest brother. They taught her so she could hunt with them," the Earl of Glenkirk said. "What a braw lassie! You'll get strong sons off of her," the host of the game said. "And she'd be mighty handy in a siege, too."
His remark broke the tension left by Jasmine's anger, and the men laughed heartily, but the Earl of Glenkirk was not amused. His wife had embarrassed him publicly, not just by her actions, which had been spectacular to say the least, but by her sharp words, heard by all. He turned and stamped back to their tent. There he found Jasmine calmly drinking a cup of wine.
"Do wives in India shame their husbands publicly, madame?" he demanded of her.
"This is not India," she said calmly.
"Nay, madame, it is not. It is Scotland. And in Scotland, women do not discomfort their men before a crowd," he told her.
"You are just angry because I'm a better shot with a longbow than you are," she said airily. Jasmine was feeling much better now.
"Aye, you are," he agreed. "But your words were far sharper than your arrows, and wives here do not openly speak to their husbands as you spoke to me back at the archery trial."
"'Twas not you with whom I was irritated," Jasmine replied. "'Twas your Uncle Adam. He thinks all women should be humble, meek, and barefoot with bairns." She gently mocked Adam's accent.
"My uncle is of the old school," the Earl told his wife. "He believes that a woman should defer to her lord."
"Like your Aunt Fiona," Jasmine replied scathingly. "She leads him by the nose, Jemmy."
"Aye, she does, but he doesn't know it," the Earl said. "I will tell you something that few people know or remember. My Aunt Fiona was a wild creature in her youth. They say her wifely ardour put her first husband into an early grave, but he was a weak creature. Widowed, she set her sights upon my father, and why not? She was every bit his equal in breeding, being an earl's daughter. My father entered his bedchamber one evening to find Fiona there, naked upon his bed, for she sought to compromise him before he could wed my mother. Uncle Adam was with my father. He had always desired Fiona, and so my father slept in his brother's room that night while Adam tamed his Fiona. In the early days of their marriage, Fiona was his slave, but then one day she realized he needed her every bit as much as she needed him. From that moment on, my aunt has manipulated my uncle, but she does it in such a way that he believes nothing has ever changed and that he is still the master of his house. Fiona is very clever, darling Jasmine."
Jasmine put her silver cup down. "Are you suggesting that I manipulate you, my lord?" She smiled wickedly. He laughed in spite of himself.
"Be serious, madame," he scolded her. "My uncle is of a different time and sees women as all men saw them 40 years ago, as most men in Scotland today still see their women. This is not England with its more liberal appreciation of the fair sex, darling Jasmine. What is between us is private, but in public, I do not believe I am asking too much when I ask you to yield before my manly superiority."
His green gold eyes were twinkling as he said these last words.
"And you must find a way to make your peace with my uncle, sweetheart."
He took her hand in his and kissed it. She poured him his own cup of wine and handed it to him. "What am I to say to him?" she asked. "That I might be breeding again?"
"Aren't you?"
he said knowingly. "Perhaps," she said. "I'm not certain yet. How did you know?" Pulling her from her seat, he sat down in it, drawing her into his lap and cuddling her.
"Because there is nothing about you, darling Jasmine, that I do not know, no nuance of which I am not acutely aware. You are the breath I breathe, the very beating of my heart, a part of my soul."
He kissed her slowly, deeply, lingeringly, his big hand cupping her dark head, his fingers kneading her scalp. She sighed, moulding herself close against him. "Jemmy, Jemmy," she murmured breathlessly, pulling away from him. "The whole encampment will see us. We are not alone. What will they say?"
"They will say the Earl of Glenkirk is a fool for his beautiful wife, who talks far too much for her own good," he replied, kissing her again. "And that the Earl of Glenkirk should beat his beautiful wife occasionally to keep her docile and amenable to his will."
"You would never beat me," Jasmine said, dismissing his words.
"Nay, I would not," he agreed. "But if you do not behave yourself while we are here at the games, I may be tempted to give your pretty bottom a smack, madame."
She jumped from his lap. "You would not dare." James Leslie eyed her lazily from his camp chair and, reaching out, pulled her back into his lap, kissing her soundly.
"A woman who says, 'you would not dare,' when she knows damn well that I would, is either asking to be spanked or is foolish. Are you asking to be spanked, madame?" he murmured, nuzzling her soft neck.
"No!" She giggled helplessly as he nibbled at her flesh.
"Then you are foolish, darling Jasmine," he teased.
His fingers were unlacing her shirt as he spoke, and now he slipped a big hand into the garment to cup her breast. It fit into his palm like a nesting dove. "I am not," she protested. Oh, God. Her breasts were so very sensitive now. She was surely breeding again. He rubbed the nipple insistently, teasing at it until it was hard with longing. "Jemmy," she cried out softly as he laid her back against his arm, and then, lowering his head, began to suckle upon her breast. "Someone will come. Someone will see us. Oh, God!" She could feel the wetness between her legs. Raising his head, he tipped her from his lap and pushed her into the tent. There were no words for the moment between them. They both knew what they wanted. Sliding to her knees upon the grassy floor of the tent, Jasmine waited but a moment for her husband to join her. Kneeling behind her, he pushed up her skirts, gazing admiringly upon the twin moons of her bottom. He loosened his own clothing and moved himself into position, pushing himself slowly into her hot, throbbing passage, groaning with pleasure as she tightened herself about him. Completely sheathed within her, he let himself enjoy the sweetness for a long moment. Then he withdrew himself very slowly before thrusting himself back hard into her quivering body. Her back arced itself concave as she ground her buttocks into his belly.
"Oh, witch!"
he groaned, his hands fastening themselves strongly about her hips as he began to piston her fiercely. If she were not already with child, she soon would be, he thought randily. Her body was bent in a posture of complete submission, and yet she did not feel as if she had surrendered, Jasmine thought. They had suddenly wanted each other, and it was she who had chosen the path that they would take. She who had knelt and offered herself to him. She was gaining every bit as much pleasure from this mad encounter as he was. His love rod was so strong. It pierced her to her heart. She could feel every one of his fingers, single and individual, as it pressed into the soft flesh of her hips. She would be marked for several days, for her creamy skin was very fine. The heat of his body was burning her. He drove himself deeply into her, withdrew, and propelled his length hard once more. The walls of her passage clutched angrily at him, seeking to capture him. "Don't stop," she begged shamelessly. "Oh, Jemmy, don't stop." He sought to please her, please himself, please them. Back and forth he slid his manhood, back and forth, until he could suddenly feel himself expanding, feel the tremors of excitement from Jasmine as she began to slide over the edge into the white-hot pleasure, and, unable to restrain himself any longer, he let his love juices burst forth with a loud groan.
Ah, 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 ah.
Falling away from her, he rolled onto his back as she collapsed face down into the soft green grass. They lay panting for a short time, and then Jasmine said weakly, "You will not control me with your passion, my lord." James Leslie burst out laughing.
"And here I thought you sought to cajole me with yours," he teased her.
"Oh, beast!" she cried, and pretended to smack at him. Defending himself, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her once again.
"Madame, madame, 'tis not fit you beat your husband."
She lay contentedly in his arms. "You are the most aggravating of men, Jemmy Leslie, and always were. You are only fortunate in that I love you to distraction, and above all others, else I think I should kill you." Rubbing her face against his silken-covered chest, she kissed it. He stroked her dark head, entwining her thick plait about his hand and arm.
"I have never needed a woman before, my precious darling Jasmine, but I need you," he admitted. "Until I set eyes upon you for the first time, I did not know what happiness could be. I am jealous of any man who gazes at you. I resent the years we have not spent together. My love is for you alone."
"Oh, Jemmy, sometimes I think I'm not worthy of such a love from such a man. I'm very spoilt and imperious, and I hurt without meaning to hurt. But I love you, my darling husband," Jasmine declared passionately to him, and she kissed him hungrily.
"Ah, here you two are,"
they suddenly heard Adam Leslie's voice, and he entered their tent as the Earl scrambled up, pulling his wife with him. Adam's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Uncle," Jasmine brushed the grass from her skirts and attempted to smooth her hair. "I would apologize for my outburst earlier."
"Och, lassie, 'tis not," he replied graciously. "You're breeding again, I expect, and the breeding woman is apt to be testy and a wee bit skittish. You're forgiven. Now come give us a kiss to seal the peace between us, eh?"
He held out his arms to her. Laughing, Jasmine went into them and kissed his cheek. "Is nothing a secret in Scotland, Uncle?" she asked him.
"Very little,"
he said, and he chuckled. In the evening, the men danced to the wailing of the bagpipes beneath the August full moon, the light from the fires casting wild shadows over everything in their path. Jemmy pointed out to her the distinctive plaids worn by the different clans. The Bruce tartan was red, with white lines separating the red into boxes, and in the centre of each square was a smaller green box separated by red lines. The Macduffs had worn their hunting colours, a plaid of dark blue, green, medium blue, and red. The Erskine's tartan was red with black, the Lindsay's a similar design but in red and green. Jasmine's shawl was the Leslie's hunting colours, boxes of medium blue and green with broad bands of dark blue and narrow bands of red and yellow. On the last night of the dances, Jasmine stood with Fiona Leslie, watching the men as they danced. Gracefully they stepped between the crossed swords, never once moving the blades with their feet. The pipes played with fierce intensity. A soft wind brought the fragrance of heather from the hillsides. The flames from the fires leapt as madly as did the dancers. There was something wonderfully wild and primitive about it, and that part of Jasmine that was Celtic was moved and touched. When the dawn came, however, the skies, bright for several days, had lowered and rain threatened. The encampment began to break up, and Bruce's meadow began to look like one again as they packed their belongings and prepared to return to Edinburgh.
"You can save yourselves a day if you leave directly from here," Adam Leslie suggested to his nephew. "We'll follow in a few days' time and bring your steward to Daly. He can close up Glenkirk House. You'll be home all the quicker without the baggage carts."
The Earl turned to his wife.
"Jasmine."
"It would be easier, but I have to go back to town, my lord. I have business with my bankers, the Kiras, that I must conduct in person." They crossed the Firth of Forth once more and rode back into the town. James Leslie went directly to his home, but his wife went to her bankers in Goldsmith Alley off the High Street, so that they might leave the city all the sooner and return home to Glenkirk. Stepping back out into the street, her business complete, Jasmine suddenly found herself surrounded by a party of rather nasty-looking men. A familiar voice greeted her sneeringly.
"So, madame, we meet again,"
Pierce St. Denis, the Marquis of Hartsfield, said.
"I have a warrant for your arrest. Take her and put her on the horse,"
he commanded his men. Maggie, behind her mistress and unseen, pressed herself back into the shadows of the doorway. To her surprise, a hand caught at her arm and slowly eased her back into the building. Startled, she turned about to see David Kira, a finger to his lips, warning her to silence as he quietly closed the door behind them. He drew her back down the hallway of the building and into a side room.
"Why did you nae help my mistress?"
Maggie demanded.
"One man, and it's you. It would have been worth my life, mistress. You, however, I have saved. I will let you out the back door, and you must run to your master and tell him what happened. Your horse will be returned to Glenkirk House by nightfall," he said.
Then, opening a small door in the room's outer wall, he beckoned her through.
"Go down the alley, lassie, and you'll find yourself back on the High Street. You know your way from there, do you not?"
Maggie nodded.
"Thank you, sir,"
she said, finally remembering her manners and giving him a smile.
"Hurry,"
he told her.
"I expect there is a need for urgency."
The door closed behind her, and Maggie did just as the banker had advised her. She ran down the alley and out onto the High Street, but she did not go directly to Glenkirk House, which was located off the Canongate. Instead, she ran to Leslie House, which was set on a small street that bisected the High Street. It was nearer, and Master Adam would have a horse to get her to Glenkirk House all the quicker. Maggie ran on, praying that she would remember the right street. Then she recognised it, and, turning, she dashed down it, swiftly reaching the door of Leslie House and pounding upon it with all her strength. The servant answered, looking askance at the dishevelled Maggie.
"Yes,"
he said loftily. Maggie pushed past him.
"Master Adam! Master Adam!"
she called urgently, and Adam and Fiona Leslie came forth from the library.
"'Tis my mistress,"
Maggie gasped, her breath coming in desperate gasps.
"She's been taken,"
and Maggie began to cry. Fiona took the girl by the arm and drew her into the library. Adam poured a small whiskey and shoved it at the servant.
"Drink it, lassie. You're gonna have a fit of hysterics now. Drink it down and tell us what happened," he said.
Maggie coughed and sputtered, but she managed to get the potent amber liquid down. She stood silent for a moment, as if gathering her strength, then, taking a deep breath, said,
"We went to Master Kira's, and when we were coming out, this man with a strange accent, he was nae a Scot, even a Sassenach like these southerners are, said my mistress was under arrest, and his men put her on her horse and rode away. They didna see me, for I was behind her, and then Master Kira pulled me back into the building and let me out the back to come and tell my master. But 'tis a long walk to Glenkirk House from here, and you were nearer, and I need a horse for mine was left behind, and Master Kira said he would hae it back to us by nightfall, but I need one now."
She stopped as if to catch her breath.
"God's foot,"
Adam Leslie swore.
"'Tis that damned Englishman, and why the hell dinna we know he was back in Edinburgh?"
Maggie began to cry in earnest now, tears streaming down her face, her sobs loud and most pitiful to hear.
"Cease your caterwauling, lassie,"
Adam Leslie roared.
"I need to think, damn it."
"You need to get Jemmy,"
Fiona said, and she put her arms about the weeping Maggie.
There, lassie. You did absolutely the right thing coming here first."
She turned back to her husband.
"Adam, damn it, get on your horse and find the Earl."
James Leslie thought his head would explode, so great was his anger when he learned that his wife had been taken by Pierce St. Denis. Still, he forced himself to remain calm, mainly with the help of Adali, who laced the Earl's tea with whiskey and made him quiet himself as he drank it.
"Breathe slowly, my lord, as I have taught you,"
Adali said.
Anger will but create a confusion inside your mind. You must not allow your wrath to produce chaos within your thoughts. We are dealing with a madman who is both clever and, to my great surprise, resourceful."
James Leslie nodded and drank the hot tea.
"What blather is this?"
Adam Leslie demanded impatiently.
"We need to gather up our men and find the bastard, so we may slaughter him for his incredible presumption in laying hands on a Countess of Glenkirk." "Nay,"
the Earl said quietly.
"We need to outfox this madman, uncle, before he can harm Jasmine. I have lost one wife to insanity, and I will not lose another."
"Where could the Marquis have taken my lady?" Adali asked.
"If he still ha that damned warrant, he may ha gone to the castle. We're in luck if he ha, for I know the governor. He's a sensible man and will nae act hastily, unless he is entirely certain of himself,"
Adam Leslie said.
"I'll go up the hill, but you are to remain here. That warrant has both your names, laddie. Why the hell hasn't our messenger returned from England? He should be here by now."
Adam Leslie went up the hill, as he had so colourfully put it to his nephew, to Edinburgh Castle. There he sought out his friend, Robert Crichton, who was currently the castle governor, but the governor had not seen Piers St. Denis since the spring. He was shocked by Adam's tale.
"He did ha a warrant, as I recall," the governor said. "A forgery,"
Adam Leslie said bluntly.
"His half-brother admitted it to the steward at Glenkirk before he deserted the Marquis. You know the king's signature, Robbie." "Time ha passed since Jamie was here," the governor said. "He ha grown older, and his hand may nae be as steady."
"So," Adam Leslie said triumphantly.
"You were suspicious."
"The seal was genuine,"
the governor hastily told his guest.
"But the signature was nae. Dinna fret, Robbie. We sent a messenger down into England to tell the king what was happening. He'll be back soon with the truth. If St. Denis brings the Countess of Glenkirk to the castle, you'll send word, will you nae?"
"Aye, and I'll keep her ladyship comfortable and safe."
"You'll get her back,"
Adam said sharply.
"I canna until this matter of the warrant is straightened out, Adam,"
his friend said. Before Adam Leslie might protest, however, there was a knock upon the governor's door, and a servant entered to announce,
"The Earl of Brockcairn and Viscount Villiers, my lord."
"God's boot,"
Adam Leslie chortled.
"Here is your answer in the nick of time, Robbie. Brockcairn, 'tis good to see you. Do you have some paper with you saying this Englishman is a liar and a traitor? He had just this day snatched Jasmine from the streets of the town."
"Jesu, I am glad Velvet isn't here to learn that,"
Alexander Gordon said.
"My Lord Governor, Adam Leslie, may I present Viscount George Villiers, who carries a warrant from the King himself for the arrest of the Marquis of Hartsfield. The forgery that Hartsfield carries, attempting to cause harm to the Leslies of Glenkirk, is not valid and never has been, my Lord Governor."
George Villiers handed the rolled parchment to Robert Crichton.
"You will find a personal message from His Majesty as well within the roll, my lord," he said, bowing.
Adam Leslie was staring at George Villiers in amazement. Never before had he seen such a beautiful young man. He was tall and very manly in appearance, with his flashing dark eyes and wavy chestnut hair. His clothing was the height of fashion, and certainly did not have the look of a man who had ridden hard. It was unwrinkled, and every bow and furbelow was in place.
"So you're the king's new love of whom we have heard,"
he said frankly. George Villiers burst out laughing.
"I am most fortunate to have His Majesty's favour and affection," he told the craggy Highlander.
"His great-great-grandfather liked the laddies too,"
Adam Leslie said matter-of-factly.
"Can you use a sword, laddie?"
"I can,"
Villiers replied, and then he said mischievously,
"His Majesty's great-great-grandfather must have liked the ladies equally as well, else His Majesty not be here today."
"Aye, he did, just like our Jamie,"
Adam replied, not in the least nonplussed by the angelic-looking Englishman.
"Where is Jasmine?"
the Earl of Brockcairn asked.
"We dinna know,"
Adam replied.
"I came up the hill because I thought he might have brought her here with his forged warrant, but Robbie says he had not seen the bastard since the spring." "Where is Glenkirk?"
Brockcairn demanded.
"At his house,"
Adam said.
"I didn't want him out where this Englishman might catch him as he did Jasmine." "This is a crown matter now, Sir Robert,"
Alexander Gordon said.
You must send out men to seek the Countess of Glenkirk, who have been kidnapped by this man. He is treacherous, but the felons with him will quickly give way to your authority. We can waste no time. This man is dangerous."
"I imagine," said George Villiers,
"that he did not bring Jasmine here to the castle for fear the truth is out by now. I do not think he expected it would take him almost a year to run her to ground. He could not take the chance that Sir Robert had received word from the king that St. Denis is on a mission of revenge and not on royal business. Lord Gordon is correct when he states that the Marquis of Hartsfield is dangerous. We've only recently learned from his half-brother that he personally murdered Lord Stokes."
"God's blood!" Adam Leslie swore.
"He will seek to leave Edinburgh," Lord Gordon said. "We must learn in which direction he has gone, as he will have Jasmine with him."
"How do we do that?" Villiers asked.
"First we will return to Kira, the banker's residence in Goldsmith Alley. He will tell us what he can, and we will speak with his neighbours to learn if they saw anything."
"Someone will have seen something," Lord Gordon replied.
"It was broad daylight."
He turned to Adam Leslie.
"Where we have seen Kira, you will go to Glenkirk House and tell my son-in-law what we are doing. We will go to him immediately when we have learned anything. Then we will follow this Saint Denis, and we will nae cease until we have regained our Jasmine."
He turned again.
"Sir Robert, you will give us men to aid us in the search."
"Aye," the governor said slowly, wondering what it would cost him to send out his men. Part of his living was made from what he could save from the subsidy allocated to the royal treasury for Edinburgh Castle.
"The king shall know of your eager cooperation, my lord,"
Viscount Villiers said with a charming smile. His own instinct had told him the direction of the castle governor's thoughts.
"I shall personally inform him of your generous aid."
He bowed to Sir Robert with a flourish. The three men withdrew from the governor's privy chamber, and Adam Leslie said with his characteristic bluntness,
"You're nae such a silly puppy as you look, sir, are you?"
"Nay, sir, I am not,"
George Villiers replied with a small grin. Then he asked the older Scotsman,
"Are you always so frank, sir?"
"'Tis the only way I know to be,"
Adam answered him candidly. George Villiers shook his head.
"In a way, I envy you, sir,"
he told Adam.
"But you would never succeed at court with such an attitude."
"That cesspit," Adam said scornfully. "Never. I have enough of the King's court when Jamie was here in Scotland. When he hurried himself south with such undisguised enthusiasm, I watched, as the hand and arse kissing, ambitious members of my race dashed after him in their eagerness to share his good fortune. It is said that many were younger sons, and but sought their fortune, but I was a younger son. I have a fine wife, a small house in Edinburgh, and Glenkirk Castle will always be my home in the Highlands. I am nae a rich man, but what I has more than enough, for I am here in my homeland. I was born a Scot, and I will die one, my fine young lordling. Nay, I am nae a courtier, but each man must choose his own path through life. This is mine."
The trio departed Edinburgh Castle and rode down the high street to Goldsmith Alley. David Kira was awaiting them. He ushered them into his library, and George Villiers was surprised at the richness of the interior of what seemed from the exterior to be a poor man's house.
"I have been expecting you," the banker said quietly. Then, "A serving girl saw the entire thing from the upstairs window. There were 8 men with the lord. They rode back out onto the high street with the countess, but she could not see from her vantage point in which direction they turned. The lord, however, was leading her ladyship's horse, and they had tied her hands to the pommel of the saddle so she could not escape them, but also so no bystander would notice that she was captive. It was cleverly done." "Why did she nae cry out?" Adam Leslie wondered aloud. "Because, Master Leslie, a small silk handkerchief was stuffed into her mouth and tied with a bit of cord. Then they covered her head with her shawl, so it would not be noticed," David Kira said. "Thank you, Master Kira," Lord Gordon said, rising with his companions. "We'll ask out on the high street to see if anyone noticed this party of men and a woman."
Out on the high street, they eventually discovered a beggar who had indeed seen 9 men and a woman.
"Took the Leith Road, my good lords," he said,
his grimy hand outstretched. The Earl of Brockhairn dropped a silver piece into the upturned palm.
Dinna drink at all,
he advised, before riding on with his fellow travellers. He turned to Adam Leslie.
Go to Glenkirk House now and tell Jemmy we're on the Leith Road. Tell Sir Robert as well. Villiers and I will continue on to the port, although why the hell he is headed there I'll never know. Probably because it is the one place you wouldn't think to look for him,
Viscount Villiers opined to Lord Gordon, as Adam Leslie turned back toward Glenkirk House.
He did not trust to go to Sir Robert, for he suspects the game is up. There is no place in Scotland where he will be safe with the kidnapped Countess of Glenkirk. Most men in his position would head for the borders with Jasmine. He, however, is not most men. He will try and get on a ship for England, thereby avoiding anyone in pursuit, or so he thinks.
George Villiers chuckled.
He'll have some time attempting to force Jasmine upon a vessel, if indeed he can do it at all.
Alexander Gordon chortled.
Aye, she's like her mother, and ha a very hot temper, although Velvet claims her temper is more like Jasmine's father's, the Muggles. I'm afraid Pierce St. Denis had bitten off far more than he can chew, which he'll shortly discover to his dismay.
And, laughing, the two men continued on down the short distance that separated Edinburgh from its port town of Leith. Chapter 19. They had taken her completely unawares as she had stepped forth into Goldsmith Alley from David Kira's house. A small cloth was stuffed into her mouth before she might scream or utter any sort of protest. A narrow string was tied about her head to prevent her from spitting out the gag. They boosted her onto her mount so quickly and lashed her hands to the pommel of the saddle that there was simply no opportunity to fight them. Her shawl was drawn down over her head, and she was led away. Jasmine knew instantly who her captor was, and if it had been possible to wreak havoc upon him, she would have gladly done so. She had been very careful, as they were gagging and binding her, not to glance back at Master Kira's house. Maggie had been but a step behind her, but a quick, surreptitious peep at the door from which she had just exited revealed that Maggie was no longer there. Clever girl, Jasmine thought, relieved. If they had both been captured, who would there be to tell Jemmy? But Maggie would have to hurry, or the trail would be lost. They had ridden out onto the high street. After a few moments, they turned onto another road. Leith, the signpost had said, Jasmine noted. Leith? Of course. It was the port for Edinburgh, but where in the name of heaven was he taking her from Leith? Back to England? It couldn't be England. By now, Pierce St. Denis' deception was well known at court, and the king would have put a stop to it. Where, then? None of her questions would be answered until they stopped, and she got this damned gag out of her mouth. She pushed at it with her tongue. It wasn't lodged too tightly, but her mouth was becoming exceedingly dry. Jasmine concentrated on her breathing in an attempt to calm herself. She wasn't so much afraid as she was angry. They had not travelled a great way down the Leith Road when they came to an inn and stopped. It was a rather disreputable-looking place. Jasmine could hear the drunken shouts from within the building. The men accompanying them dismounted, stretching and scratching. Tying their rather scruffy mounts to a hitching post, they looked to the Marquis.
"We leave you here," he said. "I give you your horses. Do what you will with them." "And our silver," a tall ruffian demanded. "You promised us silver, too, for our services, my lord. We ain't letting you and the lady go without our silver," he finished menacingly.
Pierce St. Denis pulled a bag from his doublet and tossed it scornfully to the man.
"Here," he said with a sneer. "It ain't enough," the man complained, weighing it in his palm. "You've shorted us, Englishman. Why should we expect any less from one of old King Jamie's pretty boys?"
He moved forward threateningly. The Marquis of Hartsfield's hand slid to his sword. Yanking it from its scabbard, he moved his horse slightly forward and ran the man through. As his victim pitched head first to the ground, he withdrew the sword from the surprised man's chest, wiped it on his victim's clothing, and returned it to its place. "Does anyone else wish to debate the point with me?" he demanded coldly. Then, turning his horse, he departed the inn-yard, leading Jasmine's mount behind him, as the 7 remaining ruffians flung themselves on the dead man, grasping for the money pouch and arguing over the disposition of his horse. Jasmine noised to get his attention. He turned back to her, smiling.
Would you like me to remove the gag from your mouth, my sweet? He asked her solicitously.
She nodded eagerly.
Do you promise me that you will not scream, cry out, or make any attempt to attract the attentions of anyone?
Again she nodded.
No, he said coldly. This is your first lesson in obedience, my sweet. I do not like recalcitrant women. With me as your master, you will finally learn your place. You really should have chosen me, Jasmine. Now I must punish you and James Leslie for the public insult you've done me. I could have you both hanged, you know, for I possess a royal warrant, but first I shall use you to draw the Earl of Glenkirk to me. Tonight you shall write a letter, telling him that you have made a mistake and that you wish to be with me. How he will suffer. He will, of course, come for you to see if it is true. Then I shall kill him, and you will belong to me forever. I told you that you would be mine one day, and you will.
His bright blue eyes glittered with his words. He is totally mad, Jasmine thought. Completely and utterly insane, which made him even more dangerous, she considered. She must take the first opportunity to flee him. Certainly, Jemmy knew by now what had happened to her, but how could he possibly know where to look for her? He couldn't, and therefore it was up to her to escape Pierre Saint Denis, the Marquis of Hartsfield, before he killed them both. She could smell the sea as they approached the port, but he did not go into the town. Instead, he turned off on an almost invisible dirt path that led up a small hillock. At the top was what appeared to be a deserted cottage. It was there that he stopped, dismounting from his own horse and lifting her down off her own mount. Below them was Leith, and beyond the Firth of Forth and the sea. He pulled her by her bonds into the cottage, even as she resisted him now, digging her heels into the earth and struggling. To her shock, he slapped her.
I will have no defiance from you, madame, he said. You are here to learn obedience, and you will not leave this poor place until you do.
He yanked her into the small house. Once inside, however, he undid the cord binding the gag and pulled the rag from her mouth.
Bastard, Jasmine managed to gasp. You have almost choked me with that thing.
Pierre Saint Denis slapped her again.
Thank me for my generosity in removing it, you bitch, or I'll stuff it back in your mouth again, he snarled at her. Only that I long to hear the sound of your voice once more overrules my common sense. But if you continue to speak to me with such disrespect, you will be gagged until you learn to speak to me with a gentle tongue.
His hand fastened itself into her dark hair, and he forced her face up to his.
Do you understand me, Jasmine?
You are hurting me, my lord, she replied through gritted teeth.
Do you understand? He repeated.
I understand, she told him, forcing her anger back. He was, she realized, perfectly capable of killing her.
Good,
he almost purred, and then he passed his hand over her heaving bosom.
I want you naked, he told her. I have never seen you as nature fashioned you, and I'm most anxious to do so, my sweet.
She shuddered with revulsion at his words, but he mistook her gesture for fear and was very pleased. What do you think to gain by this, my lord? She asked him. You have violated the king's trust, and he will certainly see you chastened for it. Pierre Saint Denis laughed.
Nay, he will forgive me. Old King Fool always forgives me, for he loves me, you see. I am never chastened for my wrongs. I never have been. When we were children, it was Kip who was always beaten for my sins. Since I loved my brother, our father thought I would be better behaved if it was Kip who was punished and not me. But I enjoyed it when father laid the birch on Kip's rump. Once I even beat my brother myself just to see how it felt, and it felt powerful, my sweet. I never was allowed to beat the king, of course, but he did let me scold him now and then. He would weep at my words when I would upbraid him. I believe that, secretly, the king longs to be mastered, as I will master you, my sweet.
He fondled her again, and when she attempted to pull away from him, his hand in her hair tightened, and he pinched one of her nipples hard. She winced, crying out in pain, and to her disgust, he smiled.
"Have you ever been strapped?" he asked her. "The Scots have a lovely instrument called a tawse. It is a piece of leather about 6 inches in width, and one end of it is divided into half-inch fingers, 4 to 6 inches in length, each knotted several times. Laid expertly across the bottom, it brings a fine pink sheen to the buttocks and a warmth to the skin such as you have never experienced. In my tender care, you will become quite familiar with the tawse. You will learn to enjoy the heat and the pain it gives you."
He put his face next to hers.
"Open your mouth for me, Jasmine, and receive my tongue," he commanded her.
She spat at him fiercely. The Marquis of Hartsfield's face darkened with his displeasure for a brief moment as he wiped her spittle from his cheek. Then he smiled slowly.
"You are going to give me much pleasure," he told her. "You will not yield to me easily, and that is to the good."
He pinched her nipple again cruelly until she finally was forced to cry out in protest. Jasmine had attempted to control her temper, but this was just too much. "You fool!" she hissed at him. "Do you really believe that you can bully me into some sort of a submission to you? And if you think the king will forgive you for what you have convinced yourself is a mere peccadillo, you are very much mistaken. My husband and my stepfather both are related to King James by blood ties. The king is a Scot, for all he is now England's king too. Blood ties, I have learned, are of paramount importance to the Scots. Release me while you have the opportunity, my lord, and then flee for your very life. If the king does not catch you and execute you, my husband and his family will hunt you into the ground and kill you where they find you." His answer was to wrap his arms about her skirts and lift her up to where a hook had been screwed into the cottage's ceiling beam. There he hung her by the ropes fastened about her wrists to the hook. Her feet were but 2 or 3 inches off the floor, but she was quite helpless.
"There," he said. "Now we may begin, my sweet."
Grasping at one of her feet, he pulled the leather shoe from it, ducking the other foot, which kicked out at him, then grabbing it and yanking the shoe from it as well. Taking up the length of rope that had kept the gag in place, Saint Denis lashed her ankles together so she could not harm him.
"Why are you garbed like a peasant?" he asked her.
"I have been at the games given by Lord Bruce across the Forth," she said. "Even noble women dress like this at the games, you ignoramus."
"How convenient for me," he mocked her. "Your simple clothing makes it easier for me to strip you."
Reaching up, he undid the tapes holding her skirt, and then those that fastened her petticoats. Pulling them off, he tossed them onto the single chair within the cottage. Walking around her, he viewed the graceful line of her back and the round curve of her buttocks. His hand smoothed the bow of her flesh, fondling it lightly. His heart was hammering in his excitement as he feasted his eyes on the creamy expanse. He could almost hear the satisfying smack of the tawse as the thick leather met soft skin. Pierce Saint Denis smiled wolfishly to himself and licked his lips. Walking back before her, he knelt and removed the garters from each of her legs. Then he slowly rolled the dark knit stocking down her right leg, slipping the wool underneath the light bonds about her ankles. He then followed suit with the stockings on her left leg. Loosening her leg bonds, he retied but one leg, fastening it to a small nail in the nearby wall, leaving a single leg free. His hands moved up that leg, squeezing lightly, feeling it. His breath was harsh. Jasmine had the sensation that her skin was crawling as his fingers brushed the inside of her thigh. It was all she could do to keep from crying out with her revulsion and distaste. She did not, however, because she knew he would take it as a cry of fear, and he wanted her to be afraid. God, how he reminded her of her half-brother Selim, with his soft hands and his softer voice. But she was no longer a bedazzled and confused child of 13.
"Do you like this?"
he asked her, his fingers tickling at her nether lips provocatively. "You are disgusting," she answered him coldly.
"Your aversion but excites me further," he told her,
and he loosened his clothing, for his manhood was straining against it almost painfully. Then, standing, he reached out to rip open her blouse and her chemise, baring her bosom to his hot eyes. He filled his hands with her soft flesh, almost whimpering in his excitement.
"Dear God, you are so beautiful," he groaned. "I can scarce contain myself, and that has never before happened to me, my sweet. You are indeed a rare prize, and you belong to me."
"I belong to no one, you loathsome, pathetic creature," she told him. "I am James Leslie's wife, but not his possession, any more than he is my possession."
"I will kill your husband,"
Pierre St. Denis said, his hands crushing her breasts in his excitement.
"How can you deny me, my sweet?"
He drew a fully engorged manhood from his clothing for her to see.
"But look at what the simple thought of possessing you has done to me."
She laughed scornfully at him. "You are no better than a mere and untried boy," she told him. "You will spill your seed upon the ground before you will slop it in me, my lord." And she laughed again, despite her great discomfort as she hung just above the floor.
"Don't say that," he almost shrieked at her. "You do not know me. I will fuck you until you are insensible before I lose my juices, you proud bitch."
Then he slapped her once again. Jasmine laughed all the harder at him. "Look, the dew pearls upon the tip of your lance. The flood is near, pitiful weakling. You cannot hold it back, for you are so unnatural a man you know not how."
"Bitch!"
he half-sobbed at her, as she prophesied his defeat, and his juices spurted forth onto the barren dirt of the cottage floor. Jasmine heaved a soft sigh of relief. She had prevented her rape for the moment. Now she had to get him to let her down from this very uncomfortable position. "My arms are going numb," she complained at him. "I am going to die. If you kill me, you will die a most painful death when the Leslies catch up with you." Looking down at his shriveled manhood, Pierre St. Denis felt anger, not to mention a sense of great frustration. She had tricked him into an embarrassing and callow act of release of his lust. She was stronger than he had anticipated. Usually the mere sight of his manhood was enough to set his victim sobbing and begging for mercy.
"You will hang there until it pleases me to release you, bitch," he told her,
and, going behind her, he bound her 2 ankles together again. Picking up the tawse, he said coldly,
"You will be punished now, my sweet, for your nasty behaviour. You will learn not to goad me in future."
The leather flicked out, meeting her buttocks with a noisy smack, several of the narrow fingers separating and inflicting their own damage. A second time, a third and fourth. When he had uttered the word punished, Jasmine had known what was to come. She had taken a deep breath and bitten down hard upon her lip to prevent any cry from escaping her. The leather strap hurt with the first blow, and with each additional blow she felt her flesh growing warm. The tiny, knotted fingers of leather stung terribly, but she did not cry out.
"Bitch!"
she heard him mutter beneath his breath, as a 5th and 6th blow followed the first 4. He was quite obviously determined to make her cry out, Jasmine realized. And if she did, then perhaps he would be satisfied and let her down from this hook, from which he had her suspended like the carcass of a doe in a larder. Her arms really were growing numb, and after all, her only interest was in surviving his bestiality. Jasmine opened her mouth and shrieked a release of the pain he was inflicting upon her. The tawse fell on her buttocks a 7th and an 8th time, the Marquis of Hartsfield grunting with his exertions.
"That's it, you proud vixen, beg me for mercy."
His arm delivered a 9th and a 10th blow. Jasmine's pitiful cries began to restore his good humour, and a smile touched his lips.
"Beg me to cease, you bitch," he said.
"Stop," she appeared to sob. "Oh, please stop. I am burning." The tawse fell an 11th and 12th time. Then she heard it drop to the floor, and he was in front of her once again. Jasmine squeezed out several tears from beneath her eyelids. He loosed her ankles from the rope, and she restrained herself from kicking him wherever she could. She couldn't get down from this damned hook by herself. "Oh, please let me down, my lord," she whimpered to him. To her shock, however, he instead knelt before her, his hands forcing her legs apart, and holding them firm as he leaned forward, he pushed past her nether lips with his tongue to find with unerring aim the sensitive jewel of her sex. His tongue began to tease it, but while he was able to arouse it so that her body gave him a libation of love-dew, Jasmine herself was repulsed by his actions. Still, Jasmine knew that he would expect some show of emotion from her. "Oh," she cried out at him, "do not, do not." He laughed, drawing away from her and looking up at her with wild eyes.
"That's it, bitch," he whispered. "Beg. But you do not fool me, my sweet. You are born a whore, like all women. Like my mother, who sold herself to the highest bidder, and like Kip's mother, who simply sold herself to her master so she could live like a lady. At least they disliked being mounted. You, I suspect, enjoy a man between your legs."
He rose and walked away from her. "Aye," Jasmine answered him boldly. "I do." He turned, looking at her, surprised. He had never before heard a woman admit to enjoying it. All the women he had ever known whined and complained and made excuses.
"You like being fucked," he said, intrigued.
"Of course," Jasmine told him. "Most women do if you approach them properly. Let me down now, my lord. You may keep me bound, but I can no longer feel my arms, and I don't think that good. It really isn't necessary to abuse a woman in order to enjoy her favours, you know. Just the sight of me naked aroused you today, did it not?" It had. For the first time in his life, he had swollen with lust, just looking at a woman. He hadn't had to whip her. He had done that afterward in his disappointment, and while he had enjoyed it, he realised he was not now aroused at all by his viciousness. It gave him pause. "Let me down," Jasmine repeated once more. Wordlessly, Pierre Saint Denis lifted her from the hook. Leading her to a wall, he reached down and, lifting up a wide leather collar, fastened it about her neck. There was a chain attached to the collar, which was also fastened to the wall. Then he unbound her hands.
"Sit down,"
he commanded her, pulling her skirt and petticoats from the table and tossing them to the dirt floor. Jasmine gingerly lowered herself to the pile of clothing. Her bottom was sore, and, touching it with tentative fingers, she could feel the wheels that he had raised with his strap. She began to rub her arms in an effort to regain some sensation in them. "I am cold," she told him. "Light a fire, if you know how, or are you useless in there also?"
"No fire," he snapped at her. "This cottage is thought to be deserted, and a fire might bring a search party to my door seeking you, my sweet. That would be most unfortunate, would it not?"
"Then at least let me put my clothing on, or I shall die of an ague. You know how sensitive I am to the damp and cold." She sneezed, as if to emphasize her point. "You will get little enjoyment out of a sick woman, my lord, will you now?" He acquiesced, although not particularly gracefully.
"Very well,"
he said, gathering up her stockings and tossing them to her.
"But no shoes, madame. I cannot have you running away, can I?"
He smiled mockingly at her. Jasmine quickly drew her wool stockings on, fastening them with their ribbon garters. Then she yanked her petticoats and skirt on, thankful that 2 of her undergarments were flannel. She attempted to draw her chemise and blouse together, but they were badly torn. "Let me have my shawl," she asked him. "If the ague attacks my chest, I shall expire, and you will suffer an even more horrible death than the Leslies have planned for you for just kidnapping me." He flung her the shawl with an ill-concealed grace.
"What makes you think your Leslies will ever find you before I have seen to James Leslie's death and returned with you to England, where the king will then be forced to give you to me to wed?"
"They will find us," Jasmine said firmly. "And how many times must I explain to you, my lord, that King James will never give me in marriage to you? My family would not allow it, and I should kill myself before I would ever allow you dominion of any kind over me."
"I've already gained control over you, my pet," he told her. "Did your love juices not sweeten my tongue just moments ago, and did you not cry out with your pleasure?"
He laughed.
"You are a far grander conquest than I ever anticipated, for I've discovered that I do not need to strap you to become excited by your charms.
Still, I will probably continue to do it for my mere amusement. And when we return to England, my brother, Kip, shall also be well entertained between your milky thighs, while I billet my cock in one of your other 2 orifices. Have you ever accommodated 2 lusty stallions at one time, my pet? It is, I have been told, an unforgettable experience for all 3 people involved.
He came now and sat himself beside her for a moment.
You are such a strong woman, my pet. I am strong too, but Kip is weak. I shall teach you how to wield the tawse and the birch on him. You will tease him with your sensuous body and mouth, and then we shall complete the torture by coupling before him until he is weeping with his own desire. If he can restrain himself from release, then perhaps I shall let him have the pleasure of your body too. As I am your master, my pet, so shall I allow you to be mistress over Kip. Like me, he has a fine big cock, and I shall give you much pleasure."
He began to stroke her eagerly. Jasmine looked past him to the window. It had become dark while they had been there. Glancing back at her captor, she could hardly see his handsome and dissolute face. The dark, however, did not seem to disturb him at all. "I am hungry," she said, "and thirsty."
"I am hungry too,"
he murmured, pushing her back and beginning to kiss and suck upon her breasts. Angrily, she pushed him away. "Is it your intent to starve me, my lord?" she snapped at him. "Is this how you show me your affection?"
"I will have to go down into the town to get us food and drink," he said pettishly.
"Then do so," Jasmine ordered him imperiously. "And afterward, if you have pleased me with a good dinner, who knows what will transpire between us, my Lord Marquis?" Her tone was now a purr of suggestion.
"Bitch!"
he snarled suddenly, drawing away from her and standing.
"Do you think to gull me with your suggestive words? If you would have me believe you, you must give me a little pleasure now," he told her.
"What would you have me do?" she asked him, wondering what wickedness he had in mind for her. Was he going to use that damned tawse on her again? She didn't think him recovered enough yet to mount her, but she could not be certain.
"On your knees,"
he ordered sternly. Then he pulled his limp manhood from his clothing.
"Not enough to unman me," he warned her, "but skillfully enough to give me a frisson of pleasure, so that my trip into Leith will be a happy one."
His hand fastened into her hair, and he forced her head forward.
"Open your mouth, my pet, and show me just how truthful your words are. Or are they false, and you seek to lull me into a stupor?"
Jasmine blanked her emotions and took him into her mouth. For a moment she was unable to act, but then she began to suckle hard upon him, her tongue teasing at him, her teeth grazing him just enough to arouse him. If this was the worst, she thought, then it would be worth it. She drew fiercely upon him, and he began to moan, his fingers kneading into her scalp, pressing her nearer and nearer to his groin. Jesu, she thought, would he never let her stop? In a moment he would surely burst in her mouth, and she didn't believe that she could bear that sort of torture.
"Enough,"
he finally ground out, and allowed her to fall back upon her heels. He looked down at his organ, and was amazed. It was larger than he had ever known it to be.
"You are a sorceress," he said low. "I've never known a woman who could please a man so well."
"I have kept my part of the bargain," she said. "Now go and fetch us some food and wine, my Lord Marquis, before I expire both of hunger and of cold."
"Very well,"
he said, and bending, he retied her hands.
"I do not want you getting into any kind of mischief while I am gone," he told her with a chuckle.
"Go," she said stonily. "I am growing fainter by the minute." He left her alone in the darkness, no fire, no candle for light. Her last glimpse of him was of the Marquis outlined in the door as he went through it. Then he was gone, the door closing behind him. Immediately Jasmine began to work her wrists together in an effort to loosen the rope with which she had bound her. Outside, she heard the muffled clop of his horse's hooves as Pierre St. Denis rode off down the hill. She had no idea how long he would be gone, how much time she had to escape him. The rope began to ease its grip. Jasmine breathed deeply and slowly, calming her beating heart. clearing her mind so she might act expeditiously and not lose this chance. Finally, she was able to slip one wrist free of its bonds. Quickly, she pulled the rope from her other wrist, rubbing them both to ease the chafing they'd taken this afternoon between being bound to the pommel of a horse, then hung from a hook. The skin was raw with the abuse she had suffered. With gentle fingers, she felt all around the leather collar he had put about her throat. It was fastened in the back of her neck by an iron padlock that was attached to a chain which was affixed into the wall of the cottage. It would be impossible to remove it without either the key to the lock or a knife with which to cut the leather. Her only option, therefore, was to somehow get the chain out of the wall. Turning about so that she faced the wall, she felt it. Stone, worse luck. Jasmine almost cried with her frustration, but then she began to run her fingers slowly over the wall, seeking the ring that held the chain. Finding it, she felt around it, and a slow smile lit her features. The ring's bolt had been set into the mortar holding the stones. The mortar was dry and old, and crumbled beneath her very touch. She pulled at the ring, but while it wriggled about, it held fast. "I need something to help me loosen the mortar," she thought, and was immediately discouraged. If there was anything useful within the cottage, she couldn't see it, and besides, the chain allowed her no latitude farther than a few feet. There was nothing within her reach. She shivered, yanking her shawl about her shoulders. As she did, her hand made contact with the clan badge Jemmy had given her, which was pinned to the Leslie tartan of her shawl. She almost cried aloud with her relief. Quickly, she undid the badge and, with the pin, began to chip away at the crumbling mortar. She had to force herself to work carefully, for the badge was her only weapon. The town was at least 2 miles away. By the time Piers St. Denis rode down into Leith, found an inn, obtained food and wine, and rode back again, it would be at least 2 or more hours. There was time, provided she did not panic and damage the pin. Jasmine chipped and chipped, stopping every now and then to wriggle the ring. The sound of the pin scraping against the mortar seemed at times very loud, for there was not another sound to be heard but her anxious breathing. She had to get away from St. Denis. This was likely to be her only chance, Jasmine sensed. If he violated her further, she would never again be able to face Jemmy. And what if, by his brutality, the Marquis harmed the child she was now carrying? And then, when she thought she would never be able to free herself in time, the ring slid loose from the mortar in the wall, and the chain fell with a noisy clank onto the floor. Jasmine scrambled to her feet, legs trembling with her excitement, gathering up the links as best she could. Her shoes! Where were her shoes? She moved carefully about the small room, seeking, feeling. Then she found them, first one, then the other. She eased her way until she reached the single chair and, sitting down, pulled her footwear on quickly. Standing, she considered her next move. She must leave the cottage, of course, but where was she to go? Down to the Leith Road. And once there, what? To Leith or back to Edinburgh? The first thing was to get out of the cottage, and so, gathering up the chain, Jasmine went to the door, opened it, and moved through. Her horse was unsaddled beneath a small shed at the rear of the cottage, but she would not take him. It would be the first thing that the Marquis would notice when he returned. Jasmine hurried off down the path that led back to the road. Once there, she briefly hesitated. If she went toward the port, she was likely to run into Piers St. Denis returning from his mission. But if he returned to the cottage and found her missing, he would probably think she was on the road toward Edinburgh and go in that direction to seek her out and bring her back. Jasmine turned toward Leith. If she heard a horseman coming, she would hide in the ditch beside the road. There was no moon, and it was a dark, misty night. It was very unlikely she would be seen. She could surely gain the town and obtain help. The first thing she wanted was to have this damned collar off her neck. It was rubbing her delicate skin most. She walked swiftly, and as she did, she contemplated how she would kill Piers St. Denis, for she knew now for certain that she would never again be safe unless he were dead and in his grave. What a pity this wasn't India. She would have had him thrown into a pit with a dozen cobras to be stung to death. She contemplated what terror would look like on his handsome face. But she wasn't in India. Perhaps they could return him to England and have him dragged along behind one of her grandmother's trading vessels as it made its way out to sea. It would be a most terrifying and slow death. Quite fitting, she thought, for the presumptuous creature who had brutalized the Mughal's daughter. The Leslies, however, would probably just hang the bastard as she'd hanged the man who had murdered her second husband, Rowan Lindley, she finally decided. The lights of the town were drawing nearer, and she had to consider what she was going to do next. She would make an odd sight, leather collar about her neck, chain still attached to it as she walked about the streets. She stopped a moment and pinned her blouse together as best as she could. Then she wrapped the chain about her waist, tucking the end into her skirt, and drew her shawl up over her head to hide the leather collar about her neck. It might not have done in the daylight, but in the dim, poorly lit streets of Leith, it would do quite well. Coming into the town itself, she stopped a woman selling herbs and asked her for directions to the harbour. "A straight, mistress," the herb woman said, pointing. Jasmine hurried onto the narrow street. It had suddenly occurred to her that there might be an O'Malley small ship in port, and if there was, she was safe. She gained the docks, and outside the harbour master's office was a large slate board upon which were chalked the names of the ships at dock. Jasmine stopped and ran her finger down the board. She was almost weeping with nervousness and disappointment until she reached the last name on the board. Lord Adam, the little coastal freighter her grandmother had named after her grandfather, for he would have no great vessel called by his name. Adam de Morisco had thought it presumption. Noting the location, Jasmine made her way down the docks to where the small boat sat, bobbing at its mooring. Who was the freighter's captain? She didn't know. Jasmine picked her way up the gangplank. There was only a single lad on watch, but there was a light in the captain's cabin. Seeing her, the lad on watch came forward. "We don't allow no women on board, mistress," he said firmly. "I am Jasmine de Morisco Leslie, the Countess of Glenkirk," Jasmine said. "Where is your captain? I must see him at once." The lad looked at Jasmine critically. "You don't look like no countess to me, mistress," he said boldly. "Nevertheless, I am," Jasmine replied, drawing herself up proudly. "Now take me to your captain before I box your ears, presumptuous boy. Your manners are wanting, and I shall tell him. And you will address me as my lady, not mistress. Do you understand me?" "Aye, my lady," the boy said. "If you will follow me." Well, it wouldn't be his fault if she was some town whore, he thought. The captain could deal with her, the uppity bitch. Jasmine followed the lad across the deck. He flung open the door to the cabin house and motioned her through. She stepped into the cabin, and relief washed over her so hard that her legs buckled, and she had to grab onto the table in the room's centre. "Jeff," she managed to say. "Thank God it's you." Captain Geoffrey O'Flaherty turned at the sound of her voice. His eyes widened in surprise. "Jasmine! Jesu, 'tis you!" Then, seeing her obvious state, he put his arms about her. "Cousin, what is it? Why are you here? What has happened? What the hell is this thing about your neck? Ewan," he called to the boy. "Fetch some wine for her ladyship." He settled her in a chair and waited while she recovered herself. "Now tell me, cousin," he said when she had quaffed the goblet the cabin boy had given her. "But first let me cut that leather from your neck." Carefully, he sliced through it with his knife and, pulling it off, flung it, chain and all, onto the floor. Jasmine took a deep breath. What on earth had happened to her? She'd been so strong up until the moment she'd seen her cousin. "I thought you were on the East Indies run," she began, rubbing her neck gingerly. "I am," he replied. "But the captain of this vessel fell and broke his leg. I was in port with not another run scheduled for the Cardiff Rose for several weeks. We didn't have another captain, and Mother would not let Father take Lord Adam up the coast, so I did. This is my son, Ewan. It's his first voyage, and if he likes it, he'll come out the Indies with me in another year. But she did not come to visit, cousin. Tell me what has happened." "What do you know of my return from France?" she asked him. "Precious little," he answered her. "I returned to learn that you'd come back and you'd married Lord Leslie.
What else is there, cousin?"
Jasmine told him. She told him of the king's foolishness and of Pierre Saint Denis' refusal to accept defeat, which had led to betrayal and murder. "Jemmy and I have spent the entire summer travelling about Scotland just to avoid him until our messenger could return from England. We have spent the last few days across the Forth at Lord Bruce's games and plan to leave Edinburgh tomorrow for Glenkirk. I had to go to David Kira before we left, however, and as I was leaving his house, I was set upon by the Marquis and his cutthroats," Jasmine told him. Then she went on to tell him of her kidnapping, leaving out the more unpleasant details, for she was, she found, uncomfortable even thinking of them.
"Jemmy must be frantic," Geoffrey O'Flaherty said.
"Maggie, my maid, was with me. They didn't see her, and I know she hurried right to my husband."
"But how did Saint Denis know where to find you?"
"I think simply bad luck on my part," Jasmine said. "Just mere chance that I was leaving Goldsmith Alley as Saint Denis was passing by it. I don't know what I would have done, Jeff, if one of Grandmamma's ships hadn't been in port. I took a chance, and this time my luck was better. Not only a ship, but a cousin who knows me."
"You will be safe here," he told her, "for I doubt that this Marquis would even consider that you had found such a safe refuge. And you are right, I expect that, finding you gone, he would assume you would attempt to get back to Edinburgh. Where do you think your husband is, Jasmine?"
"Possibly in Edinburgh, Jeff. He could not know that Saint Denis had brought me to Leith. The Leslies will probably think we are headed for the borders. They will have alerted their friends there."
"I want to remain here with you,"
Jeff O'Flaherty said.
"But Ewan is an excellent horseman and can ride to Edinburgh to alert the Earl as to your whereabouts, and that Saint Denis is still in Leith, if indeed he has not fled, being unable to find you."
"I am so tired," Jasmine said, and indeed her eyelids were drooping. He settled her into his bunk and said quietly to his son,
"Go to the harbour master and tell him that Captain O'Flaherty needs a horse. Then get directions to the Leith-Edinburgh road. It is not a great distance to ride."
"How will I know where to find the Earl when I get there?" young Ewan asked. "Ask for Glenkirk House," Jasmine said sleepily. "It's on a side street as you go toward the Canongate." Her dark head fell back upon the pillow once again. Obeying his father, Ewan O'Flaherty went to the harbour master and asked for the loan of a horse. "I must ride to Edinburgh and fetch the Earl of Glenkirk," he told the harbour master self-importantly.
"You'll nae find his lordship in the town,"
the harbour master said.
"He is here in Leith, laddie, for he sent to me this very evening asking if any vessels were leaving tonight or on the morrow. Then he and his men came down to these very docks and searched the 2 ships going out on this evening's tide, just before they sailed," the older man finished.
"Oh, sir," Ewan said excitedly. "Can you please tell me where the Earl is now? It is very important that I find him."
"Why, laddie, you'll find him at the Mermaid, which sits just off the docks," the harbour master said, pointing a gnarled finger.
"Thank you, sir," Ewan said, and he set off at a run for the Mermaid Tavern and Inn. Dashing into the tap room, the boy called out, "I am seeking the Earl of Glenkirk. Is he here?" James Leslie arose from the table, where he had been sitting with his father-in-law, his uncle, and several other men.
"I am he, lad," he said. "What is it you want?"
Ewan O'Flaherty hurried over to the table and bowed as his mother had taught him.
"My father, Captain O'Flaherty, would speak with you, my lord, on a matter of import to your lordship." "And who is Captain O'Flaherty that he would speak with me?" the Earl asked the boy. "I do not know him."
"He is my great-grandmother's grandson," the boy replied. "And you are well acquainted with my great-grandmother."
"Who is your great-grandmother?" the Earl asked, smiling slightly.
"Lady de Marisco," Ewan said, jumping back, frightened, as the Earl leapt to his feet.
"Jesu, lad, why did you nae say so in the first place?"
He pushed Ewan gently.
"Lead on then, laddie, and take me to your father." "We'll go with you in case this is some sort of trap,"
Adam Leslie said, standing up and beckoning to his companions. The men, led by the boy, trooped from the Mermaid and onto the decks, following Ewan to where the Lord Adam was moored. As the sound of their booted feet hit the deck of the small ship, Geoffrey O'Flaherty emerged from the cabin, sword in hand. "Nay, father," the boy cried. This is the Earl of Glenkirk. He was here, and the harbour master told me where to look." Geoffrey O'Flaherty sheathed his weapon and held out his hand to James Leslie.
"Jasmine is in my cabin,"
he said without further explanation, for he knew that was what the Earl wanted to know. The Earl nodded, and, moving past the captain, entered the cabin. Jasmine lay sleeping upon the captain's bunk. He went to her and, kneeling down, kissed her cheek softly.
"Darling Jasmine,"
he murmured low,
"I've come to take you home."
The turquoise eyes opened slowly and filled with recognition. Jasmine smiled. "Chemmy, I knew that you would find me." Chapter 20. They returned to Glenkirk Castle, and it was as if Piers St. Denis, the Marquis of Hartsfield, had disappeared off the face of the earth. He was nowhere to be found either in England or Scotland. Rock Cairn and Adam Leslie had gone back to the cottage where Jasmine had briefly been held captive. It was as empty as when she'd left it, but for a jug of wine, a stale loaf of bread, and a bit of cheese lying upon the table. The wine carafe was full, and neither the bread or the cheese had been eaten. St. Denis had obviously returned to find Jasmine gone, deposited their meal upon the table, and sought after her. Not finding her, he had himself vanished. George Villiers returned to England, his mission for the king successfully completed, and his only rival for James Stuart's attention vanquished. Shortly after the New Year, the king, with the urging of the Queen, created Villiers the Earl of Buckingham. The king then pronounced Kip St. Denis legitimate by virtue of his father's public affection for him, and the fact that his father had allowed his eldest son the benefit of his name. Kip was then made Marquis of Hartsfield, as he had been firstborn of the previous Marquis's sons. The Queen, who had made Kip her especial pet, for Kip, following Villiers' lead, had given Her Majesty much time, respect and attention, found him a suitable wife. Kip had, the Queen was fond of saying, a good heart, and he had endured much under his brother's wicked domain. The bride, a beloved bastard daughter of one of the favourite courtiers, came with a suitable dowry. She was delighted with her good fortune, and devoted to her husband, who was equally pleased with her. The king spent the winter months personally making plans for his return to Scotland in the summer to come, for his family and advisers were resisting the idea. He sent orders that Holyrood Palace was to be completely refurbished for the visit, and sent word to Glenkirk that he would expect to see both James and Jasmine Leslie there to greet him when he arrived in Edinburgh. It was to be a full state visit, with both the Queen and Prince Charles in attendance. "When is he coming?" Jasmine asked.
"I expect he will arrive in mid-July," her husband answered. "If I know their Majesties, they will want to remain to hunt in August and September. They will begin their progress, however, in early June."
"And every family in their path will both dread and anticipate their coming," Jasmine laughed. "Particularly as they will travel with the entire court. It is outrageously expensive to entertain royalty, even for a meal or a single night. Grandmamma said it was months before the lawns at Queen's Malvern were back to normal after the old Queen came those many years ago. But when the King came after Charlie Boy's birth, he and the Queen came alone, with only a few attendants."
"I'm relieved to say we will nae have to entertain the royal Stuarts," Jemmy said.
His speech had begun to slip back now and then into the dialect of the land.
"He'll nae venture into the Highlands."
"But where will he hunt?" Jasmine asked her husband.
"He'll keep to the pack at Holyrood. 'Tis safer for him."
Jemmy chuckled. He took her hand and kissed it.
"You are lovely when you are full with my bairns," he told her.
"Only at Holyrood," Jasmine persisted.
"Probably at Falklands and in Perth," he replied. "Is it another son, darling Jasmine? It seems I recall you did promise me at least 3 sons."
He put his hand upon her belly, which was only now beginning to swell with the new life she sheltered within her. "It will be as God wills," she teased him. "But I will admit it is already behaving like a boy, and he will come before the King comes, which will give me time to regain my figure for the new gowns you're going to buy me, so I won't embarrass you before the court."
"I thought you didn't want to go to court," he said.
"I don't want to live at court in England," she told him. "But the king has asked us to join him in Edinburgh, and I do not see any reason why we cannot go for a short time."
"It will mean you lose your English summer," he told her.
"So will Mamma and Brock Cairn," she replied. "We will invite Grandmamma to Glenkirk. She likes it here, and you like her."
"I do,"
he admitted. Then he teased.
"You have it all figured out, madame, don't you? Tell me, will these gowns be expensive?"
"Vera expensive," she teased back. And when he pulled her into his arms, kissing her soundly, Jasmine thought she had never been happier. She had had nightmares for several weeks after her escape from Saint Denis. At first she'd been unable to tell Jemmy what had happened to her, other than to reassure him that she had not been raped. She knew she was not to blame for Saint Denis' wicked behaviour, but she was frankly embarrassed by the dreadful humiliations she had suffered at his hands. The welts and wheals upon her body had healed quickly, but the injury to her pride was greater than the blows he had inflicted upon her. Finally, she told him, leaving out but a single detail. Jasmine would not tell her husband of how Saint Denis had made her kneel before him and take his member into her mouth. James Leslie need never know it had happened, and if they ever again found themselves face to face with the villain and he taunted Jemmy with the knowledge, she would deny it. James Leslie would, she knew, believe her before he would believe Saint Denis. She had done what she had to do to save her life, but would Jemmy fully understand that? She dared not take the chance and spoil the greatest happiness she had ever known. Adam John Leslie was born on the 14th day of May in the year 1617. He had his parents' dark hair and eyes that promised to remain a smoky blue. Named for both sides of his family, he was a fat, cheerful infant who happily moved from his mother's breast at the age of 1 month to the breast of the plump farm wife who was his wet nurse. His sisters, now 9 and 7, and his brothers, who were 8, 5, and a year, seemed content with their new sibling. As for James Leslie, he was ecstatic at the birth of another son. Jasmine had borne her 6th child with the same ease as she had most of her children.
"You have grown content and lost your restlessness," Adali remarked. "You are like your mother, I think."
"Which one?" Jasmine asked him, a small smile teasing at the corners of her mouth. "Ruqaiya Begum or Lady Gordon?"
"Both," he told her. "How happy the Begum would be to see you now, my princess."
"She sees us, Adali," Jasmine responded. "She and my father both." They had learned late in the previous year of the death of Jasmine's Indian foster mother, the princess wife of Akbar, Jasmine's father. Adali nodded, his brown eyes just slightly teary. Then, catching himself, he said,
"We must concentrate on your new wardrobe, my princess. The king is even now on the move north."
And he was, although his English advisers had pleaded with James Stuart to avoid this additional extravagance to his overspent budget. While their advice was good, the truth was they dreaded this long trip to Scotland and then back to England again. Even Villiers, now Buckingham, had suggested that perhaps such an indulgent trip was not particularly wise.
"What then, Steny?"
the king snarled at his favourite.
"Do you fear such an expense to my treasury will mean less wee gifties to you? Dunna be selfish. I am like a salmon who must spawn back to its breeding grounds one more time. Dunna fret me again about it, and tell the others I will nae hear any more about it. We leave on June 1.
Then the king did something he had never done. He flung a vase at his favourite in a temper, and the Earl of Buckingham beat a hasty retreat. A royal visit to Scotland was a huge undertaking. A route had to be decided upon, and it depended on the great houses in its path, where the king might stay a night or two. The court would have to fend for itself, which meant finding inns or barns or packing tents, which, on occasion, even the king would billet himself in for lack of better accommodation. The king's bed was brought, complete with its mattress, feather bed, down coverlet, pillows, and linens. It had to be set up each night, with its heavy draperies for His Majesty to sleep in, unless there was a suitable bed offered by the royal host. Tapestries, Beeswax candles, fine porcelain, linens and silver were packed for their Majesties' comfort. As the king had a great love of soft fruit, cherries, peaches, apricots, grapes and melons were also sent north post-haste as they became available. The king, who had gladly and swiftly vacated Scotland upon his ascension in order to escape his contentious Scots nobles, now waxed very sentimental with each mile they travelled. The queen rolled her mild blue eyes in exasperation. The courtiers grumbled excessively at the inconvenience and the expense involved in this great landward voyage northward. Finally, they crossed the border. A host of the great border families came to greet them. Armstrongs, Douglases, Elliots, Hamiltons, Hayes, Johnsons, Lindsays, Holmeses and Hepburns came forth, banners flying, pipes playing wildly and joyfully as they welcomed their king home again. The English courtiers in their satins and laces looked askance at the bare-legged Scots in their kilts and caps. William Drummond of Hawthornden stepped forward, bowing to the king. There had been 2 Drummond queens of Scotland, David II's wife, Margaret, and Annabella Drummond, wife of Robert III and the mother of James I. The Drummonds were ever loyal to the Stuarts. The Drummond of Hawthornden offered James Stuart a special greeting.
"And why should Isis only see thee shine? Is not the Firth as well as Isis thine? Though Isis vaunt she hath more wealth in store, let it suffice thy Forth doth love thee more."
"What does it mean?" Prince Charles asked softly.
"Isis is England, the Forth Scotland,"
Villiers, who was now the prince's good friend, replied.
"And he's saying that Scotland loves your father more than England. It is quite clever, your Highness."
"Aye," the Queen said. "The Scots are clever, but they are also stubborn. Wait, it will not be long before they are arguing with your father over something, my son. Mark them well, for you shall one day have to deal with them, and they are a proud and difficult people. And you may be certain that the Presbyterians will give him trouble." The king, however, was delighted to be back. He was flattered by the many delegations greeting him with kind words, and by the fine statue of himself that had been raised at the Nether Bow. His reign from England had already brought new prosperity to his native land. Best of all, the peace and order he had struggled so hard to bring to Scotland while he was still only its king was still fairly secure and in place. The court was to stay at Holyrood, a mile down the Canongate from Edinburgh Castle. Originally an abbey built in the 12th century, it took its name from a piece of the True Cross, or rood, which was its most prized possession. The abbey guesthouse had become a favourite lodging of the Scots kings. Marriages, funerals, births and other state occasions took place at the abbey. Finally, James IV decided that the guesthouse should become a royal palace. Of course, it was necessary that the new palace be enlarged and its appointments enhanced. James IV built a large northwest tower with pointed turrets and a crenellated parapet that reminded Jasmine of the chateau in the Loire near Archambault and Bellefleur. He then added a south wing to the tower that had its main door flanked by 2 semicircular towers with witches' caps roofs. Holyrood had a distinct elegance to it. It was surrounded by lovely gardens and set within a large forested park, overseen by one Thomas Fenton, the royal keeper of the park and of the king's beasts, which included a lion, a tiger, several lynx and a vast number of game birds. Deer roamed freely. The royal suite was in the northwest tower. The Queen was housed on the 2nd floor, in rooms that had belonged to her late and never-known mother-in-law, Mary, Queen of Scots. There was a presence chamber hung with black velvet, with the arms of Marie de Guise, who had been James's French grandmother, emblazoned upon the ceiling. Off of this chamber was the Queen's bedchamber. There were 2 other small rooms, one for dressing and one for dining, which was draped in crimson and green. A narrow private staircase, which opened into the Queen's bedchamber, connected the Queen's apartments with the King's, which were directly below it. Those rooms had belonged to the King's father, Lord Darnley. Prince Charles and the Earl of Buckingham were housed near the King's apartments. As the royal party entered the park of Holyrood, they found awaiting them a number of the Highland families, including the Leslies of Glenkirk. Jasmine and Jemmy had arrived earlier, and, finding the palace steward, had been informed a bedchamber had been set aside for them, for the king had expressly sent orders that they were to stay at Holyrood while he was there.
"We have a house just several streets away," the Earl told the king's steward. "Give our chamber to another." "I am sorry, my lord, but I have my orders. His Majesty wishes you to be near him during this visit," the steward said firmly.
"How kind of him," Jasmine chimed in, smiling. "And what an honour, my lord, to stay in the king's house." James Leslie heard the warning in his wife's voice.
"Very well, darling Jasmine," he said. "I but thought only to help the royal steward, who must find housing for the entire court, not to mention many of those who have come down from the Highlands." "Your lordship is most thoughtful," the royal steward replied. "Tell your servants they may sleep in the servants' hall."
They were directed to the appointed chamber in the south wing. It was very tiny, with a south window and a corner fireplace. Its only piece of furniture was an oaken bedstead.
"Where on earth are we to put the trunks?" Jasmine wailed.
"What an honour to stay in the king's house," he mocked her.
"It did not occur to me that the king would have such tiny guest chambers," Jasmine grumbled. Then she said, "If we push the bedstead against the window wall, we can just fit in 2 small chests of clothes along the opposite wall. There is no place to hang my clothing. Toromali and Rohana will have to fetch my gowns from Glenkirk House each day, and they can sleep there too." She turned and bumped into Red Hugh.
"Sorry, my lady," he said.
"Red Hugh, you must stop chasing at my heels," she scolded him. "It wasn't your fault, damn it. How many times must I say it?"
"I was derelict in my duty, my lady," he told her. "If I had been with you that day, that English bugger would nae ha' cut you. Praise God you were nae harmed, but you could have been, and 'twas my fault, for I let you send me away instead of remaining with you. I'll nae do it again."
"I am safe with my husband," Jasmine said. "Now go back to Glenkirk House and tell Adali that we will need curtains, linens and bedding. Then come back with him and show him this chamber. Can you not hear the crowds cheering already? The king has entered Edinburgh. He will soon be here, and my lord and I must be among the first to greet him, Red Hugh. Now go, and after you've shown Adali this room, you may come and find us and dog my heels once more," she concluded, gently teasing the big Highlander. He really had been very upset by her brief kidnapping. They left the palace and, mounting their horses, rode back into the park, mingling with the other Highland families awaiting the royal party. Finally they arrived, all ahorse, the cheers of the Edinburghs filling the air. The king looked a trifle tired with his long journey, but extremely pleased to be in Scotland. Spotting the Leslies of Glenkirk, he leaned over, first to the Queen and then the Prince. Then, making eye contact with his cousins, the monarch nodded his greeting, and the Queen waved brightly. The Scots nobility joined in with the English nobility and rode through the park to the palace, where scores of groomsmen were waiting to take their horses. The king had already gone inside with his personal party by the time the Leslies reached the courtyard. They had no sooner dismounted, however, when the Earl of Buckingham hurried over to them. He bowed to them with a flourish. "Steenie, our congratulations," Jasmine said. "One more step up the ladder, eh?" Then she laughed. George Villiers raised an amused eyebrow in agreement and kissed Jasmine's hand.
"You are ravishing as always, madame. Living in the wilds of Scotland has not diminished your beauty one whit. You are a mother again, I am told. How many is that now, madame? 6? And yet you keep your figure."
He eyed her lasciviously, waggling his eyebrows, and then he laughed.
"May my sweet Kate be as fortunate." "You are not married, then, yet," the Earl said.
"Her father says I must climb a bit higher," George Villiers said low.
"He fears I shall lose the king's favour if I marry his daughter too soon. He desires that Kate marry higher than an earl."
Villiers lowered his voice even more.
"I shall be a marquis next year."
He linked his arms through theirs.
"Come now and let us go in. What a lovely place this is. I shall enjoy exploring it, and I'm relieved to know we shall not have to travel again for a while. The king has invited you to a private supper in his apartment tonight. The round of state banquets will begin tomorrow, but tonight, the king says, is for old friends.
And it was a most intimate party, much to Jasmine's surprise. The great families were left to fend for themselves, while the king ate a simple supper of salmon and rabbit pie, surrounded by his immediate family and a few cousins, among whom were the Earl of Glenkirk and his father-in-law of Brockcairn. The Queen looked weary and admitted to it.
"Heaven only knows that I love to ride," she said. "But I have ridden all the way from England, and my bottom is worn out."
She sipped listlessly at her wine-cup.
"We will put a sheepskin on your saddle, madame, like we do in the northeast,"
the Earl of Glenkirk said with a smile.
"You will not want to miss the hunting season, for I know how much you love to hunt, and you will remember how good a season we have here in Scotland. Soon the deer and the grouse will be ripe for the picking, eh?"
The Queen favoured him with a smile.
"I do indeed remember hunting in Scotland. Holyrood Palace will not be enough for us once we have rested up. We will want to go to Falklands and into Perthshire as well."
"Oh, sweet Jesu,"
Buckingham moaned low.
"More travelling."
The Queen ignored him.
"Will we get to see our grandson?" she asked Jasmine. "How is little Charlie?"
"He flourishes, madame, and is extremely pleased not to be the baby in the family any more. He revels in his role as big brother to Patrick and Adam. When we know exactly when you plan to go to Falklands, we shall send to Glenkirk for the children so you may see them all," Jasmine concluded. The next day, the round of entertainments began. The king received the heads of the clans, who had come from the Highlands and the borders to greet him. He hunted in the park about the palace, and in the evening he presided over state banquets, and the Queen gave several elegant masques in which the English court took part, and the Scots court watched open-mouthed, for the Queen had never given anything like these masques when she was their queen alone. The exquisite costumes, the painted and gilded sets that moved, the tinkling music, all was as amazement to them, and they were not certain that they approved such frippery and expensive lavishness. James Stuart had wanted to come home for sentimental reasons, but he had another agenda as well, which was the depuritanization of the Scottish Church. As he wanted one Great Britain, a plan defeated by the English themselves, he wanted one state church, both in England and in Scotland. 5 articles were to be incorporated into the Scottish Church that would bring them in line with England's church. They were simple things, such as kneeling at communion and the celebration of Christian holidays, but the Presbyterian element was set firmly against them. The king spoke openly with his Scots courtiers about the 5 articles. Some of them were violently opposed, and of those in opposition, there were those who considered it just another English intrusion on Scottish nationalism, and others who considered it a throwback to the Roman Catholic Church, which, but 100 years earlier, had held sway in Scotland, and of which they had, in the main, rid themselves. Fights broke out to the amusement of the English and the aggravation of the Queen.
"Did I not tell you," she said to her son, "your father will have his way in this. He has forgotten that the Scots will argue him into the ground, unlike the English, who respect his divine right. Observe and learn from this display, Charles."
After several weeks, the king moved on to Falkland Palace, which had been built beneath the Lomond Hills. James had made Falklands over to the Queen on their marriage, and they had frequently hunted there. It had been his own mother's favourite place. The forests around the palace were famous for hunting, and filled with game and game birds. It was here that Charles Frederick Stuart celebrated his 5th birthday, in the presence of his royal grandparents. He had arrived dressed as a little Scot he was, in his hunting Stuart tartan kilt, white silk shirt and doeskin doublet, with its buttons of silver and stag's horn. Sweeping his feathered black velvet cap from his auburn curls, he bowed first to James, then to Anne, and lastly to his uncle, Prince Charles.
"I am happy to see your Majesties looking so braw," he said, and then, "Ha' you brought me a wee giftie, mayhap?" "Charlie!"
Jasmine was mortified. The king, however, chuckled indulgently.
"Gae order, madame, for he's just a little laddie. What would you like, Charlie?"
The child thought a moment, and then he said,
"Something belonging to him who sired me, so I may always remember him, my liege."
The king looked astounded, and the Queen gave a little gasp. She looked to Jasmine, but Jasmine shook her head, her look equally surprised. The king could not speak, and his mind was benumbed for a long moment. Then Prince Charles stepped forward, and as he did, he pulled a ring from his finger and handed it to the child. It was gold, and carved into the ruby set into it were the arms of Henry Stuart, along with his motto, Virescit vulnere virtus.
This ring belonged to him who sired you, nephew,
the prince told Charles Frederick Stuart.
Do you know what the motto says, or have you not yet begun your studies?
Courage grows strong at a wound, the child translated. I began my studies last year, Your Highness. Thank you. He bowed.
Very good, the prince approved. Some day you will have to come and serve me, nephew.
He looked to Jasmine.
You have done well, madame, and you also, my cousin of Glenkirk. He is a studious, well-mannered child. I most highly approve.
The prince then stepped back next to his father. The king had now recovered, and he said,
You have been wed 2 years now, and we never gave you a wedding gift, James Leslie. Sire, when you gave me Jasmine, you gave me the greatest gift any man could have,
the Earl of Glenkirk said gallantly.
Very pretty indeed, the king replied,
a small smile touching his lips.
But you must ha' a wee giftie of us, since I canna allow that a man of lesser rank than the Duke of Lundy raise my grandson, James Leslie. I am creating you first Duke of Glenkirk. 'Tis a fine gift for you, and will cost me naught, as you already ha' the lands on the castle, he finished with a chuckle.
Oh my, Jasmine said, quite surprised by their elevation in rank.
Aye, madame, you're married beneath you, but now I ha' righted that too, eh? You're the Duchess of Glenkirk, the king said, smiling at her.
James Leslie was dumbstruck. He was the Duke of Glenkirk. My God, how proud his mother would be, and his father too. He fell to his knees before the king, and taking the royal hands up, kissed them. To his great surprise, there were tears in his eyes. The Duke of Glenkirk. He had never, ever considered such an honour.
Thank you, Jamie,
he said low, so that only the king heard, and then louder.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
He arose, bowing low, as Jasmine, by his side, curtsied. And afterward his father-in-law of Brockcairn and his uncles and brothers gathered about him, congratulating him and clapping him upon the back. His mind was awhirl. His eldest son, Patrick, would one day be the second Duke of Glenkirk, and, God willing, his line would continue on down through the centuries, even as the line of Patrick, the first Earl, had descended down from that day when King James IV had made a simple Highland laird an Earl. The Leslies of Glenkirk took their leave of the king at Falklands and returned home several days later. Jasmine could hardly wait to write to her grandmother to tell her of the honour given Jemmy. She had wanted Skye to come to Scotland that summer, but her grandmother had refused, saying that she had enough of travel. Jasmine had missed seeing Skye. Her grandmother was in truth her best friend, and she had so much to share with her. I will not miss my English summer again, she told her husband. The king and the court returned to England in late autumn. Winter set in. 1 year ended and another began. At last the spring came, the snows melting off the bens, and Jasmine travelled south to England and Queen's Malvern with her family. She was very relieved to see that her grandmother, at age 78, looked hale and hearty as they approached her home. Jasmine jumped from her horse and flew into Skye's open arms. "Well, well, my darling girl," Skye said happily. "I am as glad to see you as you are to see me." She hugged her granddaughter hard and, releasing her, turned to James Leslie. "Come, my Lord Duke, and give me a kiss. The last Duke to kiss me, as I recall, was my most unfortunate 5th husband. God assoil his poor soul." "You had 5 husbands, ma'am," Lady India Lindley, aged 10, said incredulously. "I had 6, child, and several charming lovers as well," Skye told the girl. "I know that you will remember me, India, as naught but an old lady, but once I was as ripe and lovely as your mother." "I think that you are still beautiful, ma'am," India said.
Why, bless you, child, I thank you. Skye laughed. You surely have your great-grandfather's charm. But come into the house, my dears, she invited them. It is starting to rain, and I want a good look at these babies of yours, Jasmine. Gracious, is that Patrick? He is going to be a big boy. She peered at the 2-year-old in his nursemaid's arms. How do you do, Patrick Leslie? Skye said. I am your great-grandmother, and I helped to birth you. Where is the other laddie, the one named after my Adam? Ah, she said with a satisfied smile when he was presented to her in the front hallway of her house. He has his eyes, doesn't he? From the moment of his birth, Grandmamma, Jasmine said. Tomorrow, when the rain is over, you will come and see the monument we have set over his grave, Skye said. They settled into Queen's Malvern for the summer. In a few weeks, Henry Lindley and his 2 sisters would be departing for his seat at Cadby. Adali would accompany the children and remain with them until the summer's end, when they would return to Queen's Malvern and thence to Glenkirk. Their Gordon grandparents would also remain with them. James Leslie, however, insisted upon personally taking his stepchildren across the countryside to Cadby. At last we have time together, Skye said to Jasmine when they had gone. It was evening, and they sat together in the family hall before a fire that took the chill off the early June evening. The young Leslies were safe asleep in their cots. Charlie boy, who did not like being separated from his elder siblings, had been allowed to ride over with the Duke's party. He felt very grown up. You are happy, of course, Skye said. And that makes me happy, darling girl. Will there be more babies? She sipped at her wine cup, then nibbled on a sweetmeat. I did promise Jemmy 3 sons, Jasmine said with a smile. And I should like another daughter, God willing. You take the portion I gave you. Jasmine nodded. 2 sons in 2 years was enough for the present. I wanted a rest, else I'd be worn out like so many women. Good, good, the old woman nodded. I did the same after I birthed Ewan and Murrah. His son rescued you last year, I was told. I went to the docks in Leith, hoping to find one of your ships in port, and I did. Fortunately, it was Geoffrey O'Flaherty captaining. Heaven knows if a stranger to me would have believed such an outlandish tale. His little son certainly thought I was mad, or a whore sneaking aboard to find business. I was dressed like a simple Scotswoman, as we'd just come from the games hosted by Clan Bruce. They have never found Piers St. Denis, Skye asked. Jasmine shook her head. I still fear he may come back some day to try and take me away from my family. He is quite mad, Grandmamma. You need have no fears, darling girl. Put them behind you, for he has undoubtedly fled the country, Skye said. But fear, madame, is an excellent goad when dealing with recalcitrant women, a familiar voice said, and Piers St. Denis stepped from the shadows of the room. He was badly dressed in the simple garb of a citizen of the merchant class, a small white ruff about his neck, relieving the severity of his black clothing. Oh, God, Jasmine whispered, and her heart began to beat very quickly at the thought of having to contend once more with the madman. How did you get into my house? Skye demanded, not in the least afraid. He was mad, of that she had not a doubt, but he also reminded her of her first husband, Dom O'Flaherty, and she'd never been really afraid of Dom, who'd been nothing more than a bully. The front door was open, madame, and there were no servants about to stop me. Tisk, tisk. Such carelessness, came the mocking reply. Get out, Skye told him firmly. Piers St. Denis laughed, genuinely amused. Too bad she was so old and dried up. If rumour had it correct, she'd been a marvellous fuck in her youth. Her granddaughter, however, promised equal delights. How did you know I was here? Jasmine had finally found her voice, and now that the shock of his arrival was over, she found her fear had gone also. She was very angry. It is well known that you and your mother like to return here to Queen's Malvern in the summer. You did not come last year, of course, because the King went to Scotland, but I knew you would be here this summer. I had but to wait until your parents and husband took the young Lindleys off to Cadby. I am a most patient man, my pet, and you are a very clever woman. I shall not underestimate you again. I was very surprised to return to our little love nest, to find you gone. And how quick-witted of you to go to Leith, knowing I would believe you were trying to escape back to Edinburgh. It was adroitly done, my pet.
What do you want here? Skye demanded of him.
Why, madame, I would have thought that was obvious. I am going to kill you both, and then I shall slay your 2 Leslie children, who are within this house. My only regret is that I cannot destroy your little Stuart bastard, and break old King Fool's heart, as he has broken mine. You see, madame, I've given up all hope of your ever being mine, but it is due to you that I have lost everything. If you had not led me on only to reject me, I should yet today be Marquis of Hartsfield, with a rich wife chosen by the Queen, and the King still my friend. You, and you alone, are responsible for my misfortunes, and you will pay for your treachery.
No, Jasmine almost shouted at him. You are responsible for your own bad fortune, sir. I told you from the beginning that I was in love with James Leslie, and pledged to him and him alone. You would not listen. You kept insisting, despite everything I said, that I would be yours. You even followed me to Scotland after my marriage, and after the birth of my first Leslie son, and had the temerity to kidnap me. It is your stubborn nature that has caused you to lose everything, not I. Now go away while you yet have the opportunity, or I shall call the servants, and they shall hold you for the local sheriff. There is a price on your head, and many who would gladly have it. He moved across the room until he stood directly before the 2 women.
I will not be deterred in my purpose this time, madame, he said. Know this, and be afraid of my power. My traitorous half-brother is this day a widower. Had he not been up in London when I arrived at Hartsfield Hall, I would have killed him too. His wife was quite a lovely woman. I whipped her until her back was raw and she was begging for mercy. Then I forced her, as I did you, but her mouth and tongue were not nearly as skilful as yours, my pet. And when she had finished, I had my way with her. How she screamed, but more so when I plundered her temple of Sodom, for it would seem my brother had never been that way. And when I had my fill of her ripe charms, I slit her throat and left her dying in a pool of her own bright red blood. My final act before leaving my home was to strangle her infant son. I will not allow my half-brother's bastard line to defile the house of Saint Denis.
And where were the servants when you were doing all of this, sir? Skye demanded, not certain that she believed him.
At a fair in the village, he said. She had allowed all of them to go, the silly, soft-hearted creature. But I've wasted far too much time here tonight. I must complete my revenge, then disappear for good this time. The jewellery that you are wearing, Madame Skye, will keep me comfortable for quite some time.
He smiled, and, moving closer, reached out to take the heavy gold necklace with its sapphire pendant from her. Jasmine was in a half-daze from listening to the story Piers St. Denis had just told them. She heard her grandmother speak. "I told you once, sir, that you were not skilled enough to play my game," Skye said, and her hand moved so swiftly that Jasmine could not believe what she was witnessing. The dagger appeared from nowhere and plunged straight into Piers St. Denis' heart muscle. Skye smiled into his face as she twisted her weapon in order to inflict the most damage and ensure his very swift death. "I will not allow you to ruin my darling girl's life ever again," Skye said firmly. Then she stepped back a pace. He crumpled to the floor, a look of incredulous surprise upon his very dissolute face. Then the light fled from his bright blue eyes, and Piers St. Denis breathed his last. He was quite dead. Jasmine's breath escaped her in an audible whoosh. "Grandmamma," was all that she could say. Red Hugh ran into the hall, and seeing the body, swore.
"Jesu, why is it, my lady, that whenever you're in danger from that fellow, I am nowhere to be found? Is he dead?"
He knelt for a moment by the body. "He is dead," Skye said. "He got in because the door was open for the breeze, and there was no servant in the front hall. From now on there must always be someone there." She sat down heavily. "Get me some wine, man.
I've just killed the devil's own son."
He arose.
"Whiskey would be better, madame,"
he said, pouring her out a dram.
"Here, drink it down, and I'll give you another."
Skye followed his orders. She was weak with relief. He took the dram jigger and poured her a second libation.
"One more,"
he said. The old lady looked pale.
"You did a fine job of it, madame," he told her. "You didn't have a chance once you stuck him with your blade. I didn't know that you carried any weapon."
"Old habits are hard to break," Skye remarked. "I have always, since my girlhood in Ireland, carried a dagger." She looked dispassionately at the body of Pierce St. Denis.
"Get rid of that, Red Hugh.
Take it to the parson in the village and have it buried in unhallowed ground.
He was an evil man, and while God may forgive him, none of us will."
She pulled herself up.
"Come, my darling girl, and help me upstairs. I've had quite enough excitement for one day. Will there ever come a day when my life is completely at peace? Nay, I know the answer to that, and I can even hear your grandfather laughing at my foolishness. There will be no peace for Skye O'Malley until she is dead and buried."
"Are you certain you will find peace even then?" Jasmine teased her grandmother as they made their way up the staircase.
"Probably not, my dear Duchess. Probably not," Skye said,
and then she laughed along with her darling Jasmine. Queen's Malvern, Midsummer's Eve, 1623. Epilogue. The old woman was dying. They had not said it to her, of course, but why else had all her children gathered here together at Queen's Malvern with their spouses, offspring and grandchildren? Even her eldest child, her son Ewan, now in his 67th year, had made the trip from Ireland to bid her a proper farewell. God's boots! Was it that long ago she'd given birth to Ewan in that draughty tower house that the O'Flahertys called home? Her sister Eileen had been there to help her, and again 10 months later when Murrow had been born. So many years gone by, so many wonderful adventures. She outlived them all. Her husbands, her lovers, Bess Tudor. What a great friend to her the Queen had been, and what a bitter enemy. She had, she decided, absolutely no regrets at all. She'd lived her life to the fullest, raised her children well, founded a commercial enterprise that had made them all wealthy, and she had loved. From her innocent first love for Niall Burke, Deirdre and Porrick's father, to her last love, Adam de Morisco. Aye, she had loved well, and had been well loved by them all. The curtains about her bed had been drawn back at her request, so she might gaze out the open windows. Willow, of course, had wanted the curtains drawn and the windows shut, but Skye would not have it, and Robin, her dearest Robin, had overruled his eldest sister, which gave their other siblings the courage to side with him. Willow was growing sallow as she aged. "I have not told her the truth about her father," the old woman thought. "But I think I shall spare her the knowledge that the respectable Spanish merchant in North Africa, whom she believes sired her, was in truth a renegade who took the name Khalid el-Bey and was known as the great whoremaster of Algiers." A bubble of laughter choked the old woman for a brief moment. Such a knowledge would destroy poor proper Willow, and she did not want that on her conscience as she went to meet her Maker. "There is no harm in my daughter's ignorance, and after all, I've kept this secret for 63 years. Even my dearest Daisy did not know." Daisy Kelly, her faithful tiring woman and dearest confidant and friend. She had died suddenly just over a year ago, and nothing had been the same ever since. Just gone to bed one evening, and never awakened in the morning. Young Nora had been a great comfort to the old woman, but it was not the same. Nora had not been young with her mistress, nor shared her many adventures or her secrets. No, it hadn't been the same, nor would it ever be again. Her time was long past. Her eyes strayed to the windows beyond. It was almost sunset now. The sky was slowly becoming streaked with gold, lavender, pink, scarlet and orange. It was, she thought, the most beautiful sunset she had ever seen. Soon the midsummer fires would begin leaping from the hillsides. It was a most magical night.
Grandmamma,
Jasmine placed a kiss on her forehead. How do you feel?
Tired,
she answered the young woman. Jasmine, darling Jasmine, her husband called her. Her favourite grandchild, although she'd certainly never had a favourite until Jasmine had come into her life. She felt no shame at all in loving Jasmine best of all of them. She had arrived a month ago for her English summer with her beloved Jemmy and her 8 children. India, who at 15 was already a great beauty, Henry, now 14 and his father's image, Fortune, at 13 outgrowing her coltishness and promising to rival India shortly, Charlie, the not-so-royal Stuart, now 11, and, like his elder brother, every inch his father's son, and the 4 little Leslies, Patrick, Adam, Duncan, and the old woman's youngest descendant, Janet Skye, who'd been born just over 6 months ago on her own 82nd birthday. She turned toward the windows again, and it was then that she saw them as they came walking toward her out of the sunset. Niall Burke, as she'd first known him, his smoothly shaven face tanned by the outdoors, his short-cropped hair as midnight dark as her own, her father, and Eileen, who was smiling at her, and Khalid el-Bey, with his long oval face with its well-barbered black beard and those melting amber eyes fringed in the outrageously thick lashes she had always envied. And here was Geoffrey Southwood, lean, blonde, and arrogantly handsome, his lime-green eyes laughing at her surprise. And her darling Daisy, not old and wizened as she had been but a year ago, but apple-cheeked and gap-toothed and young again. The old woman strained to see them all, yet something was missing.
Come, little girl, it is time for us to go now.
Her eyes widened, and he was there before her, holding out his hand for her to take.
Adam,
she said, reaching for his hand, and Jasmine gazed anxiously at her. Skye rose from her sickbed, gazing long and lovingly at each of them. Her smile was as bright as the morning. Her heart was filled to overflowing with the deep, pure happiness she felt. She would miss her children and grandchildren, of course, but one day they would meet again. For now, another door was opening. Another wonderful adventure was beckoning to her. Never fearful of a new venture, she eagerly accepted their invitation.
Gentlemen, lead on,
she cried, and then, linking her arms with those of Adam de Morisco and Geoffrey Southwood, she hurried off toward the sunset and down the road to forever, without so much as a regret or a backward glance.
Jemmy!
Jasmine's hand went to her heart as she felt the pain of the separation. She looked up at her husband, stricken.
Aye, she is gone,
darling Jasmine, he said gently, putting his arms about her.
She is gone from us for now. Do not weep, sweeting. She would not want it. She would want you to be brave as she was brave.
They say I am like her, Jasmine said brokenly. And I wish it were so, but it is not. There will never be a woman like Skye O'Malley ever again, Jemmy. Never again.
James Leslie, the Duke of Glenkirk, leaned over and gently closed the old woman's now sightless, carey blue eyes. But upon her face he saw there was a tiny smile. She had been glad to go, he thought. No, there would never ever be a woman like Skye O'Malley.
Godspeed, Skye, he said silently. Godspeed until we meet again.
This concludes Darling Jasmine by Bertrice Small, narrated by Justine Eyre. Copyright 1997 by Bertrice Small. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bertrice Small, care of the Ethan Ellenberg Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.